Hey guys,
Good evening.
good evening. If one of you could
Howdy.
be so kind as to uh you know distract while I get started.
I
Uh,
am I'm not gonna do that for you, mostly because I have to take a quick pee break. I'll be right back.
you should pee before the panel, Scott. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I fully expect the panel to get started somewhere around 8:30, so, like, so this is
Well,
me peeing before the panel. I'll be right back.
that's fair. uh, and so anyone talk about things?
What's up? How's my voice? Is it going okay? Is it good?
It's as silky smooth as it always
Silky.
is. Yeah, hopefully other ones will be here soon. Anyone else? Do you have anything to talk about? Literally anything, guys. Come on, help me out here.
I'm off class all week. I don't know if that's interesting.
That's good.
Means I'm not late for Reverie.
This is why I miss Wick. Wick was always good for this.
Donald Trump's unbanned off Twitter. How about that? Hey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bad news for McCarthy.
He's not going to rejoin. He said he's not.
Yeah, that's what he says. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I don't know if it's something to get worked up about or anything like that with Donald Trump. I mean, look. Well, he'll have like a bigger reach to be toxic because his platform did fall. But we'll see.
I mean, I think if you're in the DNC, you're hoping that he'll have more reach because the party is trying desperately to figure out a way to come to a consensus on not nominating Trump in 2024. And I think Trump wants to make that as hard as possible on them. And I think this divides the party more than anything else I can think of.
Yeah,
I mean, DeSantis is already outraising Trump. He's leading in a lot of polls now, which was unthinkable even 2 months ago. The rate at which the like conservative media is like moving away from him and towards DeSantis is like, almost meteoric in terms of how fast that's happening.
Yeah,
so I think
DeSantis is the GOP establishment's like populist pick.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't expect that. Like, I mean, if,
I don't.
Go ahead.
Well, and also there's the age.
I don't understand the whole. I don't understand the whole Twitter. Like, I think it's so funny how easily like you can give conservatives and libertarians breadcrumbs from like all of the bullshit that has been done to them with social media, and like the overwhelming censorship and the weapon that the media and everything have done to try and silence conservative voices. That like you bring back a few celebrities. Meanwhile, Elon Musk says, yes, we're still going to censor what we consider to be hate speech. We're just going to make it to where nobody can see it unless they search it out. We're still going to work with the Department of Homeland Security while the government is deeply involved in censoring social media for their own political gains and for their own state interests and power. I'm still going to talk to all these leftist, organizations that like should be dead, like the ADL or what I mean, like places like that are just like useless and offer nothing to society except bitching. But you bring back, James Lindsay, and you bring back like a couple of famous conservatives that already have reach in right-wing spaces anyways, and they're all like, yay. And it's just like, it's just hilarious to me.
Yeah, it seems like everything he's doing right now in one direction or another is going to be performative because he's trying to keep advertisers happy, which I'm not sure is possible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, Twitter has had more engagement than ever before. And so like they're like the platform's dying because like, of advertisements and things like that. But like there will be some new faux outrage that leftists work in line with the corporations because leftists love large corporations so long as they say the right thing, and and they'll find some new thing to be pissed off about, and the ad revenue will come back because corporations don't give a fuck about any of the leftist goals. Not really. They just want to make sure they have a high ESG score.
Well, outrage is what drives engagement. So it seems that's where the incentivization is anyway.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there'll be a new thing, and then the ad revenue will
wanna
come
know.
right back.
I do want to know one thing, just super, super quick. What was your goalpost move there? Like, is it hate speech that he's going to continue to do, or is it just bitching on the internet? Because I noticed that with the leftist examples you were giving, you were saying it's bitching, but then with the other examples, you were saying it's hate speech. Like those two are not the same thing. Like you're aware of that? Yes? Maybe no.
What do you mean by what was my goalpost shift? What argument did I make that I then shifted away from? What are you talking about?
Well, you were talking about Elon Musk is still saying they're not going to allow hate speech, but then they'll allow the leftists, and that's just bitching. Like, so which one is it? Is that still hate speech or is that bitching? Like, because those two are
I don't
not the
believe
same.
in I don't believe in hate speech. Hate speech is just what he said.
Okay, all right. So why would somebody bitching online be what could be considered hate speech by Elon Musk?
What? I don't. I mean, I feel like you misunderstood what it is that I'm claiming. I don't understand
I
what
feel
you're
like you should
asking.
be careful with how you're saying the words, to be honest. But okay.
She's ready for a fight. You ready, Scott?
Right? Like I was like, right? You. I don't understand what it is that you're trying to claim that I'm saying. What goalposts I'm claiming, or what arguments you're giving to me that I'm
Well,
not
should
making.
Elon Musk see that as hate speech? Should he see these leftist organizations as also engaging in hate speech as well?
I already said I don't believe in hate
Yes,
speech. I just
I'm
think
pretty sure
they're.
Scott is
I think
mostly a
they're
free speech
useless.
absolutist.
No. I'm saying, do you think Elon Musk is ignoring the similarities of hate speech in leftist organizations that he is seeing in these organizations he hasn't let back online, like Alex Jones, for instance?
Well,
And
presuming
obviously, he thinks
presuming
there's.
you were using
I want
right.
to be very clear. I want to be
Presuming
very clear. Elon Musk thinks that there is hate speech because did you see what he was talking about? How he lost one of his children, and it was an emotional thing, and he
Mhm.
was actually discussing how that was hateful. So obviously, he thinks that's hate
Okay.
speech.
Right.
Whether that's
Okay,
real or
so
not,
he believes certain
he-
things are hate speech. Okay.
right? Okay. Now,
I'll establish that. Now, what are you talking about?
so when you're saying like he'll call it hate speech for this, but then you have these leftist organizations that are still that are still operating on Twitter, and that they're just complaining. Like we were talking about hate speech, not people who are complaining.
I never made any argument about whataboutism between the left and the right and the attempts, the types of speech that they're engaged
Okay, well,
in terms
obviously
of
you can
hate
see
speech.
why I'm thinking, okay, we're talking about hate speech, what is and is not hate speech, or, obviously in this particular context, Elon Musk believes hate speech exists. And since
Mhm.
he owns the platform and is making the decisions, that's what we're going off of. So
Okay.
when he calls something hate speech versus just complaining on the internet, like that's that's the bar we would be following, correct?
Where are you getting this versus just complaining on the internet? You've made up an argument
You
that doesn't
literally
exist
said it,
that
dear.
you're trying to create.
You literally said, hold on.
I did not make this comparison between hate speech on the right and lefties complaining on the internet.
Can we talk about one other thing he said? Because he did say hate speech, but then he said that was in the context of a Boolean or statement where he said negative or hateful speech. So to him, if a tweet is negative, it can be deboosted.
Right. And that's going to be, it seems like that's going to be a little more ambiguous.
And I think demonetized too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he said deboosted and demonetized.
Only that specific tweet, though, which I think is a pretty major departure from
Yes,
the past.
not the channel, presumably.
Right.
But like none of us
Yeah.
really know how the censorship works in the background, right? Like we've developed tools to attempt to understand how ghost bans and search bans and things like that work, but like we don't fully understand it, right? Like
Well, that was
we
another
have
promise he
some
made.
admissions of it.
That was another promise he made, was that he would make the algorithm transparent.
I mean, transparent is
You can't even see it at all, no matter what.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like transparent is one of those words that is ironically, a little opaque usually.
Right. I mean, I don't think anyone takes any of his promises seriously, but people are keeping track of them.
We should keep them. like serious, right? Like, we should keep track of them, and we should take him at his word. And then when he breaks it, then well, we can't exact any punishments on him.
Yeah,
to be fair.
exactly. Like, it'd be great if we could hold him
I-
accountable and call him out, but
what I-
that's
I mean,
like
Yeah, all I'm
advertisers can.
saying
They
is-
can choose not to.
all I'm saying
do
is
business.
the right seems really, really celebratory, right? And libertarians seem really celebratory about the Elon Musk takeover. And like the only thing he's done is like give kind of like vague platitudes about the idea of free speech, but then he seems to be on board with kind of continuing the status quo, but like pushing the needle back a little bit and bringing back some of the famous examples of people that were deplatformed off of Twitter for dumb reasons. It doesn't really, it seems like much of the same kind of situation. Maybe it's better, and like that incremental, kind of thing towards something better is cool, but like to me, he hasn't shown any behavior that like when FBI agents come in and say like, hey, we have political interests that the Hunter Biden laptop story doesn't go viral. Can you go ahead and wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that he'll behave any differently.
Well, that is advertisers, and that's money. I'm sorry, I had to step out for a second. My HVAC guy is still here. Our boiler is broken, and we need a new pump. And he's installing it now. And it's been well below freezing several nights in a row. So I've been baking bread till like 3 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as my landlord found out about it, he's like, "No, we're fixing it today," and he's still here. So I'm sorry if I step away a little bit. But like when it comes to Elon Musk, like I'm not an Elon Musk simp at all. I think he's kind of ridiculous and just plays like, the advertising game and a cult of personality game. He didn't come up with half of the shit he claims he's responsible for, etc. But I will say that I do worry with Twitter already failing. We've been seeing it for the past 5 years, and it's been trying to dig itself out. Like I'm afraid that he'll get blamed for, if it does continue to spiral, and that they'll be all like, "See, Elon Musk took over. Twitter died," and that's not even going to be fair because this started years ago, and people have been talking about Twitter this whole fucking time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
I
think
mean, it's
Twitter's
been true of a
ever
lot of
been
social media sites,
profitable,
right? Like
as far as I
YouTube,
know.
YouTube is, I think, how long has YouTube been profitable? Like
So right
a
now,
couple of years?
no, it depends. With that, I disagree with that comment from Sappy because it depends on how Twitter dies. It could be that it's part of a long, slow decline of them not innovating and finding ways to become profitable, and it just happened to die on Elon's watch. That's a possibility, but it could also be the fact that he's lost 75% of his workforce, like in the
Okay, that
span of a few weeks, right?
He let them
Yeah.
quit and gave them severance
I mean, I'm
packages.
just, look,
Which is
all I'm
good.
saying is Elon
I
Musk
agree.
is definitely cutting spending. He's cutting costs. All right.
Exactly.
So,
He
you
did
know.
say
Noted.
bankruptcy is not out of the question, so he's already, couching
Exactly. And
statement.
75 and like I'm looking at like because I have an IT background,
hasn't
and
crashed on
I'm
my
looking
end
at
yet.
like what like people in IT who are working at Twitter are saying, right? And they're saying like there are whole groups, right, that handle like the code base, like the base, like the core services, like delivering tweets, and they're like, well, there's no one there anymore. I mean, they're gone. They're all gone, right?
Yeah, but he posted that
Or
group
for
photo
some
though.
teams, there's like one or two individuals that are still there, and it's like any mistakes within the code are now lethal, right? Like it's right now, Twitter is literally just coasting along until it hits a severe error, and then hopefully there's someone there to address it. So,
That sounds.
Outsource jobs.
I doubt that. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think that's going to be an issue.
I do want to say that it's only part meme. Elon Musk could definitely look like the good guy here if he could just give everybody a fucking edit button.
Well, you can get an edit button for $8 a month.
Yeah,
I
but who's
thought
gonna?
they put on hold
For-
paying the $8 temporarily.
Yeah,
that's
temporarily,
gone.
but
No,
you just
that's
just
gone.
for less of a cost than 2 cups of Starbucks a month.
I think one
you
cup.
can have your precious edit button.
Dude, people aren't buying YouTube Premium. Do you really think they're gonna buy like the fucking Twitter?
Oh, I have YouTube Premium.
I mean, I don't-
Can we take a
worth
moment
it.
and just like criticize
no,
that
it's-
logic of
But
like
that's that's not like everybody though. That's like not
Well,
even
I didn't
like half.
not say everybody, but yeah, I got YouTube. YouTube Premium is actually really worth it. It changes your YouTube experience when you have no ads.
I
Right?
know I
It's
had it for a
actually
year
really
and
nice.
I deeply miss it. Like it's one thing I
Yeah.
forgot.
Dude, it's so rough to take like the 15 seconds it requires to install an ad blocker. It's
Oh
that
no, okay.
Don't tell people about that, Scott.
saving that 15
No,
seconds is
no,
The
no, no,
more
no.
people
That, that's
know
not
about
work.
it, the more
So
sites
hold
are
on,
going to block it.
Scott, right? I know you're really loving your condescending routine here, right? You're deep into it, and so like you've just kind of like brushed ahead without actually inquiring, maybe learning a little bit more about the situation. No, see, I don't watch YouTube. Like YouTube is the thing I watch the most, right? But I don't watch it on a laptop.
You watch it on your
Or
phone.
a PC.
Right,
Like
I get
that.
it.
Instead, I don't watch it on my
It's a
phone.
joke.
Again, so you just jumped. You jumped right before you looked. Okay, so where I watch it on.
Scott knows all. You don't have to
You're
change
the Tesla
anything.
screen.
He's like filling in my answers before I get to it. No, I watch it on
Actually,
You're Etch-a-Sketch.
I watch it on
actually,
my PlayStation, right? That's where I've always on my PS4,
gross.
PS5. And I use that like as like a smart TV, right? Like all my like Netflix and all that, I watch it all there, to get that on my screen. So I
Prime
can't
taste
avoid
no-
the ads by simply adding an ad blocker. I mean, I already have ad blockers, but yeah, it's not going to be not help me there.
Gross. That's what I say to that, sir. Gross.
Well,
Okay.
apparently your
Get a
PlayStation
get a new monitor.
is your phone.
My PlayStation? Oh yeah, it must be my phone. Yeah, yes.
Yo, jailbreaking a PlayStation is a lot harder than an ad blocker, guys.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought I muted myself. People were like, just hack your PlayStation. I'm like, yo,
No.
that's a lot of work just to
No,
get rid
no
of
thanks.
ads on YouTube.
Yeah,
That would
mhm.
actually, I would just pay for YouTube Premium, honestly, at
Yeah.
that point.
I also really don't like the logic of like it's just the cost of a cup of coffee a month. Says the 35 different services that are telling us that. I mean,
Yeah,
Listen,
right.
I'm sorry, but
Well,
whenever
well,
like
people
someone
do
asks me
I don't
drink
buy
coffee daily.
$35 of 35
I don't know.
coffees a
Whenever
month.
whenever a corporation
people
asks me to
do.
round up, I get pissed off. Like, no, I'm not rounding up. That way, you can use my money to pay for your charity to get your tax deductible, whatever you get at the when it comes tax season for it. Like, no, you're not going to use my money for that. I'll donate privately.
I just hate it because they make me feel guilty. Like, you want to donate? No. Sure you don't, you piece of shit. Okay, sorry.
Your final total
I-
comes at the $15.99. Would you like to round
So,
that
like-
up to $16 to give
Yo.
1 cent for
So,
kids to go to
let me-
school?
Let me guys teach you the art of being truly annoying. So what you do is when they ask that, what you do is you just stand in line and go, "Oh, okay," and you pull out your phone, and then you're like, "No, I just want to search the charity on charitynavigator.org," and then you search the charity,
Or Giving
and
Well.
you take his right, and you just let the line get longer, right? Let everyone get annoyed, and then you find it, and then you go through and you like show them to him. You be like, "I don't know, it's only got like a 6.4 rating here. Like, do you think it's worth it to round up to that?" I don't know. Hold on, let me look at their financials until they're like, sir, it's fine. Sir, it's fine. And then you just leave. I like you just bleed them as much as you can and piss them off and
Like the
just fuck up everybody's day.
like the
You
telemarketers
can
or
say
the
no,
scammers,
thank
right?
you. That might be a thing that also exists.
Yeah, I mean that's
What?
that's the compromise,
No.
but I got all the time in the world to fuck with the cashier who wants me to donate to fucking children's
The
hospital.
cashier doesn't want you to. The cashier is being forced to ask you.
Well, you know what? That's their job.
But now they've made it
Nowhere.
easier.
Now their job is to
If they
deal
don't
with
want to get
me.
annoyed, if they don't want to get fucking annoyed, go get a better job. I
At
don't know
least
what to
in
tell
my
you.
area, they made it easier to reject because now they have self checkout. Now it comes up as a prompt on your screen. You could just click no.
Yeah, wow. The beauty
We'll
of
know we're in
automation,
trouble
right?
when they start hiring like Celtic moms to the job, like the matriarchs, the older women, and they're all like guilt tripping you into like donating all this stuff. Then we'll know we're really in trouble. Like she'll come in with that mom energy, like they're starving children right now. You're like, God damn it!
I never once understood that argument though. Like you don't eat half a donut, half a slice of pizza or whatever. There's starving kids in China. So you think the better option would be for me to box the slice of pizza that's half eaten and send it to China, Hope it's still good and give some starving child half a slice of pizza.
Old pizza's always good, man. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it gets
Sproutacus,
better.
Sproutacus,
Even
you're
when it's
not being
bad,
a-
it's
you're
kinda
not being-
good.
When you're drunk and
Sproutacus,
you
you're
put
not
that
being a
slice of
good
pizza in the
consequentialist.
fridge, like the one that's
Okay,
still there, and you didn't know you still had some. God, that's the best piece of pizza.
No, you see, you're not being a proper leftist, right? Like the proper way to look at this is that you finish it and that way you're less likely to eat a snack later, right? And by making sure that you finish all of your food, you reduce your overall food consumption, right?
Oh.
And then that doesn't have any control on like price
I'm
by
sorry.
lowering demand, and we just ignore like economic factors and things like that. And then we take the leftist mindset that like price and economics and capital and none of these things factor into production. And then that just means that there's more food, right, to go to the starving children in Africa. So all you got to do, right, is think of it that way and just make sure you memory dump any common fucking sense or understanding of economics. And then you will arrive at the right opinion, which is that if you don't finish your pizza, you're harming poor little starving children in Africa.
Do those children even have jobs? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, some
Try-
of them
try-
are
trying to
warlords, all
survive.
right?
I do see how
Okay.
you guys
Their
can
job.
panic so quickly
Child
about anything. If
soldiers.
that's what your brain does to try to figure out how to eat pizza, so you can say that's what lefties are doing. No wonder you're all a bunch of fucking cowards. I get it now. Thank you. Good to know, everyone.
Pause. Coward?
Yes.
Substantiate your
"Ah!"
claim, Abby.
The trans kids are coming. The women are voting. Ah! It is Armageddon, and it is here. Fun
The
times.
coward. Okay. I'll just let that one
Substantiate your
slide.
claim. I love it.
Fun.
Oh,
True. True.
Scott's
We're
a
not
lot of
even
fun.
talking about the fact that you're harming yourself if you eat pizza. Like pizza's just bad for you.
Isn't it a vegetable in the United States?
yeah.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
part of
it's
the food
vegetable.
pyramid. It's part of the
Don't-
food pyramid.
I think it was like on the bottom of the food
It
pyramid.
might
at
be in
some point,
Canada
right?
too. I don't
Like-
know. I don't follow the Canadian food
The
guy.
food pyramid is such a crock of shit. Like they had a
Yeah.
what was it? They had a recent White House meeting where they got like all of the in September where they got all of the kind of like the NGOs and government, a lot of governmental organizations as well to like try and like stop food scarcity and educational diet and nutrition. And the person that was leading it had published research from was it like Tufts University or something where like it said the worst and most unhealthy things for you were like eggs, meat, and said at the very top was like frosted mini wheats are like super healthy, and even said that eggs substitute cooked in seed oil was way healthier for you than just like an egg cooked in butter. It was the craziest shit ever. And I was like, how are these people still in charge of like determining food policy? Like this is
Mini
just
Wheats
batshit
was like
insane.
extremely high on that list.
Yeah, what was it? Lucky Charms was like considered like something you should eat more of and encourage people to eat because it's a healthy thing to eat. And it's literally just sugar. It was insane. It was batshit insane.
I think that's actually a point for like conservatives when they talk about like how we get these messages pushed on children, and we're all just supposed to repeat them, even like including health messages, right? Like relating this to COVID, and that like this is practically government backed, right? Like, I mean, the food pyramid, like it was just everywhere, right? And it was all bullshit in the end, right? None of it made any sense. So like, I feel like that's a point for conservatives to say that you actually cannot trust these authorities here with your health sometimes.
Well, I think
That's
the
big of
weird
you,
thing
Brian.
about like being a millennial, right, or like probably Gen Xers too, is that like I think we like when I was a kid, like we lived in a world where like most people actually trusted that, which was even weirder. You know what I mean? I think we now live in a world with like the internet and so many like echo chambers that people have. They have their own narrative. They have their own version of the world that they live in. But like when I was a kid, it was just like, obviously the food pyramid is right. And like marijuana will like cause you to hit little girls on bicycles if you smoke it. All right.
Mm.
Like it was just like
Specifically little girls. You'll avoid
it's a
those.
famous it's a famous ad. It was a famous ad with like a little girl on a tricycle and like some stoners like run into
You'll
her.
swerve to move to avoid the boys. You'll go right after the girl.
I mean, fucking.
That's interesting.
That's weed for you.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that commercial. Might be before my time, but like,
I do remember like the eggs in the frying pan and like throwing against like the wall or something like that. That's what I
I've
remember.
seen that. The eggs
This
in
is
the
your brain
frying
on
pan.
drugs.
Yeah, this is your brain on drugs. Don't smoke marijuana. Yeah.
I think they were running that for a long time. They were running that for a very long time.
Hey,
It's-
I want to dare metal.
That
okay?
one, another famous one
Did
was
you?
the one with the
I did.
dog. Yeah, he did. Yeah, the dog. Do you remember the dog that talked to you?
Yeah,
Because I
isn't
was
that
like-
McGruff?
McGruff.
No, the little dog commercial where it was like, Sally, I don't like you when you smoke marijuana. And she's like watching her dog talk to her and be like, I don't like you. You don't seem like yourself. And it was just like the weirdest fucking commercial. It's like, dude, what are you smoking? I want some.
What the fuck? I remember because I didn't have TV in the evangelical cult I was in, so I remember the first time in a doctor's office I saw the Kool-Aid commercial and I was deeply traumatized. Just like burst into a room and there were bricks everywhere and like my brain was like, how did the glass pitcher not break? I was homeschooled, so I was kind of dumb, But there was that one, and then I remember seeing an X-Files banner, and I saw Gillian Anderson on there, and I realized I was going to hell. And it turns out I'm bi, not gay, but I was like, oh, yep, I'm going to hell because I saw her, and I was like, I wonder what it's like to like cook for her or cuddle and read a book together.
That is a
We've
very
all wondered
interesting
that.
thought process.
Yeah, right.
I was homeschooled. I
How
was
is
an
it like to
idiot.
prepare a meal for this person?
All right.
I
It's
was
very
in.
it's a very homeschool
But, okay,
thought.
but hold on. I was a girl in an evangelical religious conservative cult. Obviously, cooking is what we're supposed to do. We also did ditch digging, but you didn't.
How is it like to
recognize
clean
it
for
because-
this person?
Ah.
Exactly.
Do the dishes.
exactly.
How's it like
I
like
quit
to
for a
dig ditch
reason.
for the mafia?
But yeah, if I had seen the marijuana commercial, I probably would have been all, America's going to hell in a ham basket. The Lord's gonna come back and save us all. Yeah, I probably would have
Last-
been like that if I'd seen that commercial.
Last question, because now I gotta know because he mentioned it. How do you win a dare medal, please?
You write a paper on drugs and their effects better than everyone else in the school, and then you get to go up in front of everybody and read your paper off to all of the kids and their parents. And you demonstrate that you know more about drugs than any other kid in the school.
Were you
And then they come up and give you a medal.
The only thing that would have made that better when you said I want a dare medal is if you were like had like were smoking weed or something like that while you said that, right?
Like now I want it all
Like
to be
I
legal.
said, I want a
right?
dare medal, and then just
I,
You still
I
have
have it. I do have it somewhere. When I moved, it's probably in a box somewhere. But yeah, it's like a
Is it
little,
like something you can wear?
Yeah, it's like a small like circular
should-
medallion, and it's got like a ribbon on it. And
Dare
yeah,
was
they
such a
walked
failure.
up on stage. They gave it to me and everything.
Did you do the drugs to find out what drugs were actually like though?
No.
Like
I just Googled.
Yeah.
It was very easy.
So, like, do you have the speech anywhere, or do you remember the speech at least?
Oh god, it was third grade. I do not
watch out.
remember
Prime
it.
is going to ask you to read it for us.
I was going to.
If I find it,
knew
if
it.
I find it somewhere, I'll let you know because I'm sure it got printed off, and my
I'm
mom
just trying
keeps
to learn a
everything
little
I've
bit
ever
about
done
drugs.
as a kid. So
you
I'll
look
for
like
it.
the backbone of America, like
Yeah.
like patriot kid anyway. So I do not doubt this at all. Now I see.
What you don't want to
Nice.
be, what you don't want to do is be in the
Well,
military, and then when they're having like the drug class, right? Be like, does anyone know what Delta 8 and Delta 10 THC is? And my dumbass raised my hand. I'm like, yeah, I know what it is. Like, what is it? I'm like, it's chemically altered THC 9, Delta 9, and then they're like, you're right. How'd you know that? I've got friends.
In the DEA who like hunt down those criminals who use that. But like, Lactoid, like, did you like go like full like like a marijuana or was it marijuana panic? Was that old movie? The marijuana.
Reefer Madness?
Reefer Madness. Yeah, did you go Reefer Madness on it?
No.
In terms of your-
No, it was actually very informative, and all of it was like fact based. And I actually disagreed with one of the DARE instructors because they made what I still believe to be one of the dumbest points to ever tell, like even telling kids, right? It was one of the dumbest points where we were given an activity. This was before the paper, but it was like they give you a class, and then you have to write a paper, and then whoever wins the paper gets the medal. But during the class, they were like, okay, so can anyone like list me in order like what you think the most dangerous drugs are, right? And so like I had the list, and I'm like, okay, what's like of the pre-selected list? Heroin, it's pretty dangerous, right? So I put that up on top, right? Cocaine, methamphetamines are pretty dangerous. And then at the end, the teacher, it was over, and the teacher said, what's the answer? They're all equally dangerous, depending on how much you do. Because if you do a whole bunch of marijuana, it's just as dangerous as heroin. And I just was shaking my head, and like some of the other kids were like telling the teacher that I was shaking my head, and I was just disagreeing. And it was really awkward because like eventually the teacher just said, we have to move on now. And I was an angry third grader, I guess, at the time.
No, they're absolutely right. Like this is true for any chemical. If you do a whole bunch of oxygen, you can have oxygen poisoning, right? So that's just as dangerous as cocaine, right?
Like I think the thing, though, if you're gonna smoke weed, if you're gonna smoke weed, listen, you're gonna be like laid out on the couch, lost your lighter, don't know where your weed went, and then way before you'll smoke too much weed, it's gonna become an actual health issue.
Yeah, I don't recommend any drugs, but I mean, let's be honest. Like there are some that are much more dangerous than others, right? We have the very top leftism. And then below that's fentanyl, and then heroin. Let's go down the list from there.
Pretty much.
Wait, where's alcohol? In there?
Near the bottom. Near the bottom. Somewhere down there.
I think your bias is showing, Lactoid. I think you're heavily
For
showing.
the Canadian,
I follow
for the
the
Canadians
laws,
in the room, I want you to go Google 18th Amendment, and look what happened the last time we talked about alcohol in America. We don't want to do that again. Like leave the liquor alone.
And I want to say, oxygen poisoning is a real thing. I didn't make that up. All right, just putting it out there.
So it's water intoxication. You can
Prime
OD
K
on
is all
water.
like breathing is dangerous.
Believe it or not, the number one reason that people die during college fraternity hazing rituals is from drinking too much water and drowning.
Overhydration.
Because a bunch of drunk fucking like college fraternity bros are like, you're not gonna die from being forced to drink too much water when they're hazing, and then people drown and die
And it also
from
causes
being
brain
force fed
swelling.
too much water.
Yeah, that's water intoxication. You basically dilute your blood.
Yep.
Pretty fucking scary, dude. Holy shit.
You can
like you
you
vasodilate to such a degree that like you get swelling everywhere and your body can't respond any longer.
Yeah, your salt gets all
create pressure. Yeah, and you create pressure in the brain. Like it's a cascading effect that is a horrible way to die.
Okay.
I mean, there have been, I think, some radio contestants who have some. Pretty awful.
But yeah, for those contests to win a prize, like they're like, oh, just drink water.
It's harmless. And it's like, drink this entire 5-gallon jug of water in 2 minutes.
Okay, so we'll get started. We're waiting on one other person, but hopefully they haven't responded to me, but hopefully they'll be here. Hello all. Thanks for being here. This is the Rubber Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a great group of individuals here. Happy to have them. If you're liking the content so far, like we're just bullshitting just now, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you're not going live. We do this all the time. You don't want you to miss out on any of the content. All right. So let's start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thanks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for daring to be better.
Of course. Yeah.
Daring to be brave.
Yeah, so I'm Lactoid. I'm a Dare medal recipient. I know that carries a lot of weight in this community. You can find me on Anti-Communism United, Discord, and Twitch.
Like, you should put that on your resume.
Well, I'm sure it was in when I was, mock applying for stuff. Like, hey, I got a fucking medal. It was my only medal.
I don't do drugs.
So it was very important to me at the time.
I dare you to drug test me.
And a cop gave it to me, nonetheless.
A cop? It's better and better. We gotta dig into this. Please, if you find that,
if I find it, I'll bring it on stream, I promise you. And I know I still have it because I remember seeing it too when I was packing. So I definitely have it. I will look for it.
Awesome. Nice. All right. So we have our friend Scott. who is like a wanted criminal of dare, right? It's like if you see this man, shoot on sight. Scott, thank you for being here.
So I would say, don't do crack, don't do heroin. Pretty much everything else is up for grabs, and you should try it.
Fentanyl.
Okay. Don't do
We'll bring that one
opioids.
up.
Do I need to like fucking name the family? All right. Like I'm allergic to doxycycline if anyone's curious, but like,
Don't do
that doesn't
penicillin
mean that I'm going
if you have an
to,
allergy.
that doesn't, right. But that doesn't mean I'm going to try fucking penicillin. All right. So anyways, yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find us pretty much everywhere. YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, as Fabian Liberty, anarcho-capitalist, which means, I shit on everybody, but mostly just the state.
Thank you. We have our friend Aiko back with us. Aiko, how are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
All right.
Hi, I'm Macao Rich. I'm not really streaming yet, but I guess you can find me on Twitter at this handle. Down here in Texas, I'm a debate coach.
He's been promising to stream little ever since I met him months ago.
Yeah, one day. I'm off this week. Maybe I'll start setting things up.
All right. Look forward to that, actually. I think it would actually be pretty interesting. So we have the Sprouticus back with us, right? Sprouticus, thanks for stopping by. We haven't had you here for like 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
And that separation hurt. And let's not do it ever again, okay? Let's always be together. Thanks for being here, friend.
All right. Yeah, I think I was gone for 2 weeks. You know what? I do believe last week I accepted an invite to the show and was told it was full. I do believe that's what happened. I need to go check the record, but DMs will be leaked after the debate. But I do appreciate the time to be here. Love debating. So you can find me at twitch.tv and twitter.com/thesprouticus.
Okay, that's exactly what happened. Thank you, Sprouticus, for continuing to sub our invites here. We have Corey. Corey, thanks for coming through. Thanks for adding an international flavor here. Like being the exotic one.
Oh yeah, super exotic.
Corey, thanks for being around.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. Always excited to be here and always grateful to be invited on with my fellow Canuck, Lactoid. I think we had 3 Canadians last week with Amanda, but I guess we can get by with 2. I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a scientist, PhD candidate in biochemistry. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell, 84. I cover science, news, and do workout streams. You can also find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell, and looking forward to getting into it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Stabby, who we haven't had here in a very long time. Stabby, thanks for coming through. We've had trouble like scheduling, but we finally made it happen today, and I'm really excited to have you again, especially since like you get like your little, since you like to fight. So you're definitely welcome.
Awesome. Thanks for having me here. Sorry it took me so long. I had COVID and then everything kept happening, and I'm letting the HVAC guy out of my house. So if I disappear, I swear to God I'll catch up and I'll just be quiet and listen. But the boiler wasn't working for a week and it was below freezing, so our landlord panicked. So I apologize if I disappear. It's not out of disrespect. It's because like he's still here because we've replaced almost everything. But I know how to fix a boiler now, everybody, which is fucking awesome.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and I'm glad things are getting set up at your place. Last but not least, we have our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. Doobie back with us again. Always happy with his kind, sharing his time with us, right? Because he does it so often, so we appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay. All right. Topic 1. American rural hospitals are in crisis. Over the past decade, they've been closing at an alarming rate, leaving residents without medical care at a reasonable distance. In Mississippi, one of the poorest states in the union, within one of its poorest counties, a rural hospital is struggling to stay open. Management has said that it's unlikely that the hospital will make it past 2023 unless a massive change occurs. How would you tackle this issue? should hospitals be subject to profitability pressures? Should the state do direct cash injections to keep such crucial institutions afloat? Or should hospitals close if they aren't nimble enough to adjust to tough times? So yeah, I mean, if you're within these political spaces, you've probably heard this before. Rural hospitals are in crisis. They are disappearing. And like even in this particular article I was looking at, um, they were talking about hospitals that actually did close, did shut down, right? So it's leaving just a very few ones in an area. When they go, right, people have to travel long distances to get care, and as you know, sometimes like time is of the essence, and so that distance equals lives lost. So yeah, I'm curious what you all think about this. We'll start with Lactoid.
Yeah. So hospitals, just like any other consumer good facility or establishment, should be subject to profitability pressures. We're looking here, it seems as though this hospital in particular did make a couple poor financial decisions. The article said it's right now currently paying $100,000 a month on a Medicare loan, and the estimates are that it will need $5 to $10 million to stay open until next summer, when the problem will start all over again. Although I honestly don't even know how this math works out, given that the hospital lost $2 million last month. Somehow it's predicting it's not going to keep losing that much money. I don't really know how, but I guess they're optimistic. Several private banks have offered to step in and help keep the hospital afloat. But another issue is that the hospital needs to wait for city and county officials to assist in obtaining those resources. I don't know why. I don't know if they're having difficulty with that. The articles did make it seem so. But regardless of that specific hospital, I think on the broader point, you're not entitled to the labor of other people. And if the staff of a hospital demand a particular wage to do the work that they do, then that sucks for the hospital. That's what they need to be paid. We understand this when it comes to the demand of the worker. The hospital is then obligated to collect that money from those who are serviced, and who should either pay for their services just like any other good or service, or work off their debt. Other examples include food. Food is a necessity, but people should still pay for their food. Same with medical care. Simply having a want strong enough that that person may consider it a need does not mean you are entitled to the people's bodies or their labor. If the hospital can't survive the market, it should close. And I think if it did close, you would see an opportunity there for something better.
Okay, interesting. There's already going to be a fight. Like I'm loving it. I can feel it already. Thank you, Scott. Please.
I'm so glad that I've been here to yellow pill Lactoid even more, because that is
Stop pissing on
yes
him.
to everything. Yes to everything you just said. I would like to add a couple of more things. One of the big reasons why is it this occurring, right? Well, this is occurring because the community has been hollowed out in terms of the job market. Manufacturing has left this area, and so it is the people that live there responsibility to either move to where the jobs are or to create some other form of economic incentive for there to be the money to support a hospital. The other thing that I want to point out is Mississippi is one of the states that still has CON boards, certificate of need boards. One of the major reasons why hospitals have such difficulty being profitable in America are these specific boards. If you want to build a new hospital, let's say a doctor, a psychiatrist, like a general practitioner, a psychiatrist, a couple of ER nurses, and a few people want to get together and kind of like create a small patient care facility that can service minor needs for the community to reduce burdens and to be profitable. Well, they have to not only get permission from Mississippi, but actually they have to file thousands of pages of paperwork, then announce to the community that they're going to do this. Then they have to wait months so that they can have a board. And then that board allows the community to come in and voice their opinions. And then the board is going to vote on whether or not this is allowable. And then hundreds of pages of documents and rules and regulations will go through different payment processes, different things that you have to do, different construction techniques that you have to use. And you have to justify the need for your little thing for you so that you can ultimately be told you can't start this profitable business because a hospital already. This is the fucking problem, is that government comes in, puts massive amounts of bureaucracy and red tape on these institutions, makes it overly expensive, and then destroys the community's access to a hospital. And then they go, see, we caused this problem. Don't we just need more socialism? Don't we just need to steal wealth from other people and destroy the American economy so that we can prop up this system that we fucked up in the first place? And so the right answer is just like the very end of the article said, bitch, move to Baltimore where you have family and Johns Hopkins is, and get rid of certificate of need boards. Period.
Wow. Okay. Aiko, please.
Okay, just to that point though, I have talked to doctors about I don't know these doctors in particular, but my doctor told me about a doctor friend of his that doesn't accept any insurance whatsoever, and that allows his clinic to charge much lower rates for the services that he does provide. So if people who are uninsured like go to him, they can actually pay reasonable rates for a lot of the services that they create. I don't know how it's worked because I haven't talked to that doctor since the establishment of that clinic, but it was an interesting idea, and I think that might specifically be an idea that you could use in rural areas, particularly because there are several things that we know about rural areas. One is we know that that older people are involved disproportionately in rural areas. So you have a lot more retirees. Maybe it's a dying town, and the people that have remained are older, and the younger people have moved out. There are a lot of explanations as to why that might be. But there's something else too that we know. So I don't know about this particular hospital that you talked about in your article because it was in Louisiana, and Louisiana expanded Medicaid in 2016, which is about 5 years later than the first states that did. However, I've have read studies that show that that Medicaid expansion states rural hospitals are dying out everywhere, but in Medicaid expansion states, they're dying out more slowly than in the other ones. And so maybe we need to look at why that is, what it is about increasing insurance availability to the populations of rural areas where there aren't massive populations. So everyone that you add can make a difference in terms of being able to create enough revenue to support a hospital. I don't know. Also, maybe there's an inherent advantage to having a population density that can support hospitals, and maybe some sort of revenue sharing system would be in order, especially within networks of hospitals that sort of share the same financials.
Did you say the hospital in the article was in Mississippi? Or are you referring to a different hospital?
Oh,
I
I'm
missed
sorry.
that part.
I'm sorry. No, for some reason I thought it was Louisiana. No,
No, yeah,
Mississippi still hasn't expanded Medicaid, so that makes more sense then.
yeah. Next Spartacus, please.
So yeah, I think that hospitals should be given money by the government to be in certain areas because there's just that profit margin you're not gonna be able to meet if you have a hospital in a really rural area where you're gonna have a lot less people come to visit the hospital. And so the government should have a scaling, basically a scaling flow of money to where if you're going to go out to these like really rural areas, we're going to give you guys this much money per year to work with because we know that you guys are getting the patients that these other hospitals are. We know it's going to be tougher for you to be able to be capitalistic in this market. We understand that, but there's also this need for people to be able to see medical care when they need to see medical care. So the government should be in charge. They should be in charge of that and should push companies to put hospitals out in rural areas for the company to know it'd still be beneficial. They would still profit off it, and that they wouldn't need to garner the amount of customers they currently would have to without this idea.
Corey Campbell.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep it short because I think the fight will be a little bit later on. But I think this is where maybe the United States can take a page out of Canada's playbook, not hockey playbook, but maybe healthcare playbook. Of as I think I mentioned on a previous panel, hospitals in Canada, at least in my experience, basically they don't close. This is not to say the healthcare in Canada is perfect, but they don't close, as far as I can tell. And I would say hospitals are not or healthcare in general, not a consumer good, a public good, or if you want to specify it in hospitals, I would also use the same identifier. Hospitals should not be subject to profitability pressures, where, yes, again, taking a page out of Canada's playbook, the federal government explicitly transfers healthcare money to the provinces. As in, like me in Quebec, Quebec gets money from the federal government specifically for healthcare purposes. And so I'm not opposed to direct cash injections. And lastly, there's actually one thing that Lactoid said that I do agree with, where I think he said something along the lines of, like, if the hospital closed, then you'll see an opportunity to open up. But I think he's sort of leaving out something. I would agree. If the hospital does close, like once the bodies start piling up, then yes, I think you'll see an opportunity open up for something to come in. And I'll keep it there for now.
Thank you so much. Okay. Let's go to Stabby, please.
So here where I live, it's a well-established city, 68,000 people. But one of the problems we had, the city I grew up, the one horse hick town that I came from, we had a regional hospital problem. One of the things we did is we opened up Flight for Life, and that was done with funding from the state of Colorado. And Flight for Life has actually helped us quite a bit. We not only can get people to the next city over, but we can also get them to Denver very quickly. In fact, our Flight for Life has actually brought several women from Texas already during bans and people being confused about what to do if they're suffering a
Is
miscarriage.
that a
And
helicopter service or something? Like, I don't
yes,
know what
Flight for Life.
is. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fully outfitted helicopter filled with everything, and it is expensive. But the thing is, that was one of the investments to the point where we can still, thanks to federal funding of these hospitals and Flight for Life, we can still save people's lives because it is a public interest to keep people healthy. It is a public interest to make sure that they have access to healthcare and that we aren't dealing with, people who are showing up with things we saw in the 1890s. Somebody should not have a car accident and then later find out their leg is gangrenous because they have a brake that is slowly leaking and they're trying to, wrap it themselves or something. We don't want to do things like that. So what we did is we used Flight for Life to help us out. Flight for Life has helped us get women from Texas now, even with some of the bans and the confusion surrounding that, so that we can save their fertility and their lives if they're suffering a miscarriage and any kind of medical help could be seen as an abortion and get people thrown in jail. So they're sending them here. It's helping us keep these hospitals open. And I do think that we need to keep the hospital open. It's weird. I think it's really, really weird that the right wing has just now sat there and said, they'll always talk about the rural America. They'll always talk about, urban problems. And now they're telling everybody to move to Baltimore. Like, figure your shit out. This health issues are not something you just put on your little patchouli lavender oil and like be all like, oh, it cured my mind and body. And, just like grow up. Like, this is a public health interest. I also want to point out really quickly before handing it over to Doobie that Fabian Liberty Scott was describing how one would set up a small clinic and how one would deal with that small clinic. And I really love that he put it that way because he just described how AMR, the American Medical, the ambulance structure and the private industry that no longer exists, that's exactly how they failed. So do some reading up on AMR services. It used to be every ambulance company
Charging battery.
or a giant urban area, and they no longer exist for exactly the same things that were being quoted by Fabian Liberty Scott. So just go ahead and go read up on that if you're watching this, and you can see how private industry failed in a very public sector that is now thriving as soon as we melded it to fire departments. So I'll let Doobie go now. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fantastic. Thank you for that. Especially you're gonna prove Scott wrong. Like we have all the time in the world for that. Let's go to our friend Doobie, please.
So first of the population of this town specifically, the Greenwood, Mississippi, has dropped by almost 25% since like 1990, I think it is, or no, actually the year 2000. It's even worse. So almost 25% since the year 2000, right? So it doesn't seem like they need the big hospital. Maybe they need a smaller hospital to serve the smaller population. There are tons of clinics in the area, practicing medical doctors. You can Google them. They're all over the fucking city, right? So it's not like they need to drive out 40 minutes to get any kind of healthcare. They can get healthcare within the city at all these clinics exist. But it seems like if you make the decision to live in a small town, 14,000 people, just how many people live in this town, maybe you just need to abandon the idea that you're going to have the big hospital experience, right? Because your town doesn't need a big hospital. It needs a small hospital because it has a small population. That seems reasonable. And again, the other hospitals nearby, I think the one that's closest is like 40 minutes. Well, shit, if you need to drive 40 minutes for an appointment or a surgery or whatever, hey, this is what happens if you want to live in a rural place. You don't get the big city treatment of having everything nearby.
What
It
if you
seems
need
pretty
to drive? What if you need to drive 40 minutes for life-saving care? It's not always just a doctor's appointment. It's not always just a surgery. Sometimes it is life-saving care. And so in that event, clinics can't do life-saving care. Regular doctor's office can't do life-saving care.
But they probably have
Even an urgent care center can't do life-saving care.
Yeah, they would probably have them airlifted out and flown to the hospital that can handle them, right?
So
if they need to
please
get there
explain to me
immediately.
where the helicopter is that they're going to use to fly them to the hospital, or are they going to have to wait for the helicopter to come for the big
Well,
hospital?
small hospitals, but they got a fleet of helicopters.
Wait, hold on, not
sure.
a fleet. Hold on, I don't think you guys are being reasonable. So you're telling me that you believe that they need a fleet of helicopters to service
They would need at least
population
one.
of 14,000? Sure, but maybe a county nearby has a helicopter that can get there and pick them up and then swoop off with them.
So then you have to
Right,
wait for the
which is how
helicopter
it
to
works.
get to where you're at. You're still dying.
Which is how it works. Which is
and then
how it
you,
works.
and
in
then get in the
which is
helicopter.
how it
and
works
then
in other
so
places.
I really hope, man. I really hope you got 45 minutes to live, my man, because you're not seeing
What you're
shit
essentially
for
saying-
45 minutes.
Let's
Okay.
let DB. Let's let
What
DB
you're
go.
essentially saying, Sprout, what you're essentially saying is that if somebody makes a decision to live out in the woods somewhere, right? If they don't have a hospital within like 20 minutes or 15, no, not even 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, then they're being underserved somehow. No, they made a decision to live far away from the population center, so they don't get access to the shit that's in the population center quickly. They ask them to take a drive to get there.
But there's no reason to make it unnecessary. There's no reason to make it unnecessary like burdens for them to go to the hospital. There's no reason for unnecessary burdens. Of course, you're not going to need a massive
Who
hospital,
decides
but
how
you're going
necessary
to
it
need
is?
you're going to need a place that can perform life-saving care. And if they can't perform it, then they could transfer you to a
Again,
different
there,
hospital that
there
can
are
perform
other
life-saving
clinics
care.
in the area with hospital beds, with doctors who can perform life-saving
Ooh.
care.
Yes,
Maybe
and
if they
they
need
need to wait for
something,
the helicopter
they
to
need something
get
that
to
they
where you're at.
specifically need something that's at the big hospital. It's in the big building, but it's not any of the small clinics for some reason. They need something like
45
that.
minutes. I
Hey,
think we got
yes.
45 minutes.
Then yes, they're gonna need it. They're gonna need either to be airlifted or they're gonna need to drive. Okay, yes.
Without Corey.
Well, I just want to ask a question. Like, again, I'm ignorant of boots on the ground United States experience, but from what I understand of what I gather from the article, this is generally pretty much like a very impoverished and underserved community. And to what Dewey was saying is they could just move away. Like from what I sort of understand or maybe sort of implicitly assume of it's not so easy for them to move, and like they're there for generations. Like I assume most families they have a long history in that community for a reason, just because it's probably very difficult to escape. But that could be a false assumption on my part.
It's not a false.
So it's really interesting.
on, but
you use this term underserved, right? And what I love about that word is that it sneaks in your abhorrent philosophy into it, because they're not underserved. They're served exactly.
Wait, can you look up
as the
underserved in the
market-
dictionary? Can you just go to dictionary.com? Can you show me where underserved?
I would, but you told me to take I'm already following one of your demands, which was to take a book out of Canada's healthcare policy. So I've already got one
Yeah, I
definition.
have no problem with medical
the
assistance
screen.
in dying. We can talk about that too.
So I like one at a time, right? So when you say underserved, there's this implication that that they have a right to certain things, right? That they have a right to be served, and that 33 minutes, as one person described it, is against their basic human rights of their ability to a hospital. Which the problem with that is where are you drawing this arbitrary distinction? Does every human being in America need to be within 15 minutes of a hospital?
Within
Are we going to
5.
build? Right. Are we going to build, 50,000 hospitals? Where are we going to get the doctors? Because we're not going to get them from Canada because Canada's bleeding doctors, right? Are we going to bring in a fleet of Mexican doctors to and open up our immigration policy so that we can staff 50,000 hospitals in America? It's a stupid fucking point, right? At the end of the day is the community doesn't have money, and they've bled jobs, and now they're bleeding people. And if you want if you want to live in a community that has a hospital within 10 minutes, then you need to move to a population center. Like it's that fucking simple. And the woman gives her advice right at the very end. She said,
So
well, I might move to
yeah.
my family in Baltimore
Wait,
because I know John
wait,
Hopkins isn't going to close anytime
Scott, like,
soon.
well, so like, why don't you just move to unclaimed territory to have your Ancapistan utopia? Like, why don't you just move?
That's a
why don't you-
Literally all unclaimed territory in the entirety of the world as it sets right now is 7 square kilometers that is known as Lieberland.
there's there's
So-
Lieberland, very small, and you've even brought up yourself.
Yeah,
like the,
Corey, there's no reason
like,
to bring up the ANCAP thing. What he just said works within the current system. Like all of his points make sense within the current system. We can't set 50,000 fucking hospitals across the country.
We don't have
that
to.
don't.
We don't
the-
have
the-
to.
the way you
average-
suggest- I don't know why you're putting
wait,
that, like,
wait. So
That's what he said. I'm repeating what he said to you.
But
right?
the people in
So-
Montana
so- so-
live 30
Instead
minutes
of bringing
away.
up ANCAP, I know he's an ANCAP and it's funny, but there's no reason to bring it up right now. Just tell us why you think. So if there's a community, and there are communities in the United States of like 500 people, 600 people. Does this get a fucking massive hospital because there's a community there?
So per
so-
Pew Research,
well,
I'm
let's
gonna
Spartacus
throw
go.
facts here. Per Pew Research, the South Atlantic 13.3 minutes away from a hospital by car average. Middle Atlantic 11.7 minutes away. New England 13.0 minutes away. East North Central 12.4 minutes away. East South Central 14.2. West South Central 12.3.
You don't need to
West
read this
North
all off. What are you
Central,
trying to prove with this?
15.8,
What are you trying to
13.7,
prove?
11.4, and 11.4. What you're looking at
It's all under
is
15.
you're looking at there's only one that's above 15 by 0.8 minutes. So that's the West North Central at 15.8. So you're not adding 50,000 hospitals or some asinine number like that to make everyone within a 15-minute by car.
Everyone?
Wait, that's an
You're-
average.
You're
though.
talking about averages.
That is
What
average.
The fuck are
Yes.
you talking
What I'm
about?
saying is you're not adding 50,000 hospitals. That's not going to happen. It's an unnecessary number and it's exaggerated to try and prove your point. But most of the country, as it is, has an average right now of less than 15 minutes.
This is
Yeah,
how we
well,
know
average.
that you know
We're
about
talking about, like, rural
THC8
towns.
because you must be smoking something to come up with an
Yeah, I'm
argument
definitely
that says
smoking something.
I'm going to
No,
use
there's the
averages
av-
that include
Yes,
people
there's
living in fucking
averages.
city.
There are people that
Like,
are
how
no,
many
we're talking about rural
hospitals-
towns with fucking.
You-
Some of these towns have populations under 1,000 people.
Oh shit.
Right, this is
So
included
there
in
are-
your average.
Are you going to build 15
there are-
hospitals in Appalachia? Like, what are you talking
That-
about?
So there
It's
are
a, it's a
there are
right,
peop-
Scott. We need those hospitals.
So there are people that are outliers. You're going to have outliers, right? But the large
Yeah,
majority is not
This
going
one's
to
an
take 50
outlier.
For the large majority, listen. Don't talk. Listen. I know, wrong hole. I get
We
it.
listen.
It's hard
You're
for you
just
to
saying
figure that
stupid
out.
shit.
So, the large majority, it's not going to take 50,000 hospitals to do that.
Yeah. So
We're not talking about the large
I'm gonna-
majority. We're talking about the rural minority.
jump
Right.
in. All right. So medical deserts in the United States. I'm going to read straight off the
Oh, it's
Wikipedia
another
article.
desert.
Right. It's a great. Yes, it's another desert. We found another
All these
desert.
fucking
indeed,
deserts.
indeed.
Oh my
So-
god.
The United States has many regions which have been described as medical deserts, with those locations featuring inadequate access to one or more kinds of medical services. That's going to set our friend Scott off. An estimated 30 million Americans, many in rural regions of the country, live at least a 60-minute drive, an hour, from a hospital with trauma care services. Limited access to emergency room services as well as medical specialists lead to increases in mortality rates and long-term health problems such as heart disease and diabetes, right? So you guys get who we're talking about here. So we can come up with simple standards, right? Like, so our friend Scott here, right, wants to make set some impossible standard that no one else is actually trying to meet, right? To say that we'd have to have 50,000 hospitals. No, we don't have to do all that, right? We can simply say that within this region, right, for a certain amount of population, we should have some sort of medical center that can do trauma care, right? That's one of the big things, right? Like if you can't get trauma care within a certain amount of time, then you're obviously dead. So it doesn't. You can even start with just like trauma care services, right? Like a small hospital that just has trauma care services, rather than like some sort of large, big city type of setup, right? And just make sure that across the country, just like how we kind of like district Like we have a certain amount of people within a district. We do that every 10 years. We can do that with hospitals to make sure that people have the care that they need. No, we don't have to ensure that people who are living in literally bumfuck nowhere, right, in a single cabin, have immediate access. If you're looking at an entire region and looking at the amount of population there, then you can start making calculations. These things are easily done. We can accomplish these things, right?
Cuz, do
Go
you
ahead.
believe that healthcare is a human right?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
So why is it that you're now saying, well, we'll only deny rights to certain rural people? Because you believe it's a right. You believe everyone should have a right to it. So why are we not building a hospital or at least trauma care within 15 minutes of every human
did-
that lives in America?
That's not a standard that I set, so whatever, right?
Wait,
so I'm
Brian.
saying that,
Oh
like,
no, you just said it was a
I-
human right. Why are you
yeah,
denying
I
those
said
people rights?
I did say it was a human right, absolutely. I'm saying though, the way for practicality purposes, what we could do is set up like a medical like region, right? We could just divide the country into like medical districts, and see like how much medical care is available for a certain number of population centers. That's how we could do it. That's a practical way of looking at this.
Okay, but
Right. So
Brian,
we'll have
you-
incremental socialism, but we'll still be denying people rights
Uh,
because you believe that it's a human right.
You could, yeah, keep trying it. It's not going to work. Keep going. What are you saying, DB?
To be clear, I do want
Run away
incremental
from it if you want.
universal healthcare, right?
Oh,
but,
nice try.
But really quickly, so Prime, so what you said actually makes sense, right? Yeah, smaller
course it does.
hospital that can provide some kind of trauma care, et cetera. Like that makes sense. But if I don't know if you've looked at this hospital, then what we're talking about, it's a pretty large hospital for a very small town, right? So if they just got rid of this location, downsized to something more reasonable for the city, the town that they're in, that makes sense. I have no fucking problem with that. I don't think that we should be funneling money to something this large when it seems like the community just doesn't need it, and it's and maybe the fact that they are not able to keep their doors open, not able to pay their bills, is an indication that the overhead here is too much. Right? They have like over 500 employees, almost 300 beds, a really large fucking hospital for a small town. Right? So
I might.
they just need to downsize.
So this
So
one
I-
should
I
fail.
might-
yeah.
I might be able to agree with you, but I'm not super familiar with this entire medical landscape that's there. So people travel, right? So maybe for this specific town, yes, that hospital might be too big, especially since it's shrunk so much, right? You pointed it out. So that's actually very helpful, but. People travel from other surrounding towns, right? And it becomes like a nexus. So maybe if we were to divide things up, then it would make sense to keep this particular hospital around because it services many people outside of the city limits or the county limits. So that could be the case. But maybe we might have to downsize it. It could go either way.
Well, so in my research before the panel, so I actually checked, right, if there are any other hospitals in the area that could service these people. There are multiple hospitals in the area. Actually, they're in the state. Just FYI, I looked it up really quickly. There is an air care helicopter force, locations all over the state that services the entire state. So yeah, they could airlift people from this place to somebody else hypothetically, right? But that being said, there are like 3 or 4 other hospitals. I think they're all like 40 minutes out, right? So yeah, if you're coming from another town, yeah, you might get stuck in this place somehow. 40 minutes from these other hospitals, and it makes more sense to go to this one. But still, it seems like even in that situation, you're not going to have hundreds of people stuck in this hospital on these beds, right? And if that did start happening, there'd probably be like a massive health problem in the community, and they would need to involve the other hospitals anyway. So it seems like they just need to downsize. This one should fail, be replaced with something more competitive, much more suited to the community.
The problem is the amount of government intervention that is required in terms of building new hospitals. So there can't be competition in the market because they're priced out of the market because Mississippi is a certificate. They have con boards, right? So it takes a lot of capital investment to deal with all of the bureaucratic red tape that is very expensive and takes a lot of time in order to build a hospital. So like if someone wanted to come in, if you got rid of con boards, just con boards alone, much less all of the other regulations on healthcare. It's one of the most regulated industries in America. But if you just were allowed to come in the market and say, look, this hospital sucks. They have the lights on. They're wasting money for this giant facility, right? They just got rid of, what is it? Their neonatal and pregnancy care center, right? They got rid of some things, but they're wasting money on all these things. So I'm going to create a much smaller model with a much smaller building that's cheaper rent, that it's cheaper to keep the lights on, et cetera, and compete with this hospital, right? Then you could easily get rid of that hospital with the market without ever having a quote unquote underserved community. But it's the state enforcement and regulation and central planning like Prime Kai's wants that has caused this problem to begin with. Not to mention the fact that they had to get a big loan that just, I don't know, happened during the pandemic, almost like some of their financial problems might also be the cause of fucking government lockdowns to begin with as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just quickly, Aiko, we can hear whatever you're doing for your hands, like that sound, whatever
sorry.
you're doing. We can
Yep.
hear that, but you want to say something? Go ahead.
Oh yeah. But also you can have some unintended consequences to the profit motive as well. Like if you can take a large hospital and
It's not
downsize
centrally
it.
planned. There's no such thing as unintended consequences from the profit model.
I've talked to friends of mine who are doctors at some larger hospitals, and I've asked them these questions too about rural areas before, because this was a big talking point about 10 years ago when people were talking about Medicaid expansion to begin with and why these rural hospitals were at risk of failing. And all of this was predicted. And a lot of it was that if you start downsizing these hospitals, let's say, you don't necessarily need a neonatal care that's 15 minutes away. So maybe you can get rid of that in a hospital and have people go a further distance away. Problem is those departments might be more profitable, and the trauma center that you'd like to have is less profitable. And so now you've actually made problems worse, not better, because you're closing down areas that are larger profit centers. Or here's an example that happened to my mom. She had a stroke a couple of years ago. We took her. We were actually very close to the hospital. We got there within 5 minutes, and getting there that fast allowed her to get the initial care she needed, and it saved her life. But they needed to get her as fast as possible to a stroke center, and there wasn't one in that hospital. So they put her on a care flight, and they took her into Dallas, it was about an hour before she finally got into where she needed to be through this care flight. Well, turns out, I found out later, that just 3 blocks away from where we were was Presbyterian Hospital, which was an entirely different hospital system. She could have gone there and would have gotten care much faster. But the reason she didn't, as we found out later, was that Baylor wanted to keep her business within the Baylor system. And so she was sent to a hospital further away through a very expensive care flight because they wanted to keep her in the system. Like that to me is like, that's the sort of thing that needs to get fixed.
Capitalism at its finest.
Yeah,
that's an intended consequence, though.
If you're in a rural, yeah, that's probably true. If you're in a rural area, then getting to the nearest hospital, like that's even more important, because the more profitable hospital to send somebody might be considerably further away than the nearest hospital or the nearest area that can serve these things. So I think a lot of it has to do with the profit incentive within the system, and also the way in which more profitable areas of hospitals pay for less profitable areas.
Yeah, that's not profit incentive, right? Because the profit incentive would make you disincentivized from doing that, because unless you had some form of prior agreement with your insurance company or contract, that's likely an act of aggression, and you should sue, and that should hurt your profits immeasurably when you do something like intentionally prolong the care that you've promised to provide in such a way that it could lead to death or permanent damage. So the profit incentive would actually be to go to the nearby hospital, but we have such a mixed market economy that I doubt that. But I mean, of course, mistakes happen. See, but that's not a profit incentive. Like, you'd be disincentivized from doing that in a free market.
I mean, this was Baylor. This was Baylor in the Baylor system. She was care flighted an hour away to another Baylor hospital when a competing hospital was nearby.
Yeah, they made a lot of money.
I don't know how they profit from that.
Yeah, well, but you're looking at profit. You're looking at profit as, well, so long as they stay in the system, we'll make more money off of this transaction. right? But if you make
Mhm.
decisions that cause you to get sued because you violated people's rights, and you're going to get a lot less money, and therefore the profit incentive would disincentivize you from doing those actions.
If you get sued, if people understand that they've been wronged, if you are have the reserves, like you have the money to afford a person like Lactoid to do the suing for you, right? Like if all that's the case, then yes, sure.
If there's not
like, that's
something in the
maybe.
in
Or
the
if you just have
waivers that you
insurance.
signed, or if your insurance
Yeah.
company says that it's okay for them to do it that way, or
Yeah.
even preferred for them to do it that way, there are a lot of different.
Yeah, I mean, if you
reasons why.
voluntarily sign something to that'll put you in harm's way, that's your fault.
Yeah,
as an
you know,
individual.
while his
Yeah, your
mother's
mom's having
bleeding
a
out.
stroke and they can't
Yeah.
care for her until I sign something. I'm gonna stop, like it's
Hey,
like
you
I'm
didn't
asking whether or not to round up my dollar.
Yeah.
That's
so
not what
that
I
can-
said.
He's
That's not what I said. I
he's
said if
gonna
you've
email
signed
to
something,
Lactoid, Lactoid's
if
gonna
you
get back to him in 2 business days, right? And
if you
then we'll-
sign something, no, if you sign something that voluntarily ahead of time says, in the event of an emergency, we reserve the right to keep you within our hospital system, even if there's like a closer such and such. Yeah, that's on you. Now, if you're talking about in the moment, someone wants to try and coerce you into signing care to stay within their system, like then we start getting into more complex contract law
the
from a common law
coercion is someone
perspective of like,
dying. That's the
Right,
coercion.
right.
Well,
but
I know I get what
if you have
Fabian's
a
saying now. He's saying that when I first bought the insurance, or when my
Right.
mom first bought the insurance, like, of course, uh, how many of us read the fine print and then are able to project into the
You
future
shouldn't
what
sign
we think
shit
our
you don't
issues are gonna
understand.
be.
No one should sign shit they don't understand.
But I assume you don't agree with
Especially if
every
you
terms
can't
of
predict
service
the
that you've
future.
clicked through.
I literally
but
agree
there's-
to them.
And then there's
It's
also
not how
the
I
fact
would
that
run the business, but I agree to them.
like that's if you even have a choice though, right? Because in America, most people get their insurance through their employer, so you might not have a choice there. But I guess they should also find a different employer who has different insurance plan, right? Who has a proper pay in the industry that you can work with. All those things should happen, right? Every person can probably calibrate their life within this capitalistic system. Sure. But I think that
Yeah, you should read your insurance plan before you sign shit.
you
I
should
don't think that's a
absolutely read it.
complicated
I didn't
thing.
say that you shouldn't read it, but I'm saying that doesn't mean you necessarily have a choice. If you're getting it through your employer, then what the fuck are you going to do about it? Like I don't know. It's pretty simple.
Yeah,
What do you
or
think
that
you
you-
can do
people
about
are
it?
Just
saying,
move
Or that you
people are saying
employers.
that they
understand
can't
all the
people are
ramifications,
saying they
like
can't hear
10
me
years down the line.
on
They
your
can
stream.
not hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had a couple of people come in, like Zonia came in and was like, "Hey, I can't hear you on Prime Stream."
In my stream,
Yeah, like I'm
maybe
like super quiet or something. I don't know.
I can try to
I'm just
pump
letting you
you
know.
up.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'll try to put the volume up a bit. So yeah, hopefully.
But
Go ahead.
so I do want to address a point that do be made earlier in terms of like relocation, et cetera, and maybe allowing the hospital to fail. So like I'm not 1,000% committed to like keeping the hospital open, and like in principle, like I can see if it's totally as you say, pretty much like it's much bigger than it needs to be, then like totally like scaling it down is like reasonable. And again, like Canada has, I think, pretty like remote and rural areas too. And so while I said that, yeah, generally speaking, hospitals don't close in Canada, but what I would also say is that there's the sort of reciprocal of like it's also like much rarer for a new hospital to be built. And so like one of the ways that we attempt to, I'm not saying this is the perfect way, but one of the solutions that we have found is like, so in certain areas, in, for example, like the Yukon, like we actually like fly doctors there for a temporary amount of time, saying like, here's your 2-week window to get whatever you're screening, et cetera. Like I can see something like that as like it doesn't have to be like you have to absolutely keep the hospital open. I think there are multiple solutions.
Wait, but there are already other clinics in the area. There are private clinics in the area with medical doctors who are practicing who can do that kind of stuff.
You're saying in this town?
In Mississippi, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, in this specific town too. Like there are tons of little clinics around.
Yeah, but from what I understand, sort of as I was alluded to earlier, like the pregnancy unit and like the neonatal intensive care unit was like shut down. And so like I'm not saying like you have to keep the entire infrastructure. Like we also have like there are hospitals that we have in Canada where like, you know, over time, like there's been less need for them. We like shut
Let
down
me
like
ask
an
you a
entire
question.
wing of a hospital.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. So, do you guys have like you said you have rural areas. So what about what's it called? Just looking at it, 1 second.
Yukon, Nunavut, Northwest Territories.
Hazleton, even better.
Okay, sure.
Population less than 500 people. They do have a hospital, but if you look at it, it's really like a clinic. It's a very small,
Mhm.
single-story building, very small thing, which it makes sense with the population size. So if there's something more specialized that hospital can't handle, like let's say maybe they're not equipped to handle pregnancy or difficulties in pregnancy, or maybe they're not equipped to handle surgery, or someone gets their fucking spine split in half or something. What would happen? They'd get airlifted somewhere else.
Yeah,
right.
that is
Yeah,
true.
well, this
absolutely.
is exactly
that-
what would
but-
happen in
but-
this situation. Like, yeah, so
But
you
if
can have
that's
the
there-
smaller clinics, the smaller hospitals. If you need something more specialized, yeah, airlift them somewhere else. It's fine.
But if that's there, then they should be able to handle like the basic life-saving care that you would expect of
What does
an
that mean?
emergency
What does
room.
basic life-saving care mean?
What you would expect to receive in an emergency room. You would expect someone
Like
to be
what?
able. You would expect someone to be able to to treat gunshot wounds. You would expect someone to be able to treat a broken
Especially in
arm.
rural areas.
You would expect someone to be able to treat a hernia, kidney
Yeah, so
stone,
again,
yada yada yada.
There are lots of small clinics in the area, and I'm sure could treat a broken arm, a kidney stone, maybe even a gunshot wound, right? I don't know about these specific
So
clinics.
if you have a
But
gunshot
even
wound,
but
you're
so but even
required
if
to
they
go to
were
an emergency room.
even if they were to downsize this hospital, they could still, again, keep a functioning hospital with an emergency room that can handle this sorts of emergency situations. All I'm suggesting is that they don't need a hospital this large, and it makes sense to downsize because their population is reduced by almost 25% in the last 20 years.
All I'm suggesting is that they maintain the emergency life-saving care
Sure.
that is needed for that hospital.
Sure, but they don't need a giant.
I'm not saying they don't, I'm not saying they couldn't use a downsize. I'm just suggesting that, like, even in a town full of 500, that they should be able to have something relatively close that they can go to and be like, I need life-saving care. I just got shot. I need help.
Sure.
Like I don't think
There's
anyone's
also-
making the argument of like we have to like absolutely maintain this specific infrastructure, given that what you said, and I absolutely take it as true. Like if the population reduces, like if there's absolutely like no need for it, I don't think anyone's saying like it has to be maintained this way, like in perpetuity type of thing.
There's also another
the-
factor here, and that is every hospital has, like I said, profitable parts of their business, but they also have some customers that are more profitable than others. And when they have someone who comes in who's uninsured and they have to take care of them anyway, then that costs them a certain amount of money, and that money comes out of the income that they get from other customers. And if you're in a state like, let's take for instance in Texas, in order to qualify for ACA, like in private insurance, you've got to be above the poverty line, or in some cases, 133% or above of the poverty line in order to qualify for that insurance. But here in Texas, in order to qualify for Medicaid, you have to have income that's below 50% of the poverty line, which means from 50% to 100 to 133%, that's called the Medicaid donut hole. Those people have no coverage at all. So when they show up to the hospital can't enroll them in Medicaid, and they're not able to qualify for private insurance plans, subsidized private insurance plans. And so you have this big chunk of the population that comes in that is a cost burden for that hospital. If you're in a state that's expanded Medicaid, then they'll qualify for Medicaid if they're below 133%. And so at that point, you have a lot more rural hospitals that don't have to absorb that extra cost. And so the odds of any given hospital closing goes down.
Wait, Aiko, if
So
you're
the
above
problem
the,
here-
if you're above the poverty line, like I'm confused.
Yes.
So, like if you're above the poverty line, you could just buy insurance, right? If you're above the
Mhm,
poverty
mhm.
line.
Right. But if you're below the poverty line, but above 50% of the poverty line, then you're in the donut hole.
So you're telling me that you can be 50% under, like you can be making half, like between 0 and the poverty line, you could be making like half that, and
You,
not
yes,
qualified?
yes. Welcome to the state of Texas, and
Pretty
a lot of
base.
states, a lot of conservative states are like that too, like throughout the South. So I'm sure Mississippi's like that too. I just don't know the numbers for Mississippi like I do Texas. But yeah, if you're above 50%, if you're in that donut hole, then you don't qualify for anything. You can't get ACA subsidies, and you can't qualify for Medicaid. You're sort of in this limbo. And hospitals have to absorb the cost if they're going to treat you, and they can't
And
turn
they
you
have
away
to,
if
yep,
it's
they have to
life-saving
treat
care.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to
Yeah.
treat you. So that means
So-
basically your local hospital becomes a charity case for you.
The problem with this is it seems like the people that are for helping this hospital are really only looking at the situation in hand. And they're not looking at what they're establishing as a moral norm, what they're establishing as into the economy, and like like they're consequentialists looking at a freeze frame. It's very strange to me. Right? Like I don't think anyone like on its face, I think most people go, here's a hospital that's dying. Here's, 60,000 people that are like, being forced by circumstances to drive out to these other hospitals. It's not really a big deal for us to like grab money that's like, pennies in the bucket as far as the tax structure is concerned to like maintain these people and like hopefully fix something. And like that sounds good, right? It sounds like, like we're helping people out. But you're not actually helping anybody. You're hurting people. And the reason you're hurting people is that you're establishing several things. First, you're pulling the hospital system more out of the market, which means the incentive structure of the profit motive is taken away to another degree. This stifles innovation. If a hospital knows that if it starts doing poorly, it can just beg the government for money, then it knows that it doesn't have to figure out ways to reduce healthcare costs. This increases healthcare costs for all of us. Another thing that it does is that it pulls money from all of us, right? Like we have to recognize that tax money comes from a place. And that tax money comes from a place that stifles GDP because it's money taken away from our pockets. It means less available jobs, lower wages in America, less business growth, higher inflation because GDP is reduced, right? So like monetary inflation is affected. All of these are problems that when you take this money and start injecting it into this system. Meanwhile, a large portion of the problem here is that we don't have a market here. We don't actually have a profit incentive. What you're doing is you're saying socialism caused this problem. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to interject more socialism and hopefully it won't cause more of the same fucking
Socialism
problem.
caused this problem. How did socialism cause this problem? I beg your pardon. Did you not go check the AMR like I asked you to?
What I know that you were
didn't do your
gone for a
homework,
long while,
Scott.
but I've been participating in this debate.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're charging my system, my entire HVAC system and my boiler. So I apologize, but it took us that long and they're just now leaving and having dinner. So, people with jobs, the ones you're saying you want to protect. All right. Settle down. Fucking weird.
Okay, so no, I didn't look at your AMR situation. I don't. What about it? Make your argument.
Well, our AMR situation was the
Mhm.
private situation. Like the cost was so fucking high. The bills were triple what they are now, and they're already pretty bad. EMTs were overworked. EMTs were committing suicide at massive rates. They were crashing the vehicles. They weren't sleeping. We couldn't keep EMTs. We couldn't even get paramedics. And so what we did is we took it as a public service. It's all throughout America now. There is no AMR anymore. Okay. It's not the American Medical Response System anymore. And we combined them all to the public sector. And now we have qualified paramedics. You have to be on a waiting list to get this job. Like people are staying. We have good shifts. We have enough workers to handle this, and it's actually less expensive. One of the things about rural hospitals is if you have your emergency service transport vehicles and you have them going several miles away, it ends up becoming more expensive in the long run. And that is a public service. So if people are going to Baltimore for the nearest hospital, what you're actually starting to look at is the public sector service that's already handling the emergency calls now has to go all the way to Baltimore and come back. We're looking at gas problems. We're looking at more shift work that needs to be done. We're looking at overworked EMTs again. We're looking at having to get, drivers that are specifically drivers for this particular thing.
Right. So that was a really long, like, positive, message to,
It
having
took
the
25
state take over
no, it
this.
took 25
Right.
years to
But
fall. It took 25 years to fall.
okay, but you're not comparing like terms in any way. So your comparison is irrelevant, right? One is one surviving in the market, which is highly regulated, and then the other is one that doesn't have profit. The money is taken from somewhere. So you don't know what the economy would have done in that time period without that taxation, right? So you're taking a variable and just being like, it's magic money, right? Like, no, the money comes from taxes,
Where did I
right?
say
Which is
magic
money
money? Where did
taken
I say
out
magic
of the
money?
economy.
No, 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 no. You just made that up and pulled it out of your ass. Where did I say
No,
magic money? I said this is already a publicly funded service. This publicly
it's not.
funded service gets more expensive if we have to take everybody from the rural town I used to live in and get them all the way over to Denver, which is 4 hours away, in an
Mhm.
ambulance, you're looking at something 1,000 times more expensive than actually trying to, I don't know, invest in the hospital with Flight for Life, invest in the hospital with other transportation services that's to a, closer to a bigger hub. We're going to actually save more money. You're not going to tell me that let's see, on average, in a month, we have about 780 cases that do this. I used to be a volunteer firefighter here, and I'm EMT certified and hazmat certified before I joined the Army. So there was about 500 then. There's about 780 transport cases where I live out of a town of 68,000 per month. If we have to go more than 500 miles, but about 400 miles from where I live, if we have to go that far to Denver, up Vale Pass, we are looking at loss of life. We are looking at horrendous costs. What we did instead is we started getting Flight for Life, these helicopters that are all tricked out, as actual mobile intensive care units. And we started sending them in lieu of ourselves to the hospitals. They made their money back within 3 years. On top of making their money back within 3 years, now every hospital that's rural, again, we live in the mountains, okay? You don't play on our roads. We spend billions on our roads to keep them open. So our Flight for Life has managed to infuse these hospitals with cash. They have paid it off quickly, and these hospitals are absolutely vital because there are some areas where we would rather risk an avalanche with Flight for Life than actually try to drive there because you can be 45 miles away from a place and it can take you 3 hours depending on the mountain road we have here. So it actually fucking worked. And we're not taxing the public service, which is the fire department and the transportation services of ambulances, like threefold the cost it would have been to keep the hospital open. Does that make sense?
Right. But again, it doesn't actually address any of my concerns. You're saying that the state was able to implement a program that was more effective than what the market was currently doing in terms of the consequential like outcomes that you're looking at. The problem is that in no way, shape, or form was that not simply a market void in which the private corporations or companies could have been doing the same thing if it was such a great thing that like saved everybody money. And you're saying, well, we're not taxing the services, the EMS services. But where is that tax money coming from? Is it not funded at all, or is it taxed at the hospitals? Like you haven't addressed the issue that these aren't like terms.
Tax here. So here in the state of Colorado, I have a 13% tax rate for sales tax. Um,
Mhm.
so we're paying for it with the taxes here. Here's the thing. That has not lifted. The last time we went from 11% of a sales tax rate to 13% of a sales tax rate, um, that was over the 2008 crisis. We didn't see an increase in our taxes because we managed to synthesize and combine so many like services that we were able to actually dig ourselves out of the hole, the very problematic hole. And I will admit immediately to you that the state of Colorado probably has a much bigger problem when it comes to emergency transport just because of the nature of our roads. Like there's one road to get on the other side of the Great Divide, you have to go through a granite mountain and there's only one access point. So I will say that probably Colorado had a bigger hill to climb. We probably had a, mountain, whatever. We
Mhm.
probably had a much more difficult situation because of our topography. But outside of our topography, We literally just combined all of the like services and did not see an increase in our taxes at all. We didn't see an increase in our taxes until 2008, actually. Until
You're saying a
that
new
market
program,
wars
a new
crashed
program,
and burned.
a new program was created, and it didn't increase taxes at all. How did they
No.
fund said program? Where did the money come from
So-
to fund it?
So Colorado has managed to have like a surplus. So when I say an 11% tax rate, I mean like we have
So
a
money
pretty
was
high-
taken from taxes, right?
of course.
And then
But
given
my
to
point
fund this
is
program. They're not like
it's
terms.
now- Right. We funded a market that failed. So we came up with a solution because your market couldn't. If your market fails, kick it the fuck out and we'll do it ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, that doesn't make
It's
any
far
sense. You have
better,
a highly
actually.
regulated, market, and then you have something that isn't a business that is using stolen funds from taxpayers to fund this program.
Oh,
You're saying,
dear
look at how great this program was. And it's like, yeah, but they're not like terms.
Stolen funds? Are you okay. I did not know I was dealing with like a full blown it's theft. Get off my
Do you know
road.
who you're talking to?
Where have
Yeah,
you
yeah.
been?
I didn't
I'm,
think
the
also
largest,
I-
I'm the largest
Oh.
libertarian in fucking Twitch politics.
Why are
Like,
you on the internet?
Sure.
You do know that this was a publicly funded experiment that we now have access to, right? Just get the fuck off. You don't belong here. Bye.
Just like SpaceX, the
I-
private
that's not the
corporations
dub
came
you
along and
think
made it
it
better.
Like,
But
Like,
but it also sounds like, if I'm hearing Stabby right, it sounds like what's happened. What I think I heard her say that they were already publicly funding like fire stations, and that they just rolled this into that public funding, and so they were able to leverage like spending that was already happening and just getting more functionality out of it. Is that right?
And there's one thing that we did borrow from. I will say that. We borrowed and we did fundraisers so that we could get people who were they were AMR service workers, especially in Denver. And one of the things we did is we did get the state to use an education fund that could get you into the fire department kind of in an apprentice role. And then we also had you volunteer firefighting while you were getting your EMS certification up to state standards. And we did borrow from an education fund for that. That one had nothing to do at all with emergency services. It had nothing at all to do with how those were funded. Hazmat ended up having to be that way, if I recall. There was something that went wrong there.
So,
But what we did is we did roll those in.
So I wanted to get back to some of the core issues here. So I think actually, despite some of my other friends think here that socialism actually will solve this issue. Absolutely. I think
The
it's
fucking nods.
Yeah, I'm with you, Prime. You know,
yeah,
At least you admit
absolutely.
it,
There's
right?
no other way.
And of course,
I think that it's interesting that what Scott wants, right? He wants to, in case, and make sure I'm correct, you want to massively deregulate the medical field, the specifically about the hospital creation field. Correct? Just yes or no on that one, Scott?
I mean, I'm an incrementalist, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So then, because he talked about like all the like the red tape you got to go through to build one of these things. You know, like red tape, like building codes, right? To make sure that it doesn't.
No, dude. Look into con boards. Con
red
boards are a whole
tape.
nother level of red tape. Like
Sure.
building a hospital is
I,
one of the most bureaucratic,
it
expensive, and
should
ridiculous things to do in those states.
it's
be.
supposed to be.
Oh,
Ironically, California, not a certificate of need board state.
Do you know
I-
what has more red tape than our hospitals here in the United States or actually anywhere in the Western world? Building code in Japan when you're building on an active fault line. Way more red tape. I don't
But
know.
yeah,
what the
That's
point
somewhat good.
Snapple facts. All right.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
take a Snapple fact. Like,
that's quite the reference, Scott.
Yeah.
Quite the reference.
That's Snapple
I mean,
factor, yeah.
seriously. So the red tape is to make sure that those places are safe, to make sure that those places are operating above board, to make sure that those places don't have like that one guy who was killing people with insulin all those years.
Yeah, I mean, like that. This is exactly what you have to. Like, it's necessary, right? Like hospitals, yes, are. I mean, I used to work in a hospital. an extremely regulated environment and for damn good reasons, right? Not now. I'm not going to back every single regulation. I'm sure you can find me things that I would say maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe something we need to look at. But overall, right, we need a strong regulatory regime. We're talking about the people who are in charge of your life, right? I don't know. I feel like that's like a good.
Do you want to know the
plan,
real story?
right?
Do you want to know the real story where this started?
And then the second thing is
Lefty will
this
love
idea
it.
of competition, right? So I think I'm not sure if DB said that, but I think Lactoid did and Scott. The idea that once these things close, necessarily a something else will rise in its place, right, to fill that hole in the market. Except that's not how these things usually work, right? And in fact, if that was the case, then we wouldn't be having this issue of medical deserts in the first place, because these things disappear and then they go away, like they're gone for good. But sorry. I guess of course we have to lower the regulations. So first lower the
Yes.
regulations, and then have
Market's not free enough.
If the people leave, of course it'll close down.
Exactly, right. Have a hospital that isn't up to code, that isn't up to snuff, right? That provides that has to provide a lower standard of care, and then that will replace, right? Like, yeah, sure. Why not even have medically trained doctors? I mean, I'm sure we can find some people who are competent enough, I guess, to like operate on. But why not?
Promcast, let me tell you the real reason why regulations started in the medical industry with doctors in America. And the leftists, you guys are gonna love this story. If you're like an ANCOM communist or something, you're gonna love this shit. What the real reason all of these regulations started hitting doctors, especially in the AMA and things like that, was because poor coal miners and factory workers in the 1800s started creating something known as the lodge system, where they collectively got together to bargain to be able to get doctors. And what it started to do is the elite, wealthy, capitalist class individuals started getting really fucking mad that poor workers that were on strike and things like that were able to set up a mutual aid system that allowed them to go into the marketplace and say, you know what? You're not good of enough a doctor for us, or you're too expensive. And they started, how dare these poor plebeians start setting price in the market and telling us that we're not good enough, or that or that we're not worth the amount of money that we're paying. And so all of a sudden, large associations start forming, and the wealthy get together and they start using the power of the state to saying, you know what, this is a problem. We don't have proper licensing. We need state granted monopoly in the AMA, and we need to make sure that there's more and more regulation. And bit by bit, the lodge system was destroyed by the
What year was this?
state. Oh,
What
fuck,
year was
what year? I don't know the exact year. It'd be 1800s
Okay.
lodge system.
Ah,
I
okay.
want to say like
That's
mid to late
funny. That's funny.
1800s.
That's funny because the very first medical regulations actually were Renaissance Italy. But you know, I guess you can't read. Nice. Good to know.
Are you
Typical
fucking
libertarian.
retarded? Like I didn't.
The first
What you
regulation,
think?
we actually
America's
had one of
never
our
had
first
a
regulations.
true free market. Oh my god.
We
This is, you know
actually,
what?
we
Just go whatever you
actually,
say. You're gonna make my point better for me by just appearing as dumb as you fucking are.
sure,
Go,
sure.
go for it.
So we actually had our very first regulations in the 1600s before we were actually the United States. So you sitting here like having some kind of like conspiracy yarn you're like going to like get out of nowhere is fucking hilarious.
Doesn't like the
Roger.
level
Some
of
of the first
regulation matter.
I don't even
regulations,
need.
some of the first
That's so
regulations
fucking
were that you had
stupid
to pass
and
a
such like a
some of
fucking
the
non
first regulations in
sequitur of what I'm
America
saying
were
that
that
like I
you
don't
had
need to respond.
no,
That's
no,
hilarious.
you just made up a fucking
Oh
story.
wait, hold on. Was
dude.
the first regulation, or like was there like maybe a like an increase in regulation around the time
the
Scott's
first one,
talking about, or like what does it
so
matter
the
if the
first
first
one,
regulation happened then?
no, one of the first ones that happened once we were a nation that we carried over from British law was about passing board examinations to be a practicing physician. So that you couldn't get in trouble for some of the things like people died a lot whether they got medical care or not. So that was one of the first regulations in the United States.
So it could just
It
be
was like
that.
it was right before the Revolutionary
Should
War.
it just
I
be the
know that.
case that our friend Scott is just talking about another set of regulations in the long list? Like, it may not be the first, certainly, but like, okay. But it could just
Which
be
regulations? That's why I asked
well
for a date.
specific.
Which regulations?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to ask Scott here, but specifically, he's talking about like the AMA being created as a way of destroying this lodge system. So I don't know specifically which one, but that just could be another one that was created, but at a later point in time, right? Yeah, I don't know, but so
Looking at the
I
history of the lodge system, it's really fucking complicated.
that's
So can we talk about the regulation that I think is relevant to this topic, which is EMTALA, right? Which is the bill that Ronald Reagan signed that said that hospitals can't turn you away for certain kinds of care when you come over. And it seems to me that everything else that followed was a result of that. Because if we're talking about, again, if we're talking about the Medicaid donut hole and the fact that these rural hospitals are having to take on the burden of uninsured people that come to them because they're responsible for doing that, we've got to at least come up with a way where, I mean, it seems like we have a choice. You can either have the government cover these people, which is what Medicaid is, or you can expect the private hospitals to take on that burden and become some sort of mandated unfunded charity. And it seems to me that the Medicaid option is far superior to those two options, even though these same studies that say that Medicaid expansion has helped, it hasn't stopped the decline of rural hospitals. So we're going to need more solutions than that. But it does seem to me that the fact that EMTALA passed in the first place in the 80s, was signed by a Republican, very popular Republican president, and has never been repealed, is because the American people sort of, even though they don't necessarily want to pay for a lot of Medicaid for people because they don't like the taxes that are associated with it, they also recoil at the idea of refusing care to people who need it. And of course, it's even worse when you consider all other kinds of treatments that are not covered by EMTALA, like the cancer treatments and things like that, or extended like with my sister, she had a heart condition. But you've got to have you have to have a choice. You have to be able to turn people away, or you've got to come up with some way of paying for it. And if you don't do one of those two things, then rural hospitals just aren't sustainable.
Yeah, so I don't disagree. So I think Lactoid did bring this up earlier. I think also Doobie as well, in terms of like the population density just isn't there to like fund these healthcare services. I would agree that's a problem, which is why like I'm not opposed to like again through probably like monetary means of like empowering these people if they want to relocate to population dense areas, as in to allow them to move closer to a hospital. Like I'm not opposed to that solution either. I'm not saying we have to build like a super hospital next to like, you know, a town of like 100 people. But I'm also not opposed to like empowering these people to relocate if they actually want to relocate.
What about people who
But
don't
what
want
if
to relocate?
what if they inherited the family farm, right? And they're just trying to keep this family farm going, right? And then that unexplicably takes away their drive to the hospital, to where it's an enormous drive to the hospital. It's very hard to get to the hospital. But I'm here trying to run the farm. I'm here doing what America needs, because believe it or not, farmers get subsidies to farm, especially when it's something the government needs, but it's not extremely profitable for the farmer. So
Sounds
it
like
seems
you
like
need
the
to sell
farmer
the
is
farm and move
needed,
somewhere else.
right? It seems like the farmer is needed, but then again, they don't have access to medical care should they need it, or at least not quick access.
Well,
Yeah.
it sounds like they need to sell the farm to somebody else who can maybe run it better,
To someone else who
run
can
it without the concern that they
to
have.
someone
about
else who
getting to
cannot
the
have medical
hospital.
access.
A massive corporation would be better at running that farm. Okay, sell it to one of them. Let them run
provides
the
health
farm,
insurance.
feed America, and they can move to the city with their healthcare. Okay,
So you're not okay with small businesses then, because
that's
you
not
just
what
believe
I
big
said. That
businesses
isn't
can
at
do it
all what
better.
I said. I said if you straining to run the family farm,
You're not straining to run the family
farm.
farm. You're just without
Oh, so
quick
they're
medical
making a good
assistance.
living in this really rural place,
Yes,
right? Okay, well,
because
if
they get
that's the
subsidies
case,
from the government.
this is one of the sacrifices of many sacrifices I'm sure that they're going to make to keep this family farm going. Okay, this is what they've decided to do with their life. They need to take some responsibility, accountability, and understand. Hey, this
I tell you what,
decision
don't
has some
die from being
consequences.
stabbed. Take responsibility.
This
Get your ass
decision
to
that
the
I'm making
hospital. Don't
has
die
some
before that, though.
consequences. One of those consequences is, hey, maybe I don't got to go to a strip club. Maybe I don't got to go to a casino. Maybe I don't got to go to the fucking hospital when I get
Yes,
stabbed.
because strip clubs and casinos
Maybe
are equal to
this
hospitals.
decision. That's not what I said. You fucking idiot. If they decide to live out there in the fucking wilderness in the family farm, then yeah, they're not gonna have access to shit that's in the big city, of course.
Yeah. No, this is
And
obviously
it makes it
it's obviously a trade-off.
it makes
right?
it less desirable.
I-
As it becomes
yeah.
less desirable, less people want to do it, which
Well,
means you increase the cost of food prices.
I've always
It's
taken
really
the
that
incel
simple.
route and saying that, like, yes,
Like
boobs are
like the market, like the
are a
price
human right,
equation. The
and
price
so
equation is
you should have a strip
undefeated,
club within 15
right?
minutes of you. Go ahead, Lacto. You're trying to say
Well,
something.
it's
Public
like,
good.
it's always a trade-off, right? So like, there's plenty of reasons to move to like a rural area or like a suburban area where like you're a little bit further away from things, right? Like in the Midwest, right? My mortgage is, with everything included, is $400 a month. Not many people in big cities can say that, right? You can get a lot more for a lot less. You also can be away from people if you don't want to, listen to people honk their horns and be around you all day long. And perhaps in a time of COVID, when you're far away from people, it's safer because then you don't have, you're automatically socially distancing just simply based on where you live. There's all sorts of let's keep, another thing is there's a lot less regulation on what you can do on your own property, right? My friends that live in rural areas, if you want to go in your backyard and just start open fire on some cans that you have lined up against the fence, you can do that. There's no problem with that. You can't do that in a city, right? There's some major issues there.
And Lacto does a full
Mhm.
armory.
So,
I know this.
I'm just saying, like,
Well-
there is amazing things that come from living in rural areas, but one of the trade-offs here for like cheaper living and like a more independent lifestyle is a more independent lifestyle, in that you're not going to have access
Right.
to the same level of services
Look
that
at
you would
price,
if you're
though.
like living in an urban area.
Look at price though, right? Like the hospital leaves, right? And everyone goes, "Oh my God, what a fucking tragedy." And right? And then all of a sudden, the property values in that area go down because they don't have the selling point of emergency care in the immediate area. So now it's cheaper to live there. Well, because it's cheaper to live there, some people are going to be like, "Fuck this place. I want a hospital nearby." And then some people are going to swoop in and be like, "I'm paying $3,000 for a closet in New York City, but it's fucking $600 a month for this place." And so the whole
It's
thing
reverse
here is that, like,
gentrification.
as the hospital leaves, right, the property values go down, and then that brings in people that want to live there and are okay with living not near a fucking hospital because the property is so cheap. Like, it's a choice.
Except that it's not for everyone. Like, I mean,
It's literally a choice for everyone. That's a
No,
bullshit
it's
lie.
not a choice for everyone. Some people, it's difficult. They have all kinds of circumstances to keep them from leaving, right? We already understand this. Like, everyone who is who lives outside of Ancapistan gets that, right? Like that that certain individuals, because of their
That's a lie.
circumstances, whether because of their financials, right? Maybe it's
I don't care how
because
poor
of
you are, you can move.
medically. You don't care how poor you are, you can move.
You can move.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, what's involved in moving?
Scott with the farmers deserve to die take. That's
You ring
awesome.
up
It doesn't.
U-Haul,
Those
$99
farmers
for a
deserve to
truck.
die. That's stupid. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. Like, if you want to
What-
live near a hospital, then pay higher.
What's involved in
If you want the
moving?
right to life, you have to pay for it.
Okay,
Okay.
so you're paying rent somewhere, right?
Mhm.
Presumably, you're not
How many
you don't have like an
I
eviction.
have a question.
notice.
How many donations to
So you're
send
capable of-
Scott moving to fucking Antarctica? Like, if we can, like, how many millions
Nice
of dollars
meme.
to get it sent there?
I mean, for enough money, I'll fucking move to Antarctica. Like, let's go.
Oh, not for you. For Prime
but
Con. Like, we'll just ship you there.
But no, like it's such a bullshit take, this idea that people are too poor to move, but they're not so poor that they can't pay their bills and rent.
Sure. Again, tell me what's involved in moving.
Okay, you take your things, you put it in a vehicle, and you drive somewhere.
Oh, you're so
How much-
sweet.
Or you
Oh.
carry it like on
Oh,
the back,
Scott.
like a stick
Right.
with like a.
Scott, do you think that's it?
If
Do
you
think
could-
that's it. Wow, amazing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Brian,
Like,
can I
yeah, you
ask-
make some. What are you
No,
talking about?
Don't worry.
You're
You
not
don't
too
know.
poor to
Don't
move.
worry.
Can
You
I
don't
ask a-
understand.
can I ask
Don't
a
worry.
general
You
question?
don't. Hold on, no. We can't move past this yet. Because what Scott doesn't understand, and possibly Lactoid.
I've never moved before.
Shots fired.
I just moved here.
Your direction. So
Did
what
mommy
he
and daddy
doesn't seem
pay
to
for it?
understand
I
is
pay
that he
for
doesn't understand other
everything.
people's situations, right? So yeah, you can just like physically move your stuff.
Prime
Great,
guys, have you ever
check.
been homeless?
Check.
Have you ever
You
been
can
homeless?
physically- Excuse me. That's my turn, right? I gave you a chance, right? And you failed miserably. Now it's my turn to correct you. So, you can, you can physically move your stuff, but there might be more to it than that, right? So you have your children, right? Your children who are who have their support system within that area, right? Is that support system going with you, right? If that support system is your parents, is that moving with you as well? Because that's a cost, right? And a cost you may not be able to afford, because we know, and you should know because you have kids, right? That childcare is incredibly expensive. So that's one thing. Then there is, what if you are taking care of someone, right? Taking care of someone who can't take care of themselves, right? Is that person also moving with you? What if it's difficult for them to
Hire a
do so?
big
What if you
company to
can't
do is
find
what they're gonna say.
proper accommodations?
Are they going to
at the
die if
other
you
end?
move? Like, what are you talking about?
What like proper accommodations? I mean, like, if they are disabled, do they have? Can you find a place within the big city that accommodates the person that you are taking with you? Right, that's something that happens. There are.
I got to call and get my cable set up too. Like, obviously, there's a lot involved to fucking moving, but that doesn't mean that it's this giant expense that poor people can't afford. It's silly.
You don't
This
seem to
guy lives with
understand
his
how.
parents, huh?
Have you ever been homeless?
This guy, sorry, you don't seem to understand that it is very expensive to be poor. That you don't have the
you ever been
resources
homeless?
to necessarily. No, I have never been homeless.
I
right?
have been. I know how expensive it is to be poor. Like,
Yeah,
stop.
sure. Yeah,
You
but
can
here's the problem.
fucking
And here's the
save-
problem, Scott. Always your problem is that you can't bring yourself outside your own perspective. So yes, you might have been homeless, and I believe when you say that, right? You might have had a tough time. I believe you if you say
to be
that.
fair,
You're
I had a
saying
car. I had a car. To be fair,
Okay.
I slept in my car for like a year.
Okay.
Not truly homeless. Okay.
But the
I made
point
the
is that
Trump argument.
other people have other situations that are difficult for them that make it near impossible for them to move for all kinds of situations. Like I'm just like giving you a few examples. Like it's not simply moving your stuff from point A to point B, right? And then starting all over.
Get off your fucking
you
ass
have,
and move.
You have savings.
Stop
right?
being a lazy fucking move.
Do you have savings enough to last you until you get a new job? Well, you could say, well, maybe you should get that new job before you move, right? But do you work in a job? Do you work in a job that gives you the time off, gives you the free time so that you can go to that job? If the city that you're moving to is like 2 hours away, right, or 4 hours away, then maybe you don't have time to go over there, right? And interview at multiple jobs and keep the job that you have now that's putting food on your table. All these things become barriers to moving. This is really simple. I don't know why this is so complicated.
I'm not saying it's
I would like to
super
get to a
fucking
point where we
easy,
also
but just get off your fucking ass.
Wait. Let's listen to what he said. I'm not saying it's super fucking easy to just get off your ass. Like, I'm not saying it's easy, but just stand up, okay? Like,
yes.
So,
you don't hear how dumb that sounds.
Can I say two things real quick?
I hear I understand that you guys have like the bleeding heart liberals just want to steal money from people.
Not a liberal.
And just pour fucking money into failing systems.
I just want to hurt
and
you,
destroy
Scott.
the
That's all.
economy
I
because
just
people
want you
can't
to be
fucking
miserable.
move.
Promise. I don't want to steal
Like,
people's
just
money. I just want you to
move.
cry harder.
Okay, so two things really quick.
Just cry harder.
So Stabby, I paid for my house entirely on my own. Obviously, I paid for a very cheap house, and I didn't rely on parents' money at all. And I moved here all on my own as well. Now, obviously, I have a job, so some people, I guess, don't have a job. But this kind of, I think, leads into the broader question, and I'm curious. If we boil this down like to its very raw level, Prime, do you think that people have, just simply by virtue of existing, have a right to the product of my labor?
What do you?
Okay, I'll say no. I'll just do a simple thing to say no.
Well, then healthcare is not a right.
No, okay. So, because that framing doesn't work, right? So, like, it's not as if the framing specifically for medical care doesn't work. One, you aren't being forced to be a medical physician, right? So you can just not do that, right? You could do something else, right? Apparently,
taxes.
Until we build a hospital 20 minutes away from everybody, we're gonna have to.
Oh my God, Scott. Oh my God, the Las Vegas center attention. Oh my God, Lactoid. I'm sorry, Lactoid took the spotlight just for a second. Scott couldn't handle it, freaked out, right? And now he's interrupting me because I'm addressing my friend Lactoid, and it says Scott will be back.
No, I'm just memeing off you because you're being silly.
Okay, all right. So Lactoid, trying to answer your question. One, you don't have to be a doctor. And two, like it's not as if you are not going to be paid for that, right? It's not like I'm entitled to the point where you must be forced to work without compensation. You're being compensated as you would be for any other patient, right? Within my system, a Medicare for all, or more likely more closer to Medicaid for all type of system, then you are simply being paid for your services. I have a right to medical care, not necessarily from you, Lactoid, right? Could be another doctor within that system, but I have a right to medical care.
Wait, so you don't have the right to the fruits of their labor. You have the right to their labor, basically.
To
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
have
you
the
have
right
the
to
right to
someone's
You could ask the
labor.
same argument about cops. You could ask the same argument about firefighters. You could ask the same argument about the post office. Like we could continue this argumentation until the sun goes up
Lactoid
and
would
down
ask
20
those
million
questions, I'm
times.
pretty
Yeah, so hold on.
But-
So we can get into those
I know
questions.
that.
We can get into those questions if you want. But like the reason, and I think this was kind of like really because Scott's saying, look, if you're in a tough position, like ultimately the responsibility is on you to like see yourself out of it, or to at least make the effort to move and to like try to like put yourself in a different situation. It is true that like in the past, there, different times in American history, there's a lot more movement, right? There was, and other presidential candidates have talked about this, right? Andrew Yang, one of the main points on his presidential campaign was saying we need to encourage Americans to move around the country more because right now that's like dropping down. And in the past, it used to be a lot more. People kind of took this responsibility and said, look, if there's more promise in different areas, that's where we should go, right? We need to get out of the situations that we're in.
Let's give them
And so in the most direct way possible, when I ask the question of, do you think simply by existing you have the right to the product of other people's labor? Yeah. So a direct way of like interpreting that would be, simply by existing, does a doctor have to treat you? Well, you say no, and I would agree, right? But we say it's not like they're not going to get paid. Well, hold on a minute. The money that they're getting paid from, where did that come from? That's the next question. And so if I take 50% of the product of somebody else's labor to pay that man to treat
There you
you,
go.
aren't you just adding like a third party? Like you're adding like a little individual third party in between.
Lactoid.
Wow.
You've stumbled on the fundamental issue with state.
Right.
And here's
Lactoid,
what
can
it is that people recognize, right? People recognize once you're honest about it and you realize that you're stealing money, that what it would mean to not steal that money.
You're
means
right.
that
No
you as an
police,
individual
no
and
firefighters, no post
you as-
office, no
you as an
military.
individual,
Let's do away with that.
we would have all of
no
those things, you
homeland
dumb fuck.
security.
Can you explain? I
Listen,
have a question.
What,
Can you
what,
explain
what,
to
no,
me?
let me
Scott,
finish.
I have a
God damn it. No. I will answer your question in
Oh.
a second. What you have stumbled on is that it requires individual responsibility, and it requires these people to be responsible for the people they care about and their community. It means instead of just saying, yeah, sure, tax me 20% and like the government will magically fix this, which they don't usually, they just fuck it up. Instead of that, they'd actually have to take responsibility for their community. And when they hear about bad things, they have to work collectively and voluntarily to solve those problems. And instead, what they want to do is they want to pat themselves on the back because they stole money and gave it to this apparatus and saying, I'm the good person because I voted for the things.
Okay, let's go to Corey and then Stabby, but we got to move quick because we're already over
I'll try
time.
to keep it short. So Lactoid, I want to ask you a question. So sort of touching upon what you brought up earlier with Prime. So say you're a physician, okay, and you're whatever driving down the road in your town, and like you come across like a car accident. So does that person who's in a car, do they have the right to your labor?
Of course not.
Okay, so I think that's the fundamental difference. So as in like, Good Samaritan law, like you'd be like against sort of like you're sort of like fine, like you're a physician, you have the tools to help, but like you'd have no
Well, so
problem.
in the U.S., Good Samaritan law is generally like if you're trying to
Yeah,
help
that's
somebody
not
and
what
you
it is.
fuck up and they die, you're not going to be held responsible. In the U.S., there's no obligation that you stop to save somebody's life. That's not a legal obligation in the U.S. Nor should it be.
Yeah. So I think that's fundamental difference of like I would say in that case they do have a right to your life-saving labor in that case.
But hospitals do have that obligation in the United States.
Right,
Yeah.
a
But not a
hospital,
doctor.
but not like an
Exactly.
individual doctor driving down the road. And I think that like when you look at like an individual or like a kind of like a short temporal period like that, it looks a little bit like maybe more favorable. I mean, I still am willing to give an answer right away, but like we can draw it out and maybe make it a little bit more difficult, right?
One
so
second. So the doctor driving on the road is off the clock, right?
Yeah.
But if the doctor was on the clock, such as like a traveling like medical facility, like say that for some
I don't know.
godforsaken reason there was a doctor and an EMT, right? That EMT would have the responsibility of stopping and assisting someone who
Potentially.
needed medical assistance.
Potentially an EMT might. I'm not sure. I'm guessing
Yeah, I
so,
don't know.
especially if they were on the clock.
Yeah.
But you know, we're talking about like in the kind of the short period of time, like I'm still willing to answer that. But like I think if we draw it out in the long period of time, I think there comes a point in which, Corey, even you would agree this is just like we like this is wrong. So one example could be, let's say that I like for some reason can't grow my own food, like, and now I'm in a situation where I need you to grow my food for me. Like, can I? Do I have the right for you to be my farmer for the rest of my life?
Yeah. No, you don't want me as your farmer.
Well, obviously not, because but you extend it out
Well,
further.
sure.
I mean, it's maybe a little more inconvenience, but the principle is the same. Like, do I not have the right to your labor to sustain myself, just simply
Right,
by
yeah.
virtue of me existing? I mean, it seems kind of really like, again, and this is kind of where I think that maybe modern day socialists conflict a lot with what Marx argued, and conflict a lot of what the earlier conceptions of socialism were, because the modern day leftists are much less concerned about like the principles of owning your own labor, and they're much more concerned with just the principle of equity and just the principle of we got to like give services to people as much as possible, as opposed to like this kind of principle of don't I own myself or do I not own myself? And that's all me and Scott are arguing for. Like we should try to maximize the amount we own ourselves.
I got to move along. So Sabby, go
Self
ahead.
autonomy,
Ask
not self ownership.
I'm not gonna
problems there.
I'm not going to ask a question so that we don't have to do another one of those fantasy speeches from Scott. So I'm just going to say that you're going to have to convince people like me, which are actually the majority, that taxes aren't the better option for us so that we can actually take care of our community. I somewhat agree with Lactoid that your communities are as strong and as strengthened as the people that are within them. If you'll notice, the libertarian shouldn't have been so, butthurt when I was actually talking about how Colorado solved its own problem using state funds. So I just want to point out that we absolutely are thinking that it is actually cheaper to do this with taxes for the sake of our community. And the vast majority of us believe in that because it's alleviating the burden. So until you can make us think that, farmers deserve to die, or you chose to live in the rural area, food has to come from somewhere, I guess you don't get a hospital. Until you can convince all of us that that's the way to go, when actually the world is going the exact opposite direction, I guess we are going to continue to come at this from a different perspective. Have fun fucking losing. So that's all I have to say.
I mean, again, this is like elementary shit. Like, I don't even need to address like this stupid, like fucking warlordism and how dare you and taxes are great arguments. Like, it's just
warlord.
It's low level.
I was going to say
hospitals are warfare, guys.
I've derailed this panel enough times going into Ann Capisan shit, and clearly she's way behind.
No,
so like, there's no need for me to take over the panel.
No, you have to actually explain to me why I'm not supposed to be okay with the taxes to help alleviate this.
We can't now.
We need a whole separate panel for that.
Stealing is wrong.
There you go. We got
No, I'm paying it. Nobody stole it from me.
Nobody stole it. Hello. Hey, you know what? We got to move on. You're getting another person.
I gave it.
Attracted by the siren song of Ann Capistan. It happens all the time.
Dude, I refuse to go down for it. I did it for you.
No, I know. So we're gonna move.
Like, if you want me to, I'll go.
No, I don't. I really don't.
I do want all hospitals to deny you care, though. For sure.
But okay, so that wasn't directed at you,
like
Scott.
a socialist.
That wasn't directed at you. Okay, so we are going to continue. We have another topic coming up right here. First of all, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button. In case you haven't done so yet, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you're not being live. That's Twitch for social chat. For social media, we got your Twitter where we tweet, as long as Twitter is still a thing. Discord where we do everything, right, including the Walk on Panel, which we'll have after this. So if you want to be a part of this, of that community, TikTok and YouTube's where you find the VODs. Like, comment, and subscribe. That's where we find our social media. Please sign up for all the things that we're doing. And finally, guys, if you want to keep this content around, support this content. Subs to the channel, just $5 goes a long way. We had a few people gifting subs earlier, which is kind, right? But help us out. That's how we do this. If you find this entertaining, you find all these great individuals entertaining, find these fights fun, then help us out by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs. All of it does add up and allow me to keep doing this for all of you. Okay. So and Scott approves of this level of this kind of funding, right? You are directly supporting the channel, right? I'm not stealing funds.
I approve.
from
I
anyone.
approve. I
There
mean, you could
go.
like maybe tighten up your speech a little bit, practice, get a little better at it. But like, I approve of your fundraising.
Thank you so much. This guy's it's a lot of fun. No Pants 9, right? Because Scott approved, they immediately gave us a sub. Thank
There
you
you
so
go.
much for gifting a sub to Consumer Fire. And this is your first time gifting to the channel. Thank you so much for that kindness. If we get a few more people, we start ourselves a hype train, because apparently we're not doing boost trains anymore. I don't know why. But subs to the channel, give bits or give subs if you want to keep this content going on. Thank you, No Pants 9, for the kindness. Okay. Let's move on to our next topic. And unfortunately, it's like our other our other panel members joining us. That's really unfortunate, because I really wanted them here for this one. But topic 2. On Saturday night. Oh, sorry. Desperado says, "Hey, thank you for gifting a sub." I gotta pause there. Desperado said, "If you get one more person, either subs to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs, or resubbing all that, we can start ourselves a hype train. So help us out. Now's the time, because hype trains are
Calrich, wake up.
to the channel. I don't know.
Make sure you were here with us.
Okay. Anyway, subs to the channel, give bits, give subs. Okay, back to it. Wordsmithy, thank you for the 500 bits. Okay. And A Scream, thank you for the sub. Now we're in a hype train. Guys, help with the hype train. Get us to level 2 hype train. Be much appreciated. Thank you so much for everyone helping out so far. All right. I'm gonna read the topic now. Okay. So topic 2. On Saturday night, a gunman opened fire in a LGBTQ club in Colorado Springs. As of now, 5 people have died, with another 25 injured. The club was hosting a drag show that night. The day after was the Trans Day of Remembrance. At the moment, no motive has been established. Assuming this is a hate crime, do you think that the likelihood of this tragedy taking place was increased by the negative rhetoric and policies being pushed against the community? Are conservative media outlets and politicians to blame for this? Are more tragedies like this inevitable if this negative societal trend continues? So yeah, I know you guys have all heard about this. This is the big news of the weekend. Unfortunately, we had another mass shooting in America, but not surprising, of course. And it seems to be that this person was targeting gay individuals. So we're just gonna go off. We're just gonna, because we don't have an established motive, so put that out there. But we're gonna go off the assumption that it was. Okay? And this follows a long trend. And so, but we have a lot of rhetoric that's been said over the past few years, right? That's decidedly anti-LGBTQ. So, like, is that to blame for this, right? Again, assuming it's a hate crime. Yeah. So, we'll go to Lactoid before we do that. Anuria, thank you for 300 bits. Guys, we're 97% of level 1 hype train, right? Get us over. Get us to level 2 hype train. Subs to channel. Give bits. Give subs to help us out. Help us get to level 2, level 3 hype train. That's how I bring these people together. All right. We'll start from Lactoid, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so like you said, we don't know why it happened, but assuming this is a hate crime, it's just as awful as it is given what we know now. Mass shootings are always awful, and 5 people died with another 25 injured regardless. Nobody good encourages mass shootings, and I don't think anybody important is doing that or doing anything remotely close to that. That said, just because some people do awful things doesn't mean some reasonable critiques cannot be levied. For example, the classic example, Steve Scalise was shot at a baseball game, arguably because of Bernie Sanders' rhetoric. Does that mean that Bernie is to blame, despite the fact that he has not advocated for people to go out and shoot people? Obviously not. Obviously, Bernie is not to blame for that. Is he allowed to continue to advocate for his policies? Obviously, he is. Obviously, he should be able to. We cannot base continued censorship of reasonable critiques off a sick insinuation that this critique is responsible or comparable to psychopaths shooting up a drag show.
Thank you so much, Ben. Razor Sharp Gaming, thank you for gifting that sub. 2 subs total for you. We are 11% of level 2 hype train. There's 89% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? 4.5 minutes on the clock. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs or resub, all that good stuff. It does help us out. Use your Amazon Prime Gaming on the channel, on the community to help us out. Get us to a level 3 hype train. It's how we pay for all of this. Thanks so much. Okay, let's go to Scott.
Yeah, so I don't pretend to know the mind of a man that like kidnapped his mother and landlord with a fake bomb and weapons a year ago. And for whatever reason, all the charges were dropped. I mean, maybe there was extenuating circumstances. Like, obviously, we're dealing with an insane person. It's kind of typically what happens anytime you're dealing with mass shootings, right? The absolute kind of limit of craziness within our society. The idea that rhetoric in the culture war is to blame for this is the idea of second order effects or third order effects from a consequentialist framework. And the issue with that is that once you start, I mean, the issue is consequentialism, but the real issue is that like once you start engaging in second and third order effects, then like anything can be the fault of anything, right? So, for example, if the rhetoric from libs of TikTok had some effect on this guy, right? And we find out that like he was an avid fan of libs of TikTok and he just like watched every video 30 times. And like that's like what really like drove him over the edge. Then we could just as easily say all of the people that made those videos that libs of TikTok posted should be banned because they caused it, right? Because you're just adding other effects down the stream. The only way that someone can be directly responsible rhetoric wise is that it needs to be a direct call to action towards violence, or they need to like facilitate the crime in some way, right? Like know that this person wants to shoot up someplace and be like, here's money so you can buy guns to do this or something, right? Like they have to be directly involved or they have to be making direct calls for action. So I really don't understand this idea that like the culture war of individuals like leads to some spewing level of hatred, et cetera, because like you could do the same with the both, right? Like if you want to do that, then like you could basically say, you know, teachers that want to teach transformative social emotional learning are the reason that this shooting occurred. And the last thing I want to add is the politics of this and the way that the media really kind of picks and chooses what stories for sensationalist purposes to utilize for political advantage, right? This story is blowing up. And, you know, this is somebody that, of course, should have been captured by red flag laws. And this is a person that is, you know, attacking the LGBTQ community. And yet, this same weekend in Chicago, 20 people were shot and 2 teenagers died. Like, this is just what Chirac is every fucking day. And it's not a news story because it doesn't fit the specific narrative that we want to say, which is that the hateful right wingers are spewing hate speech. And that's why this shit is happening.
Thank you so much. Help us out with this hype train. Thank you, Dutch Process, for gifting a sub. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. We have less than 30 seconds on the clock. Someone help save this hype train. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. How we power this community, how we keep it up and running. But thank you for the people who've been helping out so far. Okay. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
So about once a year, I talk to my debate kids about the miracle of the political system that we have and the fact that we don't settle all of our disputes with war the way we used to. I talk about the Eumenides, which is an ancient Greek play, which is about the invention of the rule of law, which was Athena coming down and handing it to us sort of as a miracle. And it's all about the revenge cycle of a man coming back home from war and then being killed by his wife, and then his wife then in revenge being killed by his son, and then his son was then being pursued by the Furies. And that cycle of violence had to end because we were able to because Athena comes down and invents the law courts and invents essentially politics, and that becomes an alternative. Politics becomes an alternative to violence in that Greek mythology, and I think it's a miracle of our modern age that we ended 300 years of religious war and developed things like secularism in North America, and we managed to really stop that cycle of violence through the political process. And when I look at what happened to Paul Pelosi or what happened to Steve Scalise, to me, it's not about who gets, what politicians are at most risk or what marginalized groups are at most risk because of political violence. It's the fact that increasingly, no matter what side you're on, the fact that violence is present, that's the problem, and that's what we need to back off of. Now, with regards to this specific incident, there are more political implications than just the ones that we've talked about. It turns out his grandfather is a Republican assemblyman out of California by the name of Randy Vopel, and he was also present at January 6th. So take from at the Capitol. Here he is with his little red hat on, and I just we need to, I think, step back and ask ourselves, whatever side of the political aisle you're on, why is it that we can't make this connection between violent rhetoric and actual violence without necessarily having to say that you only have to be concerned about this if you're on one side of that political aisle. I think that pretty clearly it's not a coincidence that in a time where queer Americans are being talked about as if they're a danger to society, that people are actually going out and treating them as if they're a danger to society. And I think that I don't think it's a coincidence. Certainly, we see these sorts of attacks on an increasing level. We had the Pulse attack before, which
Sorry, I just got to
Yeah.
guys, we're our level 3 hype train because of our kind friend Doobie gifting 10 subs. Thank you, Doobie, for being so great and kind to this community. We're a level 3 hype train. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. 36% done. Some amount left. My math skills aren't working right now. It's fine. But help out the channel by helping us continue this hype train. Get to a level 4 hype train. Wouldn't that be amazing, right? Sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs if you want to see us up and running. If you want to continue this content, now is the time. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. We have Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming, user 1 sub per month on the channel, on the community to keep this hype train going, to support us, to make sure that Scott gets to come back here and spread the good word of ANCAP, right? To you all, right? You're doing yourselves a favor, honestly, really. Thank you. So go ahead, finish what you were going to say. And less than a minute left, guys. Let's help see if we can save the hype train. Substitute channel, keep it up. Go ahead.
So there was also another incident where two people arguing over politics, one of them shot the other, and I think it was in that case a Democrat who shot the Republican over, and that got a lot of attention as well. And so I'm just saying that this sort of political violence can be avoided by having conversations like these, like the ones that we're able to have on Prime's panel, where instead of just trying to say that we shouldn't be able to listen to certain points of view, that we should be able to talk them out.
Well, absolutely, right? And if you sub to the channel, you're basically saving lives. That's what Aiko just said, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
The mass shootings in America, that's your fault for not subbing to this channel, not contributing. All right, let's go to our friend Sprouticus.
So, I'm not really gonna I apologize. I'm not really gonna get like real deep into this actual situation because the facts haven't come out yet. And it's really important that facts come out before you start talking specifically about events like this. So I highly encourage the rest of the panel to talk about this theoretically and not the actual events, because as shown in certain shootings recently, it takes the facts a while to come out. Even when you think they did come out, there are oftentimes things that are wrongly reported. But with that being stated, I do not think that I don't necessarily think that the people that are espousing political positions are at fault for the shooter. I do believe though is that it's the divisiveness of the country, and extremely how we've become tribes and we just hate the other tribe. The other tribe is the enemy, and at all costs the enemy must be destroyed. And I believe that we need to drop that. We need to have something that makes us all understand we're American first, and then we'll deal with the issues we have as like a whole. But this tribalism that we've gotten into, this divisiveness that we've gotten into as a country, is only hurting us, and we're only seeing the symptoms.
Thank you. All right, Corey.
Yeah, I'll probably be short again, just because I think iCal pretty much. I couldn't have said it better than iCal, and so I echo pretty much all the exact same sentiments. The other thing that I will add is that I think this like largely mirrors pretty much like the homophobia that occurred in. Not that homophobia doesn't exist currently, but I think it was like pretty much like at its peak in 80s, 90s. And Republican support for same-sex marriage is like slowly ticking upwards. It's now at like 44%-ish, depending on the poll. And one of I think the turning points, although there was probably many, was the unfortunate case of Matthew Shepard, where it's like this violent, horrific case of like this teenager like pretty much like tortured and murdered, and that was a little bit of a tipping point. And it seems like, unfortunately, I hope it doesn't have to come to that, but it seems like it has to take like a horrific act of violence for the rhetoric to change. As iCal sort of pointed out, I don't think it's a coincidence that given the rhetoric, you have this type of acts of violence. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Right, and if you want to get on Aiko's level, right, you just have to somehow incorporate an ancient myth into your opening statement.
True. I don't have the wisdom of iCal. Yeah.
I'm just
Let's
old.
Let's go to our friend Stabby.
Hi guys. I think one of the things I wanted to share today, if I can, with your chat, is I'm atheist now, but I came from a very far right wing cult. One of the things we were prepping for, like we were MAGA before MAGA was cool, was the slaughter of the homosexuals and the feminazis. They weren't feminazis yet, but like all the feminists were bad. And one of the things that we did was we were always so afraid and insanely angry about things. And so if we ourselves had something like that, like I had said earlier today, I saw a poster of Gillian Anderson on a bus and I was attracted to her and immediately thought I was going to hell. I wanted to share, since we're assuming this is a hate crime and it's being investigated as a hate crime, we don't have all the facts. I do want to share something that can help all of us. There is this astoundingly wonderful human being. Her name is Susan Friedman. She is a Christian. And if you are going through something really hard right now, I come from Colorado Springs. I lived there while I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. Jesus Christ, that's where my first base. When I was stationed in Fort Carson, Colorado. Too many bases I've been stationed at, guys. I remember how fucking terrible it was, and like how you could feel like this was on purpose or anything like that. But this woman helps everywhere. Definitely you guys can check out this link right here. She will help you with a crisis of the faith. She will help you if you're feeling completely targeted, especially in a city like Colorado Springs. And I do think our rhetoric has something to do with it. I think that when all of the panels were about, Twitter lefties talking about, putting people on the wall, things like that, we were talking about it. And we do need to talk about this rhetoric because we're fellow Americans and it's utterly ridiculous that this continues to happen. So yes, I do think the rhetoric is your responsibility and my responsibility. I want to make sure that we can help with that. I'm sorry if I'm a little quiet. I'm seeing some of the comments. It's just that my boiler is still fucking around with me, so I'm just running through all the tests, and I'll be here for like another 10 minutes. But I'll try to stay quiet until I'm back up in my room. Sorry, guys.
No, not a problem. Okay. And next we'll go to our friend Dewey. And Dewey, once again, thank you for being so kind and supporting the channel.
I think that if there is blame to be placed, I mean, other than the person who actually like carried this out, it'd be on the transgendered ideologues and gender like abolition ideologues that have made it publicly known repeatedly that they are in fact targeting your children. They do want your kids to be trans. They do want your kids to be gender fluid, right? They think this is wonderful, and they're going to teach it to your kids in school, even if you don't like it, even if you don't want it, and if you say anything bad about it, you're a bigot. And now they're gonna try to politicize this tragedy and make so you can't even criticize their fucked up ideology at all. They're the ones who are to blame for this. Because if they stop going after the fucking kids, I feel like less people would give a fuck about this.
So thank you, DB, for once again making it complicated to be your friend. All right, let's
You're welcome.
up to the panel.
Are you coming out as trans, Primecast?
Yeah, yes, exactly that. But look, I'll start us off. Look, I think that it's obviously that there is some level of well, I don't want to say culpability yet, right? But at the very least, the rhetoric that we see is it's not simply people stating, "Well, I have a difference of opinion with trans individuals, right, or the LGBTQ community." No, they're saying that, as Doobie helped point out, that they're groomers, right? That they are coming for your children and going to do something vaguely sexual to them, or like chop off their nuts or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I have no idea what's in these people's heads. But in any case, right, what's being placed there are basically turning these people into the trans individuals into expendables, right? Turning them into some sort of vermin, right? An enemy of the state, and there's only one thing to do with that enemy.
Well, I think to Doobie's point a little bit, one of the problems that TRAs have is that they consistently claim to speak for the trans community, right? And I don't and again, I'm not fucking laying blame on any of these people. Like I said before, I want to make it very clear: the only people that I blame is the individual. I know his name, but I'm not going to say his name because fuck him. I don't want his name to be. I want everyone to forget his goddamn name. But the individual in question, as well as anybody who specifically made direct actionable calls to violence that inspired this person or gave resources to this person, knowingly that they would commit that crime. No one else is involved in this. That being said, I do think that there is a problem within TRAs where they regularly say that this is what trans people want, this is what trans people believe. And what I have found, because I've spoken to a ton of trans people and detrans people, right? You know, I've interviewed Buck Angel and Tula Bar and Shapeshifter. And, you know, I've spoken with Chloe Cole and Blair White. I talk with this community a lot and debate against TRAs a lot. And the thing is that you'll see people like, you know, I won't name a name on here, but I think we'll all know, right? Where they'll be like, is there a trans genocide? And the moment we're like, well, I don't think it's that, right? Your gate kept out. And like, this has happened to Zonia several times. An actual trans person has been like yelled at and called a horrible person because like they don't fit the narrative. And so to maybe the psychotic or just to a lot of people, what ends up happening, and the right does this too with the groomers thing, is that the language isn't teachers that are teaching transformative social emotional learning, CASEL, NSES, UNESCO. These are the institutions and problems. TRAs are a problem. Instead, it becomes a blanket term for trans people. When I think the overwhelming majority of trans people just want to fucking pass. They're not gender abolitionists, and they just want to fucking live their life and live as in a gender or in a role or an identity that they're comfortable in. And they're roped into this culture war by nature of their existence and identity, being in this tug of war between two people. And I lay that blame at both the right and the left.
I can agree with you there.
I didn't realize that was going to be a showstopper. Like,
yeah, I know. Anyone else?
Like Prime, when you're saying like when you're levying criticism, like some of that, I think the reasonable critiques are like, you know, and I'm, you know, Doobie has brought it up. I think seriously in the past, which is, you know, the sort of like the pseudo exotic dancing that we saw, and you know that we obviously had the panel once, and like the giant tits. Right,
like drag your kids to drag or something.
Yeah,
like
drag your kids to Pride.
Pride.
And then you had like the teacher with like just like the
there's thousands of incidents.
The humans, all these incidents. Like Prime, you agree that like we can criticize those events without contributing to like such a horrific action as this, right?
Absolutely,
Right.
100%.
Yeah. So what specific rhetoric are you are you just referring to like what Doobie just said, or like what are you sort of referring to when you're talking about like the rhetoric that's contributing to this?
Oh yeah, like well, the Gruber rhetoric, absolutely. That's definitely we can start there. That there's the rape allegations, right? Like a man is going to be in a bathroom with a woman or a man in a dress, and he's going to attack her. The things that we're seeing are all the same things we saw like a decade, 15 years ago to the LGB community, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, exactly that, right?
And have gay people in men's locker rooms, like.
Yeah, right. Like your tender
This-
buttholes won't be safe.
This has
apparently.
been
Like,
my biggest problem with the right is that what and I hate to use a Marxian term here, but the right tends to be very reactionary, right? The left has been pushing critical theory in all of its schools, critical legal studies, critical race theory, critical gender theory, right? Into our school, into our education system, into our media, in a lot of places. And what the right does is, instead of doing like what people like James Lindsay have been doing, right? Like doing the work and trying to understand the philosophy, trying to understand where this comes from, why it's pernicious, and like recognize it when it rears its head and stop that indoctrination. What ends up happening is that it's so overwhelming to a large group of people that don't understand the philosophy at all. And instead, they just kind of react with, leave my kids the fuck alone. You're all fucking evil. And it's like, there's a lot of evil here, right? But it has names and it has individual actors. And like, you know what I mean? And so, like, this has been, I think, a big problem, I think, in terms of the messaging of the right, is like, I hope that they wake up to the actual philosophy, because that's the only way you're going to stop it. Because if you just keep freaking out about it in general, you're going to feel isolated, alone, and scared, and feel like they're coming after you and your children, and your only recourse is going to be either like fascism from the state or political violence. And I think it's really important that a lot of right wingers that see this shit going on in their schools like start to educate themselves on the philosophy of this, and educate themselves on UNESCO and SEL and all of the institutions and what it is that they're actually trying to do, so that you can recognize it and stop it to the best of your ability.
Can I just add real quick? There have been charges filed in this case, so it's not. There are at least some indications as to what the motivation might be. We've got 5 charges of murder, but also 5 charges of bias motivated crime, which is what they.
Yeah, but we don't know yet.
Just because it's charged doesn't mean that they have the facts to put it up in court.
Yeah, also Vasquez has been very, very, very limited with the details that he's let out. Like, he hasn't even said the make and model of the firearm. He's just said, like he said that it's an AR-15 style at one point. He said assault rifle style. And another one he said Colt AR-15 style.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? And then I
I
realized
saw
they're just
that.
talking about the I realized they're just talking about the A4, which is in that style. And I was like, apparently some gun enthusiasts say that shit. And I was like, all right, whatever, fuck it. But yeah, so he hasn't been very forthcoming with the details. Like, and we don't even know for certain that this individual is the same individual that we only have like media reports. Like, they're pretty certain that this is the same person that kidnapped his mother and landlord via a bomb threat and threatening her life. And then the bomb squad had to evacuate the neighborhood, and for whatever reason, those charges were all dropped.
Yeah, so I think that it's. I would agree that the right is reactionary. Well, I would absolutely agree with that. The right is a reactionary.
I mean, they're still catching up to same-sex. Like, they're still processing that. Like I said, the Republican
They're
support.
mostly on board with that.
What's Republican support?
12
Look it
votes
up.
out of 50 in the Senate. So I don't know if they're mostly on board.
Look up
I never hear
Lactoid.
it.
Lactoid, look up Republican support. Just like
I know,
it's a
I know,
simple
I know.
poll.
When you ask them, like what percent of you support it, right? But like when it comes time to like actually put any kind of political capital into any issue, the Republicans are never going to put any capital into
I
opposing
guarantee
same-sex
you-
marriage again.
I
That's 'cause they
guarantee
know-
you.
that's
I
'cause they-
guarantee you, if
Go ahead,
someone
Brad.
ran for the Republican office and said they were going to do it with gay marriage and stuff like that, then that would be
lose.
suicide for
lose
the
the
candidate.
primary.
They wouldn't be nominated as the Republican nominee.
Lactoid, what did you make of Justice comments? Justice Thomas's comments in the Dobbs decision, where he specifically said same-sex marriage is next.
So he referenced a couple cases, Griswold and Obergefell, and from a legal philosophy, I think Justice Thomas was probably the only consistent justice. Alito was better. So I mean, I think we've talked about this. I've talked about this before. I agree with the Dobbs decision in terms of its legal reasoning, and it's very easy to see where Justice Thomas is going. That's different. That's different than like a political will to try to remove it, right? Saying that something shouldn't be like legally protected is not the same, under like constitutionally protected is not the same thing as saying, well, we should just get rid of it. I think that I think right now they're codifying same-sex marriage, and
Right.
it's going to be successful because
It has been. It's been
Yeah.
signed.
it's a
That's what I talked about when I said 12 votes. So it got 12 Republican votes in the Senate for codification, which is less than a quarter of the Republican senators. So it doesn't seem as if they're trying to send a message as a party that and McConnell also voted against it. So
Yeah, but
as the leader of
the
the
problem
party.
is
Why
the problem is that you're assuming that this is like default bigotry against the LGBT community, when for most of them it's about the sanctity of marriage, and like many of them would support civil unions or think that the government should be out of it, etc. Like it's not that radical or even bigoted of an approach for a Christian to think that marriage should be what marriage is traditionally about based off of their religious values. That doesn't mean that they necessarily want to discriminate against against gay people, right? Like the government never should have been involved in this to begin with.
And by the way, Obergefell was not a good legal decision, but that's a whole different argument.
Go ahead, Stabby.
So first of all, if you guys, I'm having a very bad day. If you guys want to make me feel better, you have to donate to Prime, like bits and shit. Like just do it so that I can feel better about tonight. Okay. My boiler is working. It's getting hot in my house, so yay. But secondly, Scott, I actually wanted to ask you something about that. Having come from a right-wing past, a very religiously right-wing past, wouldn't how would we ask the right to be less reactionary? I feel like they're partially reactionary. I remember how I felt. I remember what they were selling me, and I remember what we were supposed to be feeling and what they yelled at me for when I didn't feel it. And there's a level of that reactionary behavior that is somewhat enforced and more than just a little encouraged. Is there a way we can actually reach out to right-wing people like me, and what I used to be, and go, well, hold on, here's what we need to know, without making them think like you're asking them to adhere to progressive positions? I do know that when I was leaving my faith, one of the things that helped me, I wish I'd met Susan Freed. I really do, because I'd probably still be spiritual in some way if I'd met her in time. But one of the things is that somebody told me wanting to read it isn't bad. Bad things can't just come from a book. It's what you do with it. And that changed everything for me. And so I stopped feeling guilty about reaching out for more information. Is there something similar to that you would recommend?
So I don't know what the hell you would do to people in a religious cult. You know what I mean? Like to the extreme, right? Like, I mean, like, I don't know that I would have
Unreachable,
the-
basically.
Right. Like, I mean, I'm not saying they're unreachable. I'm just saying, like, I don't know that I would have like the expertise to be able to deal with like that pocket. But in terms of the right in general, I think the thing is that left wingers need to understand why is the right reactionary, and the reason that the right is reactionary is that the right tends to be live and let live. So long, listen, there's a big caveat, a very big caveat. So long as they don't feel like whatever their traditional values that they hold are under attack in some capacity. So your typical right winger, right? Not the super hardcore religious right, but like your typical person that votes Republican and says I'm a conservative. They don't really care what the government does, but if they feel like the institution of the family or the church or their children or certain core values that they hold, right? Or sacredity, like the American flag, right? Understanding like the moral philosophy of them. The moment that they feel that those are under attack is the moment that they involve themselves. And so they tend to like be uninvolved, not really paying attention to what's going on in that regard because they're more concerned with raising their kids. They're more concerned with like living a good life or their job or their church or whatever it is that they're doing in their life. And then the moment they feel like their kids are under attack, their values are under attack and then they react to those. And so the only way that I see this through is as the right loses its religion, they have to stop they have to stop embracing a consequentialist framework and they have to stop clinging so hard um, to some of like the foundational like religious values that they have, but without any foundation for it, and instead embrace liberty and modernity and freedom and like being able to do that. The problem is when those values actually are under attack and their freedom actually is under attack, I don't know that being reactionary in most cases is necessarily bad.
I would like to point out that I don't think that when your kids are under attack, the right wing is like super protective. I think that that's a publicized thing. Definitely something we're being encouraged to see politically. Um, it didn't do anything to stop them from going to churches when it was endemic and everywhere. It didn't stop my cult, which was marrying little girls off to old men. I don't think it's exactly about child health.
I don't
or
know. Wait,
I don't think your
wait,
cult's
I don't know.
representative
I
of
don't
the
know.
right.
Yeah, about to say, I don't know if your cult is what we would see as like the
Well,
right.
not just my
So
cult. Wait, not just my cult.
milquetoast
The
right-wing
Catholic
cult.
fucking church. The
I
fucking
understand that,
Catholic
but you can
church.
still go to church just like you can still go to the grocery store.
Right, but you can't. No. My point is that I don't think it's just about protection of their children because it wasn't enough to protect their children from these other things. So,
If you stay
like,
6 feet away at a church, what's the difference
yeah,
between that
don't
and
don't
being
push your
anywhere
kids. I'll
else?
tell you right now. I'll tell your kids right now. Do not let your kids go anywhere with a youth pastor. There. Now we're safe.
Or a public school teacher.
Oh, boy.
Similar rates of
True.
child
What
abuse.
the hell?
True. No field trips, guys. But no,
Um,
I wanted to get your input on that because I wanted to see if I know what was able to reach me, and I wanted to see if there was another thing when I'm trying to reach other people in a different regard. So I do appreciate that. And again, I'm going to put it in the
I
chat
think
one more time.
stoicism. I think
I'm gonna put
stoicism
it.
is a
That
philosophy.
is
Hold on.
way too
really-
complex for them.
I'm going to put it. Yeah,
That
I'm
is
going to
not.
put it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I am going. I'm going to
No.
put it in the chat one more time, and I'm just going to put it in Prime K's Discord as well. That freedhearts.org, if there's an LGBT person that you know right now that's having a really hard time because of this another attack, and if people are thinking hate crime and stuff, they could be religious and they could need some help. And Susan Friedman and that freedhearts.org link, that can really help out a lot of people, especially when it comes to suicide, a crisis of faith, or feeling alone and like they're under attack. So I really want to like shill that link and donate to Prime so I can have a better day.
but someone did donate to Boiler
Yes.
apparently. So thank you for that sub.
Oh,
But we
Thank you,
have
yes.
our friend Jangles. We haven't had here in a long time. Jangles, thanks for stopping by, being part of this, jumping in. I know you have a limited amount of time, but you had stuff on your chest, so we'd love to hear it.
So, thank you for letting me in. I hope I'm not derailing the conversation too much. So the day of the attack,
Fuck it, derail.
Fucking derail. Cool. The day of the attack, I was in Texas debating Alex Stein, Primetime 99, always on the grind, the pimp on the blimp, on queer theory, and he made a lot of the accusations that the conservatives do. They're coming after your kids, they're indoctrinating your kids, and the typical like fear mongering rhetoric. But since I was actually in person and he couldn't run away, I kept asking, what does that indoctrination look like? When someone says they're coming from for your kids, they always keep it vague. Because they'll say, how are they coming after your kids? By indoctrinating them in trans ideology. Okay, what does that look like? By teaching them all these like gender theory things. Okay, what does that look like? They have trans flags in the room. Okay, how's that indoctrination? What is that going to do? What are the effects? Is that tricking kids into being trans? Is it that easy? Why doesn't it work the other way? And it's so easy for them to draw the connection between like, oh, seeing a trans flag, that can turn a kid trans. However, when we throw out the I think pretty reasonable declaration that saying that a bunch of pedophiles are coming after your kids might lead to stochastic terrorism. Now all of a sudden there's like no link between language. There's no link between what you say and what it inspires other people to do. It seems like that link becomes tenuous at that point. And
Well, it's not tenuous. It's the divisiveness of the country. Because the divisiveness of the country is the actual issue. What we're just seeing is the symptoms of the divisiveness.
the divisiveness is not two-sided, okay? Trans people want to exist, and Christians get to
I'm
live their
not
lives the way they
saying
want.
I'm not
and
saying
then people
trans
hate trans
versus
people.
Christian. I'm not saying trans versus Christians. I'm saying the right versus the left.
Okay, but
You
notice
do
that
understand that, right?
I do understand that, but what
Okay.
I'm not understanding is what is the divisiveness? Like all the
What is
rhetoric
the
about trans people,
divisiveness?
the rhetoric about trans people right now is being driven almost purely from the right attacking them. When you see punching going back the other way, it's defensive. It's
Okay.
hey,
And
Yeah,
and,
so
and,
you-
and,
you're
and,
asking-
and the attacks on Christianity are almost purely from the left. I mean, we
Yeah,
we
and
could
but what do those look like?
but we could go about this. We can go about this all day. That wasn't the point of what I was saying. What I'm saying is that the divisiveness of the country is what has led us to this, and it's what we need to fix. This is just symptoms of the divisiveness of our country, of how
You described-
tribalized we are.
so
That I am this and you are that. Therefore, you're my enemy, and this needs to be finished.
No, but
Like,
look how-
that's the way
look how-
Americans think.
Look how you're framing divisiveness and attacking. How to like? I'm not gonna lie that there are a bunch of atheists, but in terms of like actual policy, how are we attacking the right? It seems they view like the legalization of gay marriage was an attack on Christianity. That's not letting other people
That's
do
the gay
other
agenda.
things.
Don't forget
That's
the gay agenda.
The gay agenda is to put
So,
is to take
again,
gay people to the moon or something. Never mind.
Can I
Uh,
ask? Can I ask
just,
how many
just
words of-
finishing that point really quick. It seems like to attack Christianity, it's to let other people exist.
No, that's not to attack Christianity. What I mean by attack Christianity is that there's a giant double standard in between, for example, Muslims and Christians. For example, there was a TikTok I saw not too long ago. They were kicking a Bible around on a sidewalk. I guarantee you wouldn't be caught dead doing that with the Quran.
Okay, what about
so
policy?
but
Is that
there
policy?
are.
So we have individual assholes on TikTok
There's not
compared to like
so,
policy,
so,
like
okay.
outline.
I guess I'm-
Okay,
guess
so
I can't answer the
Jangles,
question.
Jangles,
Ew.
you said that like, what does it look like? And I think, right, like I do think that there are a lot of right wingers that aren't like really informed of the indoctrination of their children, right? They just kind of see signifiers. They see like little symbols, right? They see a trans flag, marketing, towards young children ideas that aren't developmentally appropriate. But like what I would say is things like psychus, right? Like sexual education for change being like the third biggest the third biggest company that is involved in setting the ES standards, right? They boast about teaching social emotional learning to over 16 million children, right? Like when you have large institutions that specifically think that at the end of second grade, you need to be able to, and I'll put a link in chat for you, like, quote, define gender identity, and gender role stereotypes. Like this is not developmentally appropriate shit for second graders, right? It's not. And it's very clear
now,
that these
why
standards are
not?
designed. What do you mean,
I'm
why
gonna,
not?
I'm gonna grill on you. I want to know why
Role
not.
confusion. So like if we look at Eric Erickson's model, right, in terms of like role confusion, right? Like at the time where an individual is discovering their sexuality and where they can be influenced and who they are as an individual is actually late middle school, early high school, right? You're talking about second graders and having to be able to regurgitate gender role stereotypes. And if you pretend like
It's
that's not
something that they-
indoctrination into the
Hold on.
philosophy, that's insane.
And I'm being confirmed. That's indoctrination. No, it's not. That's so.
So why am I
that's the
not
kind of-
straight? Why am I not straight?
It's in the chat,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah, that's the kind of weak shit I've been hearing. You know,
I just have a question.
They know what gender is, and I had the same question to Alex Stein, and I'd love to know.
Yeah, I
You-
really want to know.
First
why am I
graders
not-
can
So,
articulate
Stop.
gender role
Let's go.
stereotypes.
Let's go to Stabby. And also we want to get Doobie in
Why?
at some point.
Okay. Why am I not straight? Physical, emotional, mental, just so much fucking abuse and sometimes actual punishment and bruises and really bad things, and I am not straight. Why? Do you really think I could be indoctrinated? I started saying things about girls being pretty when I was 6. I have had more female partners in my life than I have had male partners. And so why am I not straight? Because everything that was done toward me, every humiliating thing, I had to say that I was, you know, making men lust for me. I didn't know what the word lust meant, and I had to say it in front of an entire congregation. I was bullied and horrifically.
You were in a cult.
Like,
what's your argument?
shut up. Why am I not straight? That's indoctrination, and I'm not straight. Indoctrination is not going to turn you fucking gay,
Well,
dude. It's not going to turn you
congratulations,
fucking
you're
straight.
exceptionally.
Well,
resistant to
Congratulations
Golden
for strawmanning my argument and describing your cult experience.
No.
That sucks for you.
No, that's
No,
a
I'm
valid.
not.
No, that is a
It's a
valid.
valid
No,
out-
it's
it's a
not. It's a
valid
stupid
No, what?
fucking
No.
anecdote. It's irrelevant to
A
the
sweet,
conversation.
no,
So
no,
maybe let's make it
sweet little
relevant then.
story. A
No, let's
sweet
make
little
it-
story is going to indoctrinate people, but actual force is not. Fuck off.
No, it is a
No,
very
like, yes,
valid
you-
argument.
like you're not addressing
why.
any of the shit that I said.
Then let me address it. I addressed that shit
Go
all
ahead.
weekend. All right, that's true. Why is it only indoctrination to turn kids gay? But apparently, we can go through the exact same thing in the other direction and not turn out straight. Do you know gender is the first social lens we develop? 2-year-olds know what gender is. To expect someone who's 7 to know what gender is,
Define gender for me.
gender is your social conception of where you fit on a spectrum of gender.
You just use the word in the definition. So define it for me. 2-year-olds get it, you dumbass.
Yes,
Define it.
Do you think 2-year-olds? Okay. 2-year-olds know what boys and girls are. Do you think they could define it? They know what boys'
Can they
sections are.
define
They know
what
the
a boy or
difference between
girl
boys
is?
and girls is. Yeah.
What,
You'd probably
what,
take the
what do you
boys
think
have
of
a
your
sex, yeah,
definition
girls
of
have a
boy or
vagina,
girl?
yeah.
Your social constructionist lens of what a boy or girl is? Shut
Yeah,
the fuck up. 2-year-olds don't understand this shit, you lie.
You don't think that, I'm sorry, 2-year-olds, do you think if you ask like a
You don't even
4-year-old
do it. When I grill
think-
you, you can't even do it. 2-year-olds
Sweet-
We
can
can
do
make
it.
it
Why can't
relevant
you do
again.
it?
No,
We can
no,
make
sweet,
it
no, no, no,
relevant
no, no! Hey, let me finish. Do you think a 4-year-old could point out a boy and a girl? Do you think they might
Presumably.
have a shit definition for
They'll
it?
have- they might have some mistakes. I'm sure.
Okay, so
you know. But I
they know
mean,
the
but
difference
what is a
between
boy?
mommies and daddies, and they know the difference between
What's a
mommies
boy?
and daddies. Do you think
What's a
they could
boy?
tell you? Do you think they could tell you? They have an
4-year-olds.
idea what it
You
is.
think 4-year-olds can?
They
What is-
typically
no,
be
don't
going by
make that
secondary.
difference.
They know
can't-
the
you can't
Typically going by
difference between-
secondary
define your own
sexual
difference
characteristics
between
and
them.
not their
So
gender.
we have
That's kind of
so we have
irrelevant to the
a
conversation.
we have a
Exactly,
conception
yeah,
of gender.
Doobie.
We have a conception of gender. We have a conception
As
of gender
a child.
identity
No, that's
as a
stupid.
child, and it's been all right.
Okay, so
It
if you would
is.
ask, if you would ask
They
a
don't know.
5-year-old,
They don't know what the boys
if you would ask
are.
a 5-year-old to tell apart mommies and daddies, they typically be going after they do that using secondary sexual characteristics,
Yeah.
not the gender of the person, not the expressed gender, not the internal gender, what
It is the gender,
gender
of the person.
identity.
Wait, what do you think? Yeah,
Hold on,
They might
wait,
use
are-
behavior,
hold on.
how
Are
they
you going to
act.
argue that sex and gender are now linked? That they're like the same thing now?
Of course, they're linked. Not the same thing.
Okay.
So this
you
notion
believe,
of
so to be super
You
clear,
don't have a strong
believe-
concept of gender, dude, and you're saying
Let-
2 and
let-
4-year-olds get it.
Let Doobie, is Doobie's turn any which way? So Doobie, you
Okay,
can
so-
try, and then Lactoid, I see your hand.
So short of this gender ideology indoctrination, which does happen, and we could get into it pretty easily. Do you think a 5-year-old, I'm not even going to use a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, could tell the difference between mommy and daddy, right, without using secondary sexual characteristics?
No, they probably use secondary sex characteristics.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's not gender.
That's not gender. It's part of gender. It's part of gender expression. Why do you think gender
Right, so
affirmation?
can you
why do
define
why do you think gender? So gender is your social conception of where you fall on the sex spectrum.
But
On
a
the sex
child
spectrum,
a child
okay.
can't
The
point
sex-
out where someone else falls on the sex spectrum. They can point out sex.
It's a terrible definition.
Okay, so no,
I can ask a kid, is this a male or female, and they'll be able to tell me. But
they have a
if I
conception
ask
of it,
if I ask
Not a definition.
they understand sex.
Would they call it sex? Would they be able to tell you?
They
like,
would
what
not
sex
call
is?
it sex, but I'm using a scientific definition of what
Yeah,
I'm
they,
referring
they'd say
to.
boy or girl or something, right? But typically, they're not going to be talking about like what's hanging between somebody's legs,
No,
right?
of course
Usually,
not.
yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
because
they're
they
gonna
don't
go
know
by-
what they don't know.
Sure.
They don't really know about genitals or chromosomes or anything like that. So they're
course.
using these social signifiers.
So if
of
someone looks like a
gender.
male,
And
they're
they're
going to say
taught-
that's a boy. If someone looks like a female, they're going to say that's a woman or that's
Cool.
a girl.
And that's exactly what they do. So we already have a conception of gender, but they don't be able to give a hardcore definition of it, but they can give it a conception of it. To say that, yeah, to make this argument, the 5-year-olds don't know what boys and girls are, or at least have a conception of it, is ridiculous.
That's not what we
because-
said.
That's
No,
not
you
what
said
we
it's.
said.
You said it's. Yeah, you said a 7-year-old, so a second grader. It is indoctrination to ask them to define gender and gender identity. Hey, maybe I
Okay,
should have
no,
got that.
let's
maybe I should have
let's be
gotten
honest.
that.
You
let's be
can't
honest.
even fucking
So
do
if we
it.
had, so if we
Yeah,
had,
maybe
like,
I
if
should
we
have
had
gotten that
a-
education.
If we had a trans woman, right, in front of the same 5-year-old, and this trans woman was someone who just identified as trans, but didn't feel the need or the desire to express themselves in a typically stereotypically feminine way, that child will not be able to say that's a trans woman, or that's a woman, or that's a girl. They would say that's a boy.
Okay. Now, let's say that we absolutely do. fuck up
Another
their
question for you,
self-perception
since you
gender.
want to know
Hold
what
on,
you want to know what it
one
look
time, one time.
indoctrination looks like. I'll
Yeah,
be real
let-
quick.
l-
Do you think fifth graders should be able to define, according to Psychos's standards, at the end of fifth grade, the role hormones play in the physical, social, cognitive, and emotional changes during adolescence, and the potential role of hormone blockers on young people who identify as transgender?
So you
Think
ask
we
me
should
if
be teaching
10-year-olds
about
can do that?
hormone blockers
Wait, is that to 10-year-olds? Is it?
at the
I'm
end of
sure-
fifth grade? So that would be
Yeah, 10-year-olds.
what's
Yeah,
it?
11
Yeah,
years
so
old.
11, yeah.
I think people about to
10
go
and
through
11.
puberty. Yeah, I think people about
You don't
to
think
go through-
that's indoctrination?
I think people who are
No.
about to go through puberty should absolutely know what hormones they're about to experience and the changes they can expect. Yeah, duh. You
Hormone
were
blockers?
so excited
Hormone
for that.
blockers?
Hormone
Hormone
blockers?
blockers?
Yeah, learning about the hormones. Now learn what would happen if you didn't take them. Sure. How's that
All right.
indoctrination?
Do
How's
you, do
learning
you know
about
why you
that shit
can't see the indoctrination?
indoctrination?
Because you're clearly a fucking groomer, dude. If you think that's
Oh,
fucking normal,
God.
that's insane.
Wow. Well, there we go.
So, all right.
Can
yes.
I ask to go back to relevance really quickly? Because what's really funny to me is that we were talking about gay people being shot and the rhetoric, and immediately the conservatives jumped right in to exactly the kind of rhetoric that we were asking in
Only
that
one
but
conversation.
this
Hey,
rhetoric is
Don't,
trash.
don't loop
Like,
me in with that.
oh,
Don't
are
loop
you?
me in
I'm
with
sure
that.
Shut the
Jangles-
fuck up, Scott.
I'm sure
No,
Scott's
shut
not
the fuck up,
suggesting that
Scott.
Jingles
Are
is
you
a
gonna go-
pedophile. What he's
Shut up,
suggesting is that he
Future.
liked to groom
Shut up.
children into
Are you
Yeah,
into
that's
gonna-
what
are you
grooming
gonna go-
means.
Are
No,
you
fuck it.
gonna
That's what
go
grooming
shoot
means.
somebody
That's
over
not
it?
what he's
I have
saying.
one
That
question.
isn't what he
Are you
means.
gonna shoot them? Are you gonna shoot somebody over it? Then shut
No,
the
don't be
fuck up, you
stupid.
little fuck.
Don't be
Now-
stupid. Okay, stop comparing your
what grooming
fucking
means.
fucked up cold
Get it
upbringing to
back?
the average like
No.
conservative
Alright.
or Republican.
Get it
That's not how the
back
world works.
to the fucking
We
subject.
get it.
We're
You
talking
moved
Okay,
from
about
one
okay.
cult
rhetoric.
into another cult. All right, we get
Okay.
it.
Stop.
Transition to the
We're
cult of
asking
leftism.
about-
Relax.
Stop. We're asking about the rhetoric, not what gender is. Is this a gender discussion, or are we talking about the rhetoric from a shooting? Because that's what I thought the panel was about.
And I'm sorry,
No?
are you going to pretend that grooming doesn't have a sexual connotation? Y'all already had a word for the thing you're trying to pretend you're describing, and it was indoctrination. You use it all the time in CRT. I've heard it a lot. You use grooming instead because it has a sexual connotation. If you
That's a lie.
try, that's
That's a
okay.
lie.
Oh my
That's a lie. Oh,
You know,
okay.
so I want to hear from Lactoid. Lactoid.
I can define
he's been
groomer, but
as usual, one of the calmest people on the panel, please.
It's getting a little bit heated, folks. Maybe we should take a deep breath. But I think something was said. I think Scott, I think you said it, that generally people, especially older people, maybe don't know all the words or can really fully analyze, because also they might not be super monitoring their kids' education or monitoring the media or monitoring this stuff all the time. And they might not have the right words, or they might phrase it bluntly, or they might phrase it inaccurately. But we did have two panels where we had one panel where you had someone with giant human-sized breasts going to teach kids, right? And
What about human
and
size?
then, a human could fit within one of them each. And then you had
like the band if I say utters.
well, and then you had another one
it was like a who cow fucking kink played out in school. Yeah.
Yeah, you had drag your kids to Pride, which I thought was sexualizing to children, and I thought it was deeply problematic on a couple levels. And it's not so much as I understand these isolated events, so it's not so much that these have happened, but I think what conservatives see is they see people defend these events, and they see people support these events, and then they see what they obviously are, which is they kind of have a sexualizing kind of innuendo to them, kind of overall theme, perceived purpose. And when you have a political, their political enemies, which they're probably predisposed to disagree with anyway, that are supporting this, it would seem like the logical jump would be that they would just jump right into the harsh rhetoric. So I guess at what point, sure, there's obviously some responsibility there on the fault of the people who jump to that rhetoric, but at what point is there, to kind of to Doobie's point a little bit, is there any responsibility on the people who support
Not a little bit, a lot of
events?
it.
Yeah. Is there any liability here on the people who support events like Drag Your Kids to Pride or other kind of similar child kind of sexual innuendoed themed events?
So here's
No.
the problem.
They're
Here's the
pushing
problem.
the culture war, right?
Yeah,
That doesn't make it their fault.
Here's the problem. As Fabian Liberty so beautifully demonstrated, if it is not cis heteronormative, it's sexual. Teaching, he just balked at the notion that we're going to teach about hormones and their effects on the body. to people who are about to go through puberty. And the thing that made it sexual, the thing that made it grooming, the thing that made it sexual indoctrination, which is what grooming means. You're a coward or a pussy if you don't acknowledge that. The thing that made it sexual was introducing trans people or gay people. That makes it sexual.
That's why I brought up a sexual example, right? I wanted
A sexual
to
Yeah, no,
talk
so
about
that's-
the
And the
so that's
dragon
not
kids
true.
are like, no.
No.
I know, no.
You're
but the
lying.
reason you called it a
lying.
sexual example because it was queer, because it was drag.
No, that's not why I did it.
No, drag is
I think
inherently
if you had
sexual.
if you brought children to like an event where there was like scantily clad women that were walking around and the kids were like walking out and they were doing dances and like shaking their butt.
Yeah, I've
and the
seen a lot of those
kids were
videos.
handing,
They weren't
the kids were
scantily
handing
clad.
money and the kids were handing money to like,
Okay,
People
hold on.
walking.
and with like a sexual kind of phrase like in highlights on the wall, like it's not going to lick
You know what?
itself.
Do you know what an innuendo
be-
is?
It's not going to lick itself. That's an innuendo.
Yes, that's an innuendo. You know why you use innuendos? You know why there's like sexual innuendo in Toy Story? Because it goes over kids' heads. It's not going to affect them. Do you think this is
I don't
why
think that
I
went over
ask?
their
I ask
heads.
what the indoctrination is, and it's all just incidental bullshit that is not in any way sexual grooming. And then we try to like flip it and say, "Hey,
Well, now
we're
you're trying to
indoctrinated with
redefine-
Cinderella.
You're
We're
trying to
indoctrinated."
redefine it.
Redefine
You're
what?
trying to redefine. You're trying to redefine the right's conception of what grooming
All right.
is.
How about this?
The
I want-
reason that the
I want you
reason
to
that the right
answer
uses
that.
the term groomer, right, is not because it is inherently sexual in
It
nature.
is.
The reason is because the process is the same, right? When people talk about grooming on the right, what they're talking about is isolating children from their parents to bring them into a cult-like ideology,
That's indoctrination.
love bombing them, right? Telling them that like, oh, keep secrets from your parents.
While you're
All-
defining
these are
grooming, I
all of
want you
the
to tell me why
same-
this doesn't apply to indoctrination. How is this not the definition of indoctrination as well?
It could be
Okay,
a type
if you
of
want to use a
indoctrination.
synonym, that's fine. But the
Groomer and
reason
indoctrinator
the
are not
right,
synonyms.
the reason the right uses the term grooming is because the process is the same. You're now trying to create a higher standard of evidence
There's an
to
actual-
like add pedophilia into it, so that
Yes,
you
because
can
that was the
run
actual
away
definition
from
of
the fact
grooming.
that you're a fucking groomer.
Grooming was a fucking legal term, and it meant sexual exploitation. That's what it meant before this. That's the
Yeah,
reason
and
you
they used
switched.
to mean two fucking people.
toddlers-
Language changes, you
toddlers
weirdo.
would
Like
toddlers
it's fucking
and
used to be
tiaras
plural, but now
really
it's a
quickly-
fucking singular.
Hold
Like,
on.
fuck
Okay.
off.
Scott, would toddlers and tiaras be considered grooming?
Fuck yes, it would. Jesus Christ.
Wonderful.
Okay, and that's
Restraints
actual.
So would
So
taking
is
your
your argument now that, hey-
10-year-old to fucking Hooters. They're
Is
all
your argument now
fucked
that,
up.
that people who send their kids to fucking child
want
beauty
all the
pageants are
magic, yeah.
groomers, so it's okay
I'm
for
sorry.
us to be groomers? Is that your thing now?
No.
No.
My argument, because I'm an old-fashioned feminist, I'm an old millennial feminist. My argument is that I want pageants banned. I've always wanted them banned, but I just want them gone.
I would
All
agree
of
with
them.
that
I hate them
actually.
all.
Yeah.
But my
Really?
point is,
I'm glad to deal with that later. But go ahead.
Do you want child drag shows banned?
yeah, no, I want
Yes.
all fucking pageants banned.
No, Stabby, do you want child drag shows banned?
Yep, all pageants,
very
everything. I
nice.
want it gone.
Good.
Sorry,
Save our kids.
that's my
Okay,
most authoritarian fucking.
So
stance. It's not
let's.
for kids, even children.
Can I just to clear things up quick?
Okay.
If you just look at the definition of grooming, there are two of them, and one of them is sexual. Let's see, I had it pulled up. So definition number 2 is the action of a pedophile for preparing a child for a meeting. Okay. Definition number 1 is the practice of brushing or cleansing the coat of a horse, dog, or other animal. Now, which of those two definitions?
There's a third
do you think-
definition. There's a third definition. You know this. You're
Go-
looking at it.
Hold on. Let me expand
Come
it.
on.
I'm only seeing 2.
You've heard this thing. I'm grooming somebody for leadership. You've heard that saying before. I'm grooming somebody to take over this thing. You've heard that before.
Okay,
That's true, actually.
That's
to be
not
clear-
what pulls up in the Oxford one. That
Tubi,
I
you
believe
think that's the
you,
definition
yes.
they're using? They're like,
No, hold on. To be super clear about my position on the grooming thing, right? So I think obviously there's an implication there that's sexual. Obviously.
Obviously,
However,
and you're lying if you say there
however-
isn't, Scott.
However, I think that there's obviously on the other side people who are doing things that I think conservatives are right to call grooming, who are telling their children to hide the fact that they're now coming out as trans as children from their parents, to hide the fact that they're dressing up as girls at school from their parents, right?
Yep.
I think that's more than indoctrination.
Now,
Right?
I
This is
no,
a-
I
this
want you
is
to show
an
me
adult-
how.
No, no,
I-
further.
you said
No, wait,
how.
no, wait,
You're,
hold
you're
on, further.
taking it as no, you're
Further,
taking it as
further,
self-evident.
further,
I'm not
further,
letting you get
further.
away
No,
with that.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna.
Okay.
I'll get to it. I
Jingles,
promise.
don't interrupt. You're
I'll get to it, I
you're
promise.
not smart enough for this conversation. Like, stop.
Stop. That's
Oh,
not
boy.
true.
Like, just let him make
Jingles,
his fucking
Jingles is a
argument.
very smart guy. Okay.
Doobie then
hold on.
Jangles.
Dude, he crumbled. He can't even define gender. 2-year-olds can
Doobie
define
then
gender.
Jangles. Doobie, please.
Okay, me then Jingles. Okay. So that aside, right? So acknowledging that, I think reality. I would say that a large part of the reason the right uses the word grooming is because it's politically effective. Just like Prime says defund the police is like a call to action, is politically effective, it's going to draw attention. Saying that there's people grooming your kids in school is also gonna be more politically effective
know
than say,
why
hey,
it's
they're
politically
teaching our
effective?
children about gender. That's
Do you know
not
why?
politically effective.
Do you know why? Yeah, exactly. Telling
They're
like
also taking them
the
to
neutralize-
erotic shows, though. That's like
Dog,
kind of sexual.
Do you know why it's effective? Because it's linked to pedophilia, and pedophiles are like the worst people in society.
Wait, hold on.
That's
hold on,
why it's
Jingles.
politically
gender
effective. That's
theory.
why
Jingles,
they
when you
use
have
it.
Jingles, when you
No,
have
that's
a
why they
reasonable-
use it.
So is critical gender
Jingle-
theory.
That's
Gail
true,
Rubin,
actually.
huh? You know what I mean?
Hold
Like
on,
she was a
that's true.
fucking pedo. Like,
Gibby.
hold
look
on,
up
but
fucking
Gibby.
sexual citizenship for
Let
children. Papers with
Doobie.
thousands
Scott
of
was just claiming that
citations
grooming had nothing to do with
lamenting.
sexualization. He just had he just said like what 10 minutes ago that grooming had nothing to do with sexualization, and now here he is showing that he's a fucking liar.
Two
Let's
things can be
okay,
true at the same
I
time, dipshit.
I guess we want to hear Doobie. Doobie didn't get a chance to talk much last time. I want to hear from him. So I see your hand, Stabby and Electric.
So Jingles, I can accept right what you said. That yeah, they're pushing this idea because they're linking this to sexuality because they want people to think that trans people are pedophiles or trans allies are pedophiles. Sure, but you also have to acknowledge that on the other side, you have
John
people
Money.
who are taking kids to fucking drag shows where they have people in fucking bathing suits and thongs and shit, shaking their ass to songs about licking shit with it's not gonna lick itself on the wall. What you acknowledged earlier was sexual innuendo at a child fucking themed event or aimed event where they encourage people to bring their children. People are going to see that shit and say, hey, you're bringing these children to something sexual. You're linking your ideology, your LGBT shit to sexuality, and you're trying to drag my kids to it. You're encouraging people to drag their kids to it. So of course they're going to call these people pedophiles. Like, well, there's no other, like, of course it's going to happen.
All right. I want you to walk me through it. Let's say, I don't know, take the sign, okay? Let's say we all agree that's bad. It is sexual innuendo. It's probably not appropriate around kids. Now, I want to know the sinister plan. Like we're grooming these kids, and we're going to do it by a sexual innuendo in a sign. I want you to tell me how that's how that makes sense.
I can do that. I can do that real quick.
Sure.
The philosophy is speaking through them, right? So this is the problem with all forms of critical theory, critical race theory, critical gender theory, etc. Right? And the philosophy is setting forward an idea of an oppressed oppressor narrative, an idea of a superposition. In critical gender theory, we're talking about heteronormativity, right? In critical race theory, we'd be talking about like white supremacy.
And all this is
white-
being communicated to a
right?
child via a sign.
I just said the philosophy is speaking through people.
I know,
right?
and they're going to get
not-
it.
Right.
And
Like,
you're saying that the child is going to absorb that through an innuendo on a sign. That's the argument you're trying to make.
That's a specific goal
You need to
stated by
show-
people that wrote papers on transformative social emotional learning. The idea is that if we teach enough critical theory to children, we can decouple them from bad ideas like capitalism, individualism, and create a critical democracy.
And this is being coordinated and done through the neon sign.
This is so
That's what you're
tough.
trying to prove.
No,
That's
this is-
central
this
to
is-
the
no,
this
what
is
I'm-
central to the
that's
conversation.
not what I'm trying to
You're
do.
making
This is
you're making
dishonest.
accusations of grooming, and every time I ask for it, now we're getting into the weeds. It says nothing.
No,
to do
You
with
Jan-
it.
pretending
Jangles.
to be
Claiming
stupid
shit is
and not
grooming.
Scott
You
doesn't have it.
pretending
can't
to be
demonstrate
stupid is not-
why.
No, this
Scott,
is
I've
this is dishonest.
fucked you
though.
over the rails
Oh.
over and over again, and you keep pivoting.
So
I
Oh,
keep
wow.
pivoting by like directly asking you
okay,
Scott,
pointed
okay.
questions.
real quick.
I've
Well,
given you like
I didn't-
20 examples of like actual institutionalized
No, you just
critical
kept-
gender theory as a means of promulgating this philosophy. Other
How?
people are
Why?
giving
What philosophy?
anecdotes,
What
and,
do
like,
we want to do to these kids?
You're the only leftist I know that demands we only talk about the anecdotes
So let's go to
because you're a
let's-
fucking
we'll start-
scared bitch.
we'll start-
once I have
we'll
my
I'm a
start-
scared
We'll start with
bitch.
We'll start with Lactoid,
Fuck
and then we'll
you
go to Stabby, right?
So
Lactoid.
I'm not going to call you a scared bitch, but one of the things that you did do, I think there was a little bit dishonest in that, when we're talking about that event, we're talking about the event in its totality, which was, yeah, you have this neon sign. In addition, you have scantily clad people shaking their butts in front of the faces of children. Now, maybe if you just take the sign, like maybe just having this being a passing sign, that might not be like a massive issue. But when you take that in conjunction with everything else that's happening at this event, it doesn't paint a pretty picture. And so when you keep saying, well, all of this, the fucking sign, the neon sign, you're saying all this comes from the sign? No, we're not talking about just the sign, right? We're talking about the whole event. And specifically, the thing that you haven't brought up, which is I think the reason is because it's very difficult to defend it, which is people shaking their bare ass or their scantily clad ass in the faces of young children.
Having to like, see, you having to exaggerate their bare ass. Well, they weren't bare. You know, they weren't. You said that they were wearing thongs in one of your earlier statements.
Well,
no, they weren't.
Doobie said that, but they were wearing like very.
They were wearing
That's a real fucking. That's a
I
real
don't know,
fucking.
when you're
groomer.
They were
asking
doing
about-
that.
when you're ass cheeks right in front of kids, I'm not.
not.
Yeah, they're ass
I'm
cheeks.
working
They're ass
my way
cheeks.
up to what is
And,
scantily
all
So
clad.
right,
the
I saw
ass
those
cheeks were
events.
bare. Sorry,
I
my
saw
bad.
those events. No, they weren't. I
Oh my
fucking
God.
saw all these videos. No, they weren't. You're saying
Okay,
this
I'm
scantily
glad-
clad.
Hold on. I'm glad that the word bare ass can get some of the virgins on the panel like into a fucking lather. Calm down.
Does
Not
adults
you,
being
actually.
naked in front of
I
children
specifically
not also piss
I
you off?
Virginity is
specifically
purity.
asked you-
Okay,
If
you
an
should
adult
learn
is
that
just
in your
waving his
cult.
dick around in
I
front of a child,
specifically
would that
asked
piss
you
you off?
about the pageants for a
Would that make you a
particular
virgin if you were
reason.
upset about that?
And the reason that I was particularly specifying all pageants, because I'm more authoritarian about this and I want all of them gone, okay? Because they're shaking their bare asses in front of children at these other pageants as well, which I think is bad. Now,
What if they were
I
tipping
asked
them?
you I asked you on purpose because the reason we were asked to come to this panel was over a shooting and the rhetoric that could be involved. Toddlers and Tiaras did not have a massive jump in shootings that could clear out churches and straights and trads so that we could save the children from this. So when we're talking about the rhetoric,
That's
maybe one
ridiculous.
of the things we should be fucking aware of is that when we were talking about an actual fucking shooting, a tragedy in my state, in a place I used to live in, and the fucking suspect lives in a neighborhood I used to live in, like
Here.
a few doors down. Okay, we're
Girl.
talking about a shooting, but you guys want to talk about gender and how
We don't even
anybody
know
who
his
is not
motive.
straight is
Stabby,
true.
Stabby,
We do.
part of
No,
the
no, no, we
topic.
do.
Stabby,
We do.
you're
We
so
do.
fucking
Hate crime.
dishonest.
We
If
do.
hold on,
We don't know his motive.
if there was a push,
We
if there was a movement to push like not drag shows, like child beauty pageants into schools across the country, of course people would be fucking upset about it. We'd hear about it every fucking day from everybody
There
across
are.
the country because they're not. Don't be an idiot. Show
there
it to me. Show it to us. Where's their movement trying to
we had-
push? Where's
we had
their
in our-
movement today trying to push child beauty pageants into public schools across the country?
They tried to sell at a school that I was working at. They tried to sell like these
Another
schools
anecdote.
did Halloween.
Where's the movement
right.
trying to push child beauty
exactly.
pageants into schools across the
No,
country?
No,
Where's
no.
where's the whole
Isn't
college
movement trying to
degrees based upon
Jesus
ma-
fucking
college
Christ.
degrees based upon indoctrinating children? in
Yeah,
schools?
Look
oh
at
yeah,
critical
there's
pedagogy.
college degrees based on drag shows
Called a
too.
seminary. It's called a seminary.
No,
school.
critical pedagogy is a fucking degree programs everywhere, and it's
Let's go to.
specifically
Yeah,
designed
yeah.
to
There's,
put critical
there's,
theory
there's
in
some,
schools, including critical
Oh
I'm
my,
a
theory.
member of
so
the CLOF.
oh my God, it's lots of things are getting confused here. Let's go to Corey, right? Please.
Yeah, Lactoid, I want to engage with you for a moment. So,
Hit me, Corey.
you know, no violence on my watch. So rewinding, I've asked you the question before. So do you still stand by, like, that teacher with the human-sized breast?
Yeah.
Do you still consider that sexual?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And you consider like the sign at the show as like sexual innuendo?
Yeah, I think like especially taken in conjunction with like the rest of the conduct there, like tipping people who are shaking asses and like somebody's like bending over and like flopping their ass in the air.
Yeah.
It's
So
like,
just
yeah, it's
so
like-
just to clarify, like the sign in a vacuum, but you talk about the totality. The sign in context, it's a sexual environment.
The sign in of itself is probably somewhat sexual, but like it wouldn't, like if some kids saw it without that context.
If it was at an if it was at an
wouldn't be
ice
freaking
cream,
out, right? I wouldn't be having.
if
like,
it was
a
at an
panic
ice cream
about it.
parlor, it would be weird, but like maybe not that bad.
Right. So given the fact that
I
you
wouldn't
you
like it.
still You
would
still
still
stay,
be uncomfortable.
and I'm not for the the sexualization of children either. I think we're on the same page there. But I'm just like I'm trying to find out where your line is of like you define the teacher as that's sexual in nature. So like I'm gonna go to like a little bit of absurd. Like are children? I'll start off like can children like eat hot dogs? Is that like sexual in nature?
You're talking about like the fucking glizzy meme. Yeah, look, kids. I guess kids can eat hot dogs. But like
Oscar Mayer
but like yeah,
wieners,
but if
like
if somebody is like
Oscar Mayer wieners.
yeah. If somebody eating a hot dog in front of a kid like in a very clearly sexual way, I would have an issue with that. I mean,
Okay,
I assume you
so
would
why?
too, wouldn't you?
Not. I mean, like
In a
if they're
very
just eating-
clearly
if-
sexual
if-
way, like they're
if just-
gagging
if
on
they're-
it, right?
If they are just eating, no, like if someone's choking on a hot dog, they need medical attention. But
No,
so
they're
I would
deep
ask,
throwing it in and
I
out.
would-
There you
I
go.
Could they
I-
make it to a hospital? They live in a rural area. That's the question.
but I would ask. So my follow up may be a little bit less absurd. Can a parent bathe with their child? Is that sexual in nature?
Yeah,
No.
I don't think so. And I've actually I've heard some stories about that where
Well,
like
but you don't think it's sexual in
parents-
nature, or you don't think they can bathe with their child?
I don't. I mean,
Because there's bare ass there.
no, I get it, and there may not be like any sexual intent, and there may not be sexual intent in the same way that there absolutely was at this show. But like, I don't know. I think that just opens up
When
the
your
door for
kid
too
is
much
puking,
risk.
when your
Depending
kid
on
is
the
puking
age of the
down
kid.
your back. Wait. My kid had dysentery. And
I
when
just
kids
I
are
just want
puking
to
on your
finish my
back,
point.
skin to
Sorry,
skin
I'll
in
let
the
you go.
shower.
Maybe a kid with dysentery, like you can have like weird health, like in the same way we let doctors like where we have to have doctors like help kids like when they're naked or whatever. Like we have specific exceptions because of like severe need. We generally shouldn't have it as a rule that
Or-
leave kids naked.
Yeah, so like as a rule, like a parent shouldn't bathe with their child, like
that
their young
sexual?
child.
I would advise against it, but I don't
No,
think
it's-
it's as sexualized as this event is for sure.
Okay, yeah, interesting. I just want to get that out there. Like I understand your line.
Corey, can you add a trip to the beach?
Yeah, like can children like be naked on the beach?
No, I think Corey,
That-
you
that
actually,
is-
I
that
think
is a
Corey,
regular-
I think Corey,
that's a
you reasoned
regular-
me into that position actually the last time we talked about this, where I talked about my experience in Sweden, and you convinced me, yeah, it was probably weird, and I'm glad that Sweden's moving away from that. We shouldn't have naked kids on beaches.
Or
No,
not
no,
even
no.
naked. Like, can kids see scantily clad men and women on the beach, dressed as scantily as in that video?
More scantily.
Yeah, more so, really. Yeah.
On a kid that's on like a kid themed beach, I would be in favor of.
No, just a
not
beach where
kid-themed, just
kids
beach.
are allowed. At
Well, I mean, this is
regular
a
beaches,
kid themed event. Let's be honest here, right? This isn't like
No,
some
no,
bar
no,
and some
but
people
we
bring their
bring
kids.
This is
beaches are
this is
family
you-
fun for all. Okay.
Yeah,
All
family
This is-
fun. Yeah,
this is-
family fun
this
for
is
all.
the
And some guy
bullshit.
walks in with like a banana hammock. No, it's not acceptable.
This
Yeah,
is-
they do,
this
but
is-
they do
no,
it all the
listen.
time.
This is the bullshit that the left is doing, is switching between anecdote and institution, anecdote and philosophy, and
I made
switching
no
and
anecdotes.
pivoting between one or the other and be like, well, what about this instance, right? So
You
that
guys
must
thought
mean that
bathing
this
your
instance
kids
is
was
okay.
sexual. Shut
I
the fuck up.
No.
put
No,
forth no anecdote. at all.
No.
But that was an
reason-
anecdote.
Listen,
Creeps.
listen. The reason that people are offended by it ain't gonna lick itself is because it's in the greater context. You want to use anecdotes and then you want to separate it from the context. You want to separate it from the philosophy. It is the totality of all of the evidence that shows that there is a massive movement, especially in academia and education, to put forward critical theory. And then what ends up happening as critical gender theory promulgates out into society, we see drag queen story hour, we see drag shows, we see
You have
trans
to press
flags and
so hard.
LGBT flags.
Okay,
And so
you didn't get it
this
the
is
first
the
time.
philosophy that is
Wait, I'm
pernicious
interrupting. I'm sorry.
moving
You
through the
didn't get it
entirety
first
of the
time.
situation.
You didn't get it the first time, so I'm going to actually double down and go a little bit further. I think that you know how when parents take their kids to a strip club, like a single mom has an extra shift or something, or the dad takes his kid to a strip club, they lose custody because I believe in a strong federal government that can take kids out of the home. If something's really terrible, I will double down so that maybe you'll get the fucking picture because you're still arguing with something you think I've agreed with and I haven't. I think that if you take your kids to a pageant, we
I
should
haven't really
probably
been
have
arguing with you all
child
night.
protective-
Like,
We
Hold
should
on.
have child
be super-
protective
to be
services involved.
To be
Okay.
clear,
So,
Stabby, wait, I want to be super clear real quick. So Stabby, I'm sure you know the Drag Your Kids to Pride event that we've been talking about. I'm sure you've seen the video. Are you saying that those parents should have to have their children taken away from them?
I think CPS should be involved. Just like
No,
we would get
be
CPS
clear.
involved.
Do you think not just involved, not just asking questions? Do you think they should have their children taken away?
Well, you can't just take children away, even if we know that the
Don't,
parents are speaking
don't
with
be
this
silly.
investigation.
Oh,
No, I'm not
Come
being
on,
silly. This is
But they
literally
should
how
be
it begins.
investigating, right? The CPS should be there
Yes.
Hold on,
They should
investigating.
potentially take the
CPS
kid away.
All right.
Hold on,
Yep, I
It's
believe
pretty
it.
based.
Take them to Toddlers and Tiaras. Take them to Miss America. Take them to any of these fucking things. Take them to a strip club.
Okay,
Listen,
I'm
you
gonna
take
go
your
further.
kid to a strip club, you should lose your kid.
Okay, cool. So I want
See,
to go
if
a
the
little
right wingers
further.
heard you, they wouldn't be doing this.
So another big thing on the right is that sometimes parents will take their children to pride events, right? Pride parades. And sometimes at some of these events, there's like sexual shit going on, like BDSM shit. People walking around with like dog masks and shit, or with their dicks out, or with dildos all over them and shit like this. Do you think that those parents should have their children taken away?
No, because they're at a parade, and I don't think that should have been
What?
allowed at the parade. No, I don't. If you're taking them to the
But
actual
if
event,
the parade is allowing this and the parents taking them there, why shouldn't they take the kids away?
when you're at a parade and something crazy happens, like a woman's shirt blows up or something, like I'm sorry, you're at the
Isn't it
parade.
the parents'
It's in a public
responsibility
place.
to
know it's
make
gonna
sure that
happen.
there's no like
They know it's gonna
BDSM
happen.
float at the parade? Like,
Kink
hold on,
at,
isn't
Pri-
the par-
Kink at Pride is like not like a secret.
Well, I also take my kids to the marching bands here for those parades, and those girls are dressed in almost nothing in the middle of December.
Do they
children's
advertise kink at
uh,
marching band?
All right.
Why are the
There's-
I have a
girls
question.
dressed
there's
in
a
nothing in
cute little-
December?
I have a question and you can shut me up.
Okay, so
There's
I
this
want
one
to.
Santa baby. Wait, there's this one Santa
I want to move on to Jangles for a second. And Jangles, I wanted to like bolster one of your points, right? Because it seems like the other side here keeps abstracting themselves. Right? They're accusing us of doing this, but that's what they're doing, right? Like Stappy is right. We're here to talk about a nightclub shooting, right? But they keep abstracting back. Hey, why don't we talk about the rhetoric, right? That seems to be a good place to start. That's where the question was based off. Well, let's instead, why don't we talk about the larger context of people having gender ideology, right? And then they go abstract again because there's a drag show somewhere in the world, so that might mean that you can use eliminationist language, right? To talk about trans individuals. I see you. I see what you're doing because you're running
What?
away.
You're
Running
conspiracy
it's
theorists now.
elimination.
You brought on Jangles to have this conversation.
Eliminationist language to say that people are pedophiles, right? And like that's like the heart of all this. And then it's like, well, but someone somewhere.
The only person I've called a pedophile is Gail Rubin.
So let's go to Jangles. Go ahead.
I'm going to walk you through my thought process in 3 steps, all right? Now, if your 5-year-old watches a movie in which a princess gets married to a boy and they have a wedding at the end, I don't think anyone would call that indoctrination or grooming. However, if you show that same 5-year-old the exact same movie, but now it's 2 men getting married and kissing at the end of the movie, I think people like Scott would call that they would call that grooming. The only difference there is the presence of a queer identity, which you inherently see as sexual, as evidenced by the fact that the exact same circumstances are seen as sexual because they were queer, when you did not find them sexual when they were cis heteronormative. And because of this distinction, the automatic association with queer identities as sexual deviants, it is justifiable to call them pedophiles. And pedophiles are the most loathed people in society, and it's often justified both on the right and the left to use violence against them. And when you have that violent rhetoric built upon those steps I just mentioned, it is very reasonably going to lead to people dealing with the problem.
Let me address this because he's accusing me of stochastic terrorism throughout this little.
Okay,
little
and then
list of
also want to
things.
get Deepian.
So real quick, I actually do have an example of this. I don't know if I can find clips of it, but when talking about the film Onward, right, where I made fun of conservatives for freaking out about the fact that there was supposedly like this like LGBT indoctrination in the film Onward, and I watched it with my kids, and it was literally just one female, obviously female police officer that was like, oh, my girlfriend with her kid, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this? Like, this is just telling a story in a fantasy world where LGBTQ representation is there. I have no problem with LGBTQ representation. You assumed bigotry and then attempted to paint me with that brush as a means, and then changed grooming from the definition that I gave you into pedophilia so you've like changed 2 different middle terms and assumptions as a means of trying to
What part of my thought
paint me out.
process, though? whole part of my thought
Yeah, I
process was
just
wrong.
explained two. I just explained
didn't.
two of them that was wrong.
All right,
Right.
so let's
The
start
fir-
with the first
The
one. Do you
first,
disagree?
the first one,
Do you think?
the
Okay,
first one, the
will
first
you?
one
Do
that
you
was a
think?
lie was an assumption that I would call two people getting married some form of sexual interaction, and that I would paint it with this critical gender theory just because there's LGBTQ representation.
Would you call it
And what I
grooming?
s-
Would you call it indoctrination?
it depends- I
Those
mean,
two movies. You
like
can. If I'm wrong,
just
if I'm wrong, you tell
just
me.
marriage. No, I have no problem with that.
So yeah,
I have
man and
I
a
have
man
no
getting
problem with
married, shown it
LGBT.
to a 5-year-old, and that's fine.
I have
You
no
think that's
problem.
fine?
I have no problem with
You think
like.
it's fine?
As a matter of fact, I actually have a little bit of an issue with Sleeping Beauty because it's a little bit creepy that the 16-year-old is like marrying a 26-year-old, and it's like it's a little bit strange to me. But like it's one of the
We
movies
didn't
that
have
we passed out to. So
Yeah,
I'm
and
like, all right,
but
well,
we're only
whatever.
but
To
only
lighten,
now are we freaking out about
to lighten
sexualizing
the mood,
kids. It was
really
done to straight
quickly,
kids.
to lighten the
That
Well,
whole
mood,
no,
I
no,
time.
no.
just want to.
You tried to paint the brush as a bigot and then tried to call me stochastic terrorist, but you're really just a fucking coward that has run away from every fucking argument that I've thrown at you and destroyed you in this idea that
You've
like
owned me
that
in the
that there's
battlefield of
no examples
ideas.
of critical gender theory or in grooming,
You've
and all you're doing is
demonstrated
trying to
consistently
change
that it's the
definition.
queer thing making it sexual. All right,
I
so
have
you
not.
just answer.
Oh my god.
All right,
Oh
yes or
my
no?
god. This
Just
room temperature IQ of you
dude.
fucking
Okay,
doing
answer.
everything you
Can
can.
you answer the question yes or no? You're fine. So the movie with the man and a woman wedding shown to 5-year-old, and the movie with the man and a man with wedding kiss showed to 5-year-old. You're fine with those two things. One is not sexual. The second one isn't sexual. It's not
I mean,
indoctrination.
all other things being equal,
or
yeah, I'm
no?
perfectly fine with it. Yes.
You're fine with it, and it's not indoctrination. And then you destroyed my point. Okay, cool.
Can I
I
respond?
made an assumption about you, and I'm
Doobie?
sorry, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think that a lot of people do think that way.
Doobie?
So I think we need to be like super honest about what's happening, because there is like a such thing as like cultural indoctrination or societal indoctrination, right? So and we can see it when it like specifically with the LGBT stuff, right? When you just look at the rates of people who identify as LGBT and like compare them generation by generation, the rate of LGBT people in Gen Z has fucking exploded, right? Compared to like prior generations.
And
you
why
can
do you
also
think that is?
Hold on 1 second. So you're going to say it's because they're more comfortable now. So it's just, they would have been in LGBT anyway. So yada, yada. I understand. But that doesn't really work because if you look at children who are adopted by lesbian parents, for example, you'll find that they're far, far, far more likely than even Gen Z, far more likely than the rest of the population, up to like, I think it's like 56%, to identify as not cis when they're adults, right? They identify as
Cis?
LGBT. Yeah, so they identify as LGBT in some form when they're adults if they've been raised by two lesbian parents, right? So I think we just got to be honest and say that, hey, sexuality, you're not born like with a certain sexual identity typically, right? I think our understanding of sexuality
But
is
then
that,
you're
yeah,
saying that
please,
straight
no, please
kids are
stop.
indoctrinated.
Let him get it. Doobie.
Yeah, so to be clear, yeah, part of the cultural
I'm
indoctrination
listening. I'm gonna take a week.
can be straightness. There might be kids who would have been who might have been like coded to be like gay or lesbian or whatever, who end up as straight just because they never see being gay presented as like an option. Right? So they just live
You're
their life
making a
as
lot
gay
of
person.
erroneous assumptions.
Apparently, it's
Like,
one
no,
out of
that's fine.
5 for
Wait, really
Gen Z
quickly.
now. One out of every
Please, really
5.
quick.
Yeah,
Yes, really
you're
quick.
making
Really
it,
quick.
no,
Let's-
you're making this.
stop,
No, you're making. You're
wait.
saying that you can.
Let me
you
say
can
the wrong
turn
thing.
someone.
Let me say the wrong
saying you
thing.
could turn
Okay, let me
someone.
say the wrong thing, then you can correct me.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not saying that you can turn a person one way. I'm saying that children aren't born gay or straight, right? So far as I've been able to find in all the fucking reading I've done on this, right?
And you're
we-
incorrect. Hold on, you're incorrect.
Wait, hold on. Do you think that
We are- no, we
that
are not
people are
blank
just born
slates.
gay?
Well, let me ask the question.
Because my understanding,
Doobie,
everything
please.
that I've been able to find about this is it's genetics, but it's also your environment when you're growing up, the culture around you, which is why if we want to get like really weird in nations,
Oh no.
we can use something as like as weird as like Greek society, right? If you want to be like
You're
super weird,
subscribing
we'll
to
use,
like
an
blanks. No,
example.
you're.
No, I'm not.
You're subscribing
No,
to
I'm not.
blank
I'm
slate
saying
theory.
that there is some genetic. I'm saying that there is some genetic influence, right? That so you're not a totally blank slate. That genetic influence might make you more likely to be straight or gay or lesbian or whatever the fuck, right? But there is an impact from the society that you're in, from the things that you're exposed to as a child, even in the fucking womb.
You're repeating yourself. I think I get your points, but it's just incorrect. And it
It's
actually
fine.
further
Are
illustrates
you really
my
gonna
point.
are you really
No,
gonna pretend like this is
this
settled
blank
science or that like
slate-
sexual imprinting doesn't exist?
Sexual
Like, this is silly.
like you think you can like we're blank slates and you can turn a kid straight or gay based
He's
on
literally
just how
never
you raised
said that.
He's insinuating that you can make a massive change. Yes, social factors do influence a child's sexuality, but a lot of that is repression. And so, if you repress sexual, if you
Where does that come from?
all right, if you say you're making the insinuation that you can lean someone to identify as straight or gay based on societal circumstances, am I mistaken
You realize
in that?
you realize it's sexuality.
I'm talking to Doobie. I'm talking to Doobie. I'm talking to Doobie.
I'm saying
I'm talking to Doobie.
I'm saying that if you have a child, right, and you raise this child in an environment where LGBTQ expression and lifestyles and sexuality is accepted and common, that child is much more likely to be LGBT themselves. Far more likely than
yes.
I think is you're gonna find in even other like very accepting societies. If you're raised by two parents, and I can send you the study.
I need to respond.
I can send you the study. I can send you the study.
I need you to respond to this
are
point.
identifying as not straight, right? So there is some influence.
You say a lot. You say 15 different points, and I wanted to address the first one. And by the time you get done, it's like all the way back here. So
I apologize a lot.
all right. So I'm not. So there's no moral weight. You're not saying this is a bad thing, but yeah, if a kid is born into a family that is really accepting of LGBT, they're probably going to be more likely to be LGBT. Is that? I'm not saying
there is a moral weight, but specifically on the trans thing. On the other, on being gay or straight, I don't think.
And the trans.
And the trans thing.
No,
you misunderstood.
I wasn't.
You misunderstood. You misunderstood.
You interrupted.
I'm saying that it is bad to present like transness or gender fluidity as an option to your child because this will confuse them. I think this is a bad thing.
It won't.
Okay, Dangles is fine. And Corey, I do see your head.
The second half of the point was if you turn them into that, like if you you said okay, now you've like flipped it. Now it's just about trans people. We were talking about sexuality. I don't know why you flipped it to that. I want to know. So I'm going to keep it on sexuality.
Okay.
I'm going to keep it on sexuality because we were talking about sexuality. So you've made this assertion that if you you can grow up in depending on your environment, you can be more likely to be gay or more likely to be straight. How about that? Just that. Is that an accurate summation of what you said? Depending on your environment.
But I think there is a genetic influence there. Along with the environment,
genetic influence. Because so there's a genetic influence, and the environment can make you lean one way or another based on the environment.
Sure. Yeah.
So when we were doing that for the past like 50, 60, 100, 500 years, we were doing that to the straight side. That's not indoctrination. No grooming involved. No sinister plots. And now that we're allowing a little bit of gay.
Yeah. What I said earlier is that is cultural indoctrination.
You're missing a principal element. What makes it grooming and what makes it, you want to switch to indoctrination because you think that grooming must be pedophilia. So I'll use your term, right? Indoctrination, right? But the key element here, and this is why you're pivoting to indoctrination, is that it's not just the indoctrination. It's
not pivoting to indoctrination. The entire argument we've been having is about indoctrination.
It's about the grooming aspect because it is
that's indoctrination. It's not indoctrination. No, it's indoctrination.
No. You're trying to equivocate these two things, and then you're trying to say that grooming is pedophilia. What makes the reason that the right is using this grooming term is because you're separating people from parents. Parents are the individuals that are the most knowledgeable about their children. They are the default guardians of their children. They care by default the most. Now, obviously, some parents are shitty and don't care, but far more than like a random teacher or anybody else about the children. It is about bringing them into a system, okay, that has a philosophy that wants to teach them about all kinds of other things that are indeed deviant. We can say whether or not that's like good or bad, but deviant in some capacity. But nevertheless, when you're talking about parents letting their children watch a princess movie, yes, there is some level of indoctrination that happens through culture, that's socialization, right? That's what you do. You teach your kids to grow up in the world that they live in. But when you are separating children and love bombing them away from them and telling them to keep secrets from their parents and putting up closets in the room so that when you have your boy clothes, you can switch into your girl clothes and your parents never need to know. That is the issue, because you also like to sneak in the difference between sexuality and sexual identity, because there are individuals that are born assigned male at birth, right? That are attracted to females, and they get into this cult and they start saying, "Well, I'm non-binary," and it's like, but they're not androgynous in any capacity before they got into this cult. Their sexuality is just that of a cis person, and they identify within large groups. And before you know it, there are individuals like Chloe Cole that fall into this fucking cult, end up getting a double mastectomy, and then they're fucking 18 years old and realize that the fucking cult fucked them over in their bodies. That's what people are fucking angry about.
You always do that thing though, where you have this like grand fucking design and this crazy thing, but you've tried to pull this to this to this to this to this,
You absolutely
and
have.
you
Yeah.
always
It's
do
not
that.
my
You
fault that you
never
can't follow me, honey.
stop.
No, we did
No,
follow
no, no,
you.
sweetie,
We were.
sweetie.
She was pointing out how she was following you from this inane point to
you
some
do it
grand
every single
conspiracy.
time. Besides, when you're gonna sit there and say that gay kids are more like people who grow up in same-sex couple households, and you're going to say that that's a version of indoctrination. All y'all are gay. Fucking eat it because you were indoctrinated to be straight. No, I'm just kidding.
Boy,
Lost
But if I
I'm super open about my
Uh,
sexuality.
if
All
I
right,
could just ask,
I'm
if I
telling
could
you.
just ask really quickly, why are we making sure it's almost like it's banned on this stream entirely? Why are we making sure that we cannot say that it's bad that gay people got shot? I'm making like we have made sure to
Who would
not
argue
talk
that
about
it's
this.
Literally,
Who would
no
argue
one
that
is
it's
saying
good?
that stupid ass.
None of
bullshit.
us are anti-gay.
Wait,
No,
no
I
one's
need to
saying
know.
no one is saying it's not bad
Why are we
that gay
talking
people
about
got
this?
shot. I
Okay,
specifically,
why are we not talking about the shooting? Can I ask that question?
I don't
Yes,
know,
Casey,
but
I
I
was saying
Some guys
specifically-
brought
I-
jingles
I
on to derail it.
Because we
I
all agree
specifically-
that it was bad, right?
No,
That's-
hold on a
specifically-
second.
drama
though.
now we're
fun.
talking about the
I
underlying
specifically-
rhetoric. That's the
Wait,
I
point.
wait,
specifically
hold on.
stated and asked the rest of the panelists to talk about this shooting in theoreticals because it's simple. We don't have the
We don't
facts.
know the motive. Yeah, we don't.
Right,
Yeah,
and
fucking
I
know
yeah,
the
don't-
but
motive.
even if you go,
Even
if we
absent
step
the fact,
back,
He was charged with
And
hate crimes. He was
even
charged
if
with hate
you-
crimes. I think we
even-
can ascertain
Yeah.
the motive. Take a stab at
iCal
it.
wants to say something.
No,
Yeah,
you
but
can't.
we don't
like
know the
literally,
facts.
they literally Vasquez literally came out and said that we're
You
doing
just
this
finished
because
the
it
word.
appears it might be motivated based
I
upon the
go.
target.
You want
yes,
to say something?
yes, listen, even if we step back and we ask the most obvious question, which is if we're not talking about just the shooting, but if we're talking about why is there a spate of violence against LGBTQ communities, I mean, we can go back and start with Pulse if we want, or go through all the individual instances that have come up over the years. If we were to ask that question, it still would devolve into, oh, it's because of all this trans ideology, like it's their fault. And it almost sounds like, I know that's not the intent of anybody on this panel, but it almost sounds like
Yes.
that the victims of these shootings were asking for it, like that they're the ones to blame. And I know that's not what people mean, but it absolutely can come across that way based on how this whole panel has gone so far.
Corey.
Yeah, so Doobie, I want to. So you brought up earlier the statistic, and I'll grant it as true. I'll take your word for it. Where
I
it's
can
like, yeah,
post it for you in chat if you want.
oh no, I believe you. But where, yeah, like children who grow up in whatever, I think you specifically said lesbian households are more likely to turn out gay themselves. So even if I grant that, I'll take your word for it. Like, what's wrong with that? Since as far as I could tell, like children who grow up in lesbian households have just as equally good outcomes
nothing.
as.
Nothing's wrong with that. So to be clear, I'm not against that happening. I think that's totally fine. What
So-
I'm opposed to is this happening when it comes to like transness and like gender fluidity. Because not because I dislike trans people. I have no issues with trans people. My issue is that I think children are very what's the word I'm looking for? Impressionable,
Malleable.
very easily confused when it comes to these issues, especially when it's coming from an authority figure. And there's a whole fucking host of comorbid mental health issues that come along with that. Right? And so I'd like there to be less of these trans people, not because I dislike them, but because I want people to be healthy. Right? So that's why I don't have an issue with gay people or trans people or lesbian people. I don't give a fuck that if you're raised in a lesbian household, your kids you're more likely to be gay or lesbian or whatever the fuck. I don't care. I have no issue with that.
So
So can we talk
wait,
about the
one
health
more thing.
people?
One more
Aiko,
thing.
look
One
at
more
the
thing. It's really
link I
quick.
posted in
So,
chat,
so,
by the
so,
way.
Carter, to be super clear, the reason I made that point is just to point out that I think pretty like obvious fact that there is some impact from your environment, right? And we can see that in the outcomes of these households.
yeah, totally. But just to sort of clarify your position, like you don't want to potentially increase the likelihood that someone comes out as trans because of the associated potential negative outcomes that you perceive?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But could maybe part of the potential negative outcomes associated with it be due to like stigmatization and the lack of acceptance of these?
Well, hold
individuals?
on. It's not that I don't accept them. Of course, I accept them. I don't think they should be stigmatized or treated badly in any way. The issue is that because we don't just have a button you can press to like swap like genders or bodies or whatever. There's going to be these people are going to have harder lives than I'd like my kid to have, right? So if I'm raising a child, I don't want them to go into a school where they're going to be confused about their gender.
Okay.
So okay, we've gone over time, so we'll leave it here. And you can, if you have anything else to say, you can add it in your outro. Okay. But thanks all for this. Has been a lot of fun. I'm gonna give an outro to all these great individuals, but we're gonna have a walk on panel. So they're talking about trans stuff. So of course the chat is extremely active, as you guys always are. People love trans. They just cannot stop talking about them. So we're gonna have a walk on panel. We can continue the conversation there if you'd like. We'd love to have you. Right? Hit follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Follow this channel. Make sure notifications are on so you're not going live. Do this all the time. It's up on social media. We got Twitter. We retweet Discord, where everything happens, including that walk on panel, which is happening soon. TikTok, YouTube. YouTube's where you find the bots. Like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, I'm gonna give an outro to all our great individuals. But remember, more content is coming your way, so stick around for that. Lactoid, thanks for coming through and being part of this. It's been a lot of fun, friend. It was actually a pretty good fight. So thank you.
No, thank you. Moral of the story is that free market good, killing people is bad. Nobody here defended it, obviously. I think nobody that's important is defending it, and nobody should defend it. I just want to quickly, I know it might seem a little bit tangential, but there is some evidence, and I posted in chat, and I'll post it to anybody who wants it. There's some evidence that the Pulse nightclub shooting actually wasn't a hate crime in the sense that it was targeted against LGBTQ people, but that in reality, the motivations were entirely geopolitical. That might be a little bit edgy, but I'm just finding this out today. Vox is not above being wrong, but that's where I got it from. If you like what I had to say, you could find me on Anti-Communism United on Discord and Twitch, or Anti-Com United on Twitter. Thank you.
I've actually heard a similar thing, that the Pulse was not necessarily. It was just like kind of incidental. That he targeted that one.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna bring it up because it's like another derailment and people would just probably freak out. But basically, he just Googled nightclub in Orlando to find the nearest nightclub.
And when he got there, he asked where all the girls were. He didn't understand that it was a.
There is evidence to suggest that it just happened to be a gay nightclub.
Which is why I was trying to be very careful that we don't know the motive. It's unlikely, but like it's possible that maybe it was incidental that he targeted gay people, but we don't know. I just don't know anything yet. So fair enough. Lactoid, thanks so much. Okay,
I mean, maybe he shot because there were no women there. You know what I mean? Like maybe he just wanted to go to a nightclub armed, and then he was like,
Everybody,
"There's
let's
no
talk about
women
think
women.
it's
here."
likely? We'll put a bet on it.
Who fucking knows, man?
Protect the women.
Vox is usually pretty thorough. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure if we know the motive, it'll be in the article.
Oh yeah. Some only fact is saying that he was gay, and he might have been a patron. I know, like I said, I'm not even sure with the Pulse thing, right? Like I've heard that too.
Yeah.
That some people say, well, he was a patron of the club, the Pulse nightclub, and he was actually.
Yeah, that's
gay
what
and
I heard, that he was actually gay. Yeah,
I heard the same thing.
The stated motivation was it was in response to the airstrikes in ISIS at the time.
Yeah.
But he chose that
nice
specific
to
place
credible.
because he was like struggling with his identity or whatever.
I don't know. But let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, thanks a ton. Even when you condescend to me, I'm still happy you're around.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. Catch us out, Fabian Liberty, pretty much everywhere. Yeah, that's all. YouTube,
Okay.
Rumble, Twitter, Twitch.
Have you crossed that limit yet? Have you crossed like the YouTube? You're trying to get to a.
Oh yeah, I'm just waiting on YouTube to get back to me as whether or not we're monetized.
But you made it.
Yeah, I made it. Thank you
Congratulations.
for everybody that
Yeah.
helped. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Scott. Everyone, check out his content. He does good content. So we're very glad you're getting
and
well.
pretty soon, I'm currently working on a video on the narcissism of wokeness and how critical theory helps create covert, vulnerable, narcissistic personality disorder in its people. So if you
And I
want to
think for you to
understand why lefties are like so fucked and can't engage in reality, it is the mental illness that is created by being a leftoid and how that works. It should be fun.
That
Still
never
working on the
changed.
script.
Never ever change, friend. Okay, let's go.
I won't.
I know
He's
you
really
won't.
trying to make it hard for you to promote him.
I know, right? He's like, oh god.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything, but you brought it up, and I was just like, let me just dig it in a little bit, you know.
The modern world has nothing to be afraid of, so you have to make it up. I'm proud of you.
Aiko.
Hi, I'm Mike Rich. I guess you can follow me on Twitter at this handle. That's about all I have. I just want to say that the only thing I just wanted to reiterate from the first topic was that hospitals are incentivized to be regulated, because the one regulation that started it all, in my opinion, EMTALA, which is the one that forces them to treat anyone who comes to them, as long as you buy into that obligation that hospitals have, then it makes sense that you would want to expand Medicaid and make sure that hospitals in rural areas get the maximum funding that they can get from their customers or patients. Really, treating patients as customers is what's at issue here. Then they should at least be able to generate as much revenue as they can so that they can stay in business without having to have like a large density of people surrounding them. It's also, one might say, discrimination against rural people, which is by definition discrimination against conservatives and discrimination against the elderly.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Spartacus. Spartacus, thanks for stopping by. And, fighting us in hospitals at least. So,
I mean,
thanks,
I,
buddy.
I honestly didn't have much to say when I was prepared to talk about the club, and it turned into a gender discussion in which I was unprepared and did not want to stick my nose into something that I was unprepared on. So, but with the hospitals, obviously, we heard what we had to say. I think that everyone deserves to have some kind of emergency aid near them to where it's easily accessible to them. And then on the club, like I said, the facts have not come out yet, and I do not think that the politicians are at fault in the same way that I don't think that certain politicians on both sides are at fault when they say we have to fight. I think at a certain point when you're pushing an agenda, when you're pushing like a political agenda, you're going to use certain words, you're going to use them in certain phrases that make it seem like you could twist them around to make them seem violent, or if you already have that kind of implemented in your mind to where you want to be violent, you could of course hear them as violent. And so I don't think the fault lies on the politicians. Instead, I think the fault lies on how divisive our country is currently, and I think the fault lies on how much we don't take care of our mentally ill. So I think those are the two biggest faults that led to this: is divisiveness and the mental illness in America.
Thank you so much. And I'm honestly sorry that the conversation turned that way. It wasn't, I swear to God, I didn't design the question for that. That's where we went. But yeah, sorry about that, friend. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you also for stopping by and putting up a great fight.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me again. Always grateful. And yeah, to sum up, healthcare is not a consumer good; it's a public good. And for once, I agree with Lactoid. Killing and violence is bad. Never do it. And yeah, super great to be here. Even though it went a little bit off topic. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on twitch.tv, Corey Campbell84, Twitter, Instagram, literally is Corey Campbell. And thank you, Jangles, Doobie, Stabby. Always love you, Prime. Thank you, Sprouticus. Always a pleasure, Aiko and Scott and Lactoid. Until next time.
All right.
Just add that occurred to me. There's something about Corey that's always kind of struck me. A thought that struck me.
Is he quiet for?
Hey! Unmute yourself in Discord.
I'm sorry.
The thought is nothing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say about Corey real quick. He something struck me about him that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Now I just realized it. Corey is a watcher.
A watcher, like from Marvel.
Yeah, yeah.
That's I take that as I appreciate that. I take that as high praise. At least I take that as high praise. Thank you so much.
Intended
Okay.
as such, yes.
From the comics, meaning you have a massive
Yeah.
head, is what he meant to say.
Well,
Let's
no,
go to
that's not why.
Let's go to our friend Stabby. Stabby, thanks for coming through, and thanks for being brave in the face of Scott's gender oppression. Yeah.
I'm more of a man than Scott is, I promise. Um, and I was born with a uterus. So I just want to let you guys know, when it comes to hospitals, it is a public good. I want you to go ahead if you're interested, if you want an absolutely stunning story that will keep you riveted for hours. There's a 25-year utter disaster known as AMR. What a lot of the EMS personnel who used to work for them did, and how they changed everything that we're doing now. Some of the amazing advancements. There's a cotton. It looks like a tampon. Everyone, hang on with me. There's this cotton filler that they use for bullet wounds. It's now used by the United States military, and a former EMS guy came up with this. So there's just an amazing heroic story there. So look up AMR if you guys ever want to see like a really great an American ideal and what came out of that ruin. It is a public concern. We need to make sure that we have them available. As for the shooting, I might have come in hot with the accusation that anything right leaning has to ensure that we do not talk about the shooting itself. It went to a gender discussion again when we were talking about the rhetoric. So I'm again going to agree with everybody in the panel that the left wing rhetoric could do the same, that we had panels about, oh, it's the wall for you and all of that. If you don't believe that the right is going to have this conversation with themselves, like we did for the line them up against the wall Twitter idiots, um, then I want you to try to become a part of the conversation. Please, again, go to freedhearts.org. Susan Friedman is doing everything in her power to make sure if you're an LGBTQ youth and you're having a crisis of faith, whether you become an atheist or not, she's there for you. And she's going to tell you that Jesus still loves you. And she's spreading an actual doctrine. I'm still not Christian, but I wish I'd met this woman sooner, and it wouldn't have been so painful to stop being a Christian. And that whole process would have been so much easier. So if you're mourning right now, especially if you're from Colorado Springs, where I used to live, I know what it's like to live there. And I know that they have some resources in that city. So please reach out. Please get on there and be a part of their thing. They also have this like Bible verse thing that they'll send you. It always brightens my day, despite being atheist. So there's that. I will share my link tree for Stabby Stitches. I make doll clothes. I make sure that no textile waste exists from my home. And I make quilts and a lot of fun stuff. So if you guys like to see sewing journals or a woman in her fucking place where she belongs, you can come look at my Instagram because I do a wonderful job at Trad Arts. I just can also be a man and a soldier. So thank you guys so much for subscribing to Prime and for giving him those donations because I was having a really bad day with the boiler. You all rock. Love you all. I will see you next time.
Oh, thank you so much, Stabby, like for everything, really. Thanks for putting up a fight. Next, we have a Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. Doobie, kind support of the community. Doobie, also a perennial pain in my ass. Doobie, thank you for coming through. Man, putting up a good fight. Or actually, the evil fight, honestly.
I just feel like I need to point something out, but so there have been like multiple times in this panel, people made jokes or implied that reverends, priests, etc., were gonna like diddle your children, right? I'm actually a reverend. I don't know if you knew this, Prime, but I actually presided over my trans siblings' marriage like 4 or 5 years ago, I think.
Mhm.
I'm actually like legitimately a reverend. I have a certificate and everything. Cost me $35.
I am too. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will not diddle your
Me
children.
too.
I promise. Yeah, it's actually, you can do it for free, but the certificate's like $35. I recommend you do it so you can see you're a reverend. But I will not diddle your children. Not all reverends are built the same. Okay. I'm Doobie. I love trans people and LGBT people and Django specifically. He's a really nice guy, even though I was mean to him on this panel. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. We do AMAs, events. We have a New York legislator coming on this weekend, I think. It should be a shit show, a good shit show. The best and biggest political server on the Discord platform, like 72,000 people now. It's a great time, but people will be mean to you if you go there.
That's true. He's being honest with you. Thank you, Doobie. Especially for Doobie in chat for this link. And finally, our friend Jangles, who I like cajoled into coming on here. He said Prime. We're gonna be here for 30 minutes. Right? It's a promise. Right? And here he is. We got sucked in. All right.
The
He's
siren
back.
song of
Mm.
Prime.
Yes, exactly. So,
Yes,
Jangles, I do appreciate you being part of this.
Hi, I'm Jangles. I was indeed cajold in here, and part of what cajold me is Doobie, maybe in a joking way, saying they're coming for your kids. So what do you expect, or something to that effect? And so, if you're talking about the shooting, I see a very clear link between they're coming for your kids. You got to take them out. You got to protect your kids, and they're the enemy. And then a very likely hate crime against LGBT people. So I wanted to start at the beginning of that as what does they're coming for your kids look like? Because a lot of the answers I got tonight and a lot of the answers I got, on Saturday were so tenuous as to be laughable. As if we're like tricking kids to be trans for some agenda that eventually destroys capitalism or whatever. It seems so esoteric to me, and I really want specifics, and that's why I derailed the conversation because I'm an
Yeah.
evil man.
Okay, right.
I can give
And
you
a
any
groomer.
specifics you want, brother.
Okay, hey,
Don't-
let's do a one-on-one then.
Yeah, hit me up, dude.
Turn it up.
Don't let
I would watch
I'd moderate, but don't ever take any shit from Scott about like derailing conversations, right? Like like that's his fucking bread and butter here, all right?
Yo, I just said that that's what he did. I didn't say it
See,
was
the issue is
necessarily
the government.
bad, right? You know what I mean? I didn't say like how dare you Jangles derail. I was just like you were like
Hey,
people were
that's
like, why are we not talking about the shooting? And I'm like, because Jangles came on here and was like, let's talk shit. Let's go.
Hey, that's a good point,
Just
Prime. Is
explain
that
how I
I
went
don't.
from talking about that to the shooting. I hope I demonstrated the link there.
I suspect.
Well, there was
that
a
he might
couple
tell us
broken
that
chains in there. You know, I got
nothing
you on the
would be
first one.
derailed if only we get rid of the state.
That's true. That's true. I think
We're
so,
looking
right?
at this conversation through the lens of the state.
Maybe
It's
his
been
testosterone would still be derailed right
been
around here.
intellectual theft. Okay, all right. So thank you all for being here. We are going to continue on to Overwalk on panel right after this. Any of you here can join us, but if not, that's okay.
Hey,
Thanks for the Yep.
My bad.
So,
I thought I was muted. I thought I was muted. My bad.
No derailing from Scott ever.
I never derail because ANCAPs always make sure the trains run on time. All right, calm down.
Oh my god, time, energy, and passion. I know they appreciate it, my audience, just as much as fuck off. All right. Bye.
It was a pleasure.
Yo, Stabby, what was your MOS?
31 Bravo, military police.
Oh God, I hate you even
Convoy
more.
escort. Why?
You fucking disgusting. Well, my stream, my co-host and I were both 68 whiskeys. I was just curious if you like continued being an EMT or. But
Hey,
no.
Corey, are you
You're
still
fucking,
No, so
Yeah,
I was
fucking
a-
oink oink,
So I was a
fucking
volunteer
oink
firefighter.
oink.
here?
All right, friends. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and right on into Scott's stream. He's going. So, yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Really appreciate it. If you haven't followed, please give me a follow. This is Anti-Communism United. I'm Lactoid. I don't care. You can call me Lactoid ACU. I know I'm very flexible. I'm never big on honorifics. For those of you who are new, this is a legal and political panel. I like to do fun panels, or legal and political stream. I like to do fun panels, and hopefully we're going to be having more debates up. Likely doing more debates up later. Especially, I think me and Corey have one that we have promised regarding a couple studies that might be a little bit edgy, so we got to be careful how we talk about it. I do have done a couple constitutional law debates. I have done a constitutional law debate with Pisco. I believe that was with Wick. With either Prime or Wick. I actually don't remember. But it was with one of them for sure, and we debated the overturning of Roe v. Wade with the Dobbs decision and the legislative and judicial history of that. I would love to do a constitutional law stream. One of the things that I've been talking about for a while is doing a constitutional law stream where we go over some of the worst cases in American history. In terms of the worst Supreme Court cases in American history, we look at why they are bad, we look at the underlying philosophy of why they are bad, and we also look at the horrible ramifications that have come from these cases. These cases include cases like Dred Scott, Wickard versus Filburn, Chaplinsky, and numerous others that I really want to get into. Wickard versus Filburn will make your blood boil. That is a horrible case. And I don't think people fully understand how bad of a case it is. And so I'm going to take some time and really get into that. And that'd be really cool to get a stream going on that. But I think it'd be fun. I know a few other attorneys. I think it'd be fun to get another attorney. And also Gonzalez, Lopez, which was, I think, rightly decided, but only by one vote. So and we're gonna look at the dissent on that one as well and realize how close we were to utter insanity and the loss of our Second Amendment. So I want to bring another attorney on to kind of go through that, just to have somebody to help analyze it, to bounce ideas off of. I've got a couple in mind. That's something that I want to do. And then obviously taking questions and participation from the audience. As always, it was awesome how great the chat was today, how everyone was talking to me. Thank you, Leontis. Have a great night. Alley Cat, everybody. Roland, Zelix, fucking all, a lot of active people here today. Really, really good stuff. And yeah, whenever you guys have a question that you really want answered, I do my best to try to get that question out. Or the point that, you guys are just dying, just, say the point. I try to get that out whenever I can sneak it in. So, so if you haven't given me a follow, please give me a follow just so, get the follow count up. And also you guys can see whenever I'm streaming so you can see more of my content. And I want to keep putting it out for you guys and putting out some good, reasonable political content for Twitch, which I know has leaned one way lately, unfortunately. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and raid on into Fabian Liberty, the ANCAP who was streaming with us. Obviously, I'm not an ANCAP, so there's some disagreement, but I feel as though he is a force for good, and being libertarianism is a big tent, and we could fit a whole bunch of good allies in it. There's no reason for infighting. That's what the left does. So, yeah, thank you all. And one quickly before you all go out, big shout out and thank you to Feder and Treason for the bits. Really, 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 really appreciate it. Thanks.